put this over here. There we go. Let's see if I have audio and video. Let's start this goal. Hey, wow, Robert is here. Scott Anderson is here. As a vegan, how do you feel about the red heifer? That's a really good question. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait. So I have a commercial right now that I'm going to skip for Gaza relief. And once again, someone just last week said, what about Gaza? Give the money to Gaza. And I said, sure, hit me up. Let me know what I can do. Give me proof and any, evidence that it won't end up in the hands of Hamas. And they too disappeared into the shadows. Sure, hit me up. Okay, good. So it's the Nazarite, bringing a Hebrew lore from days of yore, streaming till my battery runs out tonight, just on a whim. No, I'm going to be here. And no, I'm going to be here at least for the first hour, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll go to the bedroom. So, hello, talking about the red heifer. The red heifer. Now, has nothing to do with this week's Torah portion of Re'eh. That Torah portion was way back in Chukat. But there is a red heifer, right? The Temple Institute has the plot of land, has constructed a kind of altar made of stone. It has line of sight to the place where the temple stood. The red heifer is actually has been obtained and is being kept by the Temple Institute, and the only thing, practically speaking, that is stopping the red heifer defilement of death ceremony ritual to take place and purify and ritually cleanse the entirety of the nation of Israel. The only thing that is standing in the way is the halachic disagreement on the status of Nazarites, Nazarite priests, as defiled or not defiled by death. This is the crux of the matter right now, halachically, on whether or not, by the strength of a vow, you can extricate yourself from defilement of death. And there are opinions here and there, and because there is no consensus between mainstream Orthodox Judaism and the opinion of some, and also I do believe some in the Temple Institute itself, it currently, even though everything is ready, technically, logistically, practically, people have been running dry runs on how to do this and how to perform the ceremony. They have all the ingredients. They have the instruments and vessels of silver, gold, whatever is needed. Everything is in place. Everything is there. It's just that we need some consensus. Because if people want to be cleansed, ritually clean, right? Ritually pure from defilement of death, it needs to be on a national level, and you can't have this problem. And so once again, the classic, tragic pain in the ass of different factions and halachic disagreements coming, at the cost, let's say, of the, dare I say, greater good. Now, I'm not a halachic ruler, I'm not a scholar, but it seems to me from the bit of digging that I've done into the Nazariteship, being a Nazarite myself, and reading the book Nezir Elohim by Rabbi Yehoshua Friedman of the Temple Institute, who is a Nazarite Orthodox rabbi who I've met with and I spoke with, it just seems like it needs to happen. It just needs to happen. So how do I feel about the red heifer? I feel that it is something much like the tefillin, right? I put on tefillin for the first 7 years of my vow, like every day, right? And then I got the call to stop wearing them. And I, after a long while, not on a whim, decided, yes, indeed, this is true. Something Rabbi Yehoshua Friedman also corroborated. So I feel right now the red heifer is that the end justifies the means, let's say, in this case. And that even though it's not the most vegan thing in the world, to slaughter a cow and burn it and use its ashes, it's like an animal product, technically speaking, but it would be not for consumption. It would be to purify us all from defilement of death, which some say is the prerequisite or precursor to many a thing. So it's difficult to tell, and it's really difficult to tell. We need something outside of us to make us pure. We can't do it ourselves. I mean, again, the Edenic mindset would say, no, in Eden there was no red heifer. In Eden there was no ritual worship. Maybe there is something where we can connect to that root of cleanliness and purity as it pertains to this world through elevation and through the, what would be the word? The descending of the Edenic element into this world. But I'm not sure. Jew, says Vox Populi. Yes, indeed, I am. Gabriel 3 is here, Michael is here, Michael E2D, Ani Ruda is also here. There's something intriguing about your look. Well, what is it? I'm curious. Who else is here? Robert Vanda is here, about to go to work. Hey, have a good one, man. Have a really, really good one. D2 is here. Do you plant trees? I haven't planted a tree in a very long time, so I'm inclined to say no. I don't plant trees actively. Should I? That's not a bad thing. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. BC is burning down. British Columbia is burning down. Is it really? A lot of fires on the earth in these times and earthquakes more than usual? That's the question, I suppose. Some things are just part of the circle of life and the cycle of nature. Samsung is here. Buddha and Jai Sri Ram wins. Okay, if you say so. Replace the Israel star on the flag by the swastika, says ASAPosh. No, I don't think so. That would not be a good thing. Unless you mean the actual original swastika, not the Nazi swastika, in which case I would say maybe, just maybe. Drop seeds. Yeah, that I do, but I don't actively plant. That's why I said actively, Michael. Silly says, is that your real nose? Yes, it is. It's all mine, grown and, homegrown and broken a few times, though not specifically diagnosed as such, but I'm pretty sure it's been broken a few times. Afternoon, says Ghost of KZ. Hello, hello. Scott Anderson. If I didn't say hello, hi, Scott Anderson. Just put it all on a chicken sacrifice or have somebody else do the evil deeds for you. Isn't that how you get down? No, Max Main, that is not how I get down. It's just that I'm not a priest, so I wouldn't be the one to butcher the cow. But okay, sure. I mean, if I was a priest, maybe I would do it. Maybe I wouldn't do it. I don't know. That's not how I get down. Evil deeds for me. No, what was it? Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap? Whose album is that? Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Is that AC/DC? Whose album is that? Okay. Have you hit the like? No, I haven't. I actually haven't. Have you? Why do you go live? Beesus Nieces says, hey, you're the bee's knees. To have conversations with people on faith, spirituality, religion, self-development, philosophy, psychology, underarm farts, or cows. Cows. Also, there's a goal now, okay? The goal is if there are, 10 super chats of at least 15 shekel each, or whatever the price is, then I will put on my cow onesie. Look forward to that if we do reach the goal. I haven't put the onesie on in a long time. A couple of weeks ago, I did my giraffe onesie, and a few weeks before that, or a few months before that, I had my vampire onesie, but the cow onesie I haven't put on in a while. And you, Beezus Neezus, why are you scrolling the live streams? What is it you're looking for? How are you doing this weekend? Where are you at? How is your life? Give me some juice. Back in black. I hit the sack. Hopefully your sack isn't black. If you hit it enough, it just might be. My favorite giraffe. Hey, who knew Drew? How you doing, man? How you doing?
Johnny Giraffe.
Johnny Giraffe, yeah, the giraffe. That's me. Just Real Marza says, free Palestine. Indeed, free them from Hamas and the other terrorist regimes. Free them from war and oppression and terrorism and, yeah, free them. May the innocent people there be free. Bois, dude's funny. Well, I have my moments, Sillieds. Is it Sileeds or Sillieds? Gabriel 3 says Palestine doesn't exist. No, it never existed as an actual nation or state or anything. The identity was not really solidified as such until the 1960s, but the people have existed. The people who were there or shortly after when Rome called this place the province of Syria Palestina have been there, Jews and non-Jews alike. So the province that Rome called Palestine indeed exists, and some people still call it that. Hey, Jam says Shabbat Shalom. Jam Q, Shabbat Shalom to you. It's been 2 hours since the Sabbath Queen left us, but in many other places in the world it is still the Holy Sabbath, and we send our good vibes to the keepers and non-keepers alike. I'm from India. How you doing in India, man? How's life? I'm in the Netherlands, just enjoying some YouTube before I get a workout on. Ooh, what's your favorite workout? I lived in the Netherlands for 3 years. I didn't pick up the language, but it's a fine place. I was just outside of Amsterdam. Yours truly, Todd, is here. I'm here. You're welcome. Yes, I am. You're welcome. Robert says this guy kills me. Well, I sometimes I do. Free the world, Zionism, says Cloud in Japan. Agreed. Zionism should be free all over the world, although Zionism is not about world domination. It's about simply the people of Zion returning to Zion. That's pretty much why, it's pretty much what it is. EO says, why do hates the world, all the Jewish and Israel? I love the phrasing. I don't know. You'll have to ask the world why they hate. Open borders is anti-Zion, says Neve. Hey, Neve, Shavua Tov to you. Please armpit fart. All right, Robert, let's do this. It's a little early in the stream, but why not, right? I'm in the US and thank you. All right, Jam. Jam, what is your favorite jam? Are you a Jam fan? Who was it? Was it Simon and Garfunkel? I'm a fan. Wait, what is it? I'm a Citizens for Boysenberry Jam fan. I don't think I've ever had boysenberry. You like pineapple pizza, says Nelson? So I haven't had pizza in a while. I had pineapple pizza once in my life and I enjoyed it, actually. Do you think Zionism and Judaism are inseparable? I do, but I'm talking about biblical Zionism that has its roots in the modern, that has its roots in the book of Deuteronomy and the Torah, not modern day Zionism, although there is the religious faction of modern day Zionism, but it is separable in the sense that the modern day Zionists who started the movement in the middle of the 19th century came from a socialist, secular, enlightened mind frame, right, and paradigm. In that sense, you could claim that it is separate from the covenant and the promised land and the Torah and the commandments. For them, it was just, this is our ancestral home, let's go back. It had nothing to do with Torah. Many of them were anti-religious. So, the modern day Zionism is, to some degree, separable. Practically speaking, you can see the separation between the people who had started it and the Torah, or the way that they view the Torah. But the more ancient form of Zionism, which is the biblical Zionism that has its roots in Deuteronomy, it's not separable. They are inseparable because the Hebrew faith and Zionism have their root in the Torah, so to speak. Are you mental? Yes, yes I am. What about you, Hind? You mental? I am Muslim, inshallah. La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. Okay, cool, yeah. Peace be upon him. Indeed. Herzl or the rabbis? I mean, I go with both, really. I think they both made very good points. Who said that? Chemistry 8X. I think they both make very good points. Do you like cider? Do you have a favorite cider? I mean, I haven't had much cider in my life. The only cider I've ever had was apple, and I'm a fan. Definitely I'm a fan. What do you hate more, though, Muslims or Jews? I don't hate either one, Silids. I mean, I'm biased because I am Jewish, but I don't hate Muslims or Jews. Michael says Jesus was the greatest Jew who ever lived. Yes, many would espouse that. I disagree, but not by much. Who was supposed to be, says Joe, who was supposed to bring the biblical people of Zion back to Zion? Themselves? Or, it depends on how you look at it. You could think of the physical move first and then the spiritual element is brought into the picture, or there's a spiritual thing that instructs the physical move to take place. Either way, whichever comes first, both of those ideas, both of those plans have their origins in the Bible and the Torah. Why don't the red strings turn white anymore? So they didn't. For 40 years before the destruction of the Red Temple, the red string did not turn white. Also, there were a couple of other omens 40 years before the destruction of the temple in the year 30 of the Christian calendar, right? 30 AD. Sam and Jamie says, can you please explain biblical Zionism more? Yes, in the book of Deuteronomy, it says, you are getting this land not because you are all hot shit, not because you're righteous. No, you're a stiff-necked, dumbass people, but your ancestors were really, really great. Their merit is helping you get this legacy, this inheritance. Night-night, baby. Sweet dreams. And it's because of the wickedness and the evil doing of the nations who are currently there that they are being kicked out. Not because you're anything special. No. If you go and you keep the commandments, love you too, baby. God bless. I don't know. He said he'll be in touch. He might sleep at a friend's house. You want this? Got it? Cool. Love you too, baby. So, the ancestors' merit, right? The merit of our ancestors is pretty much why we receive this caretakership, this stewardship of the Holy Land. But it's not us. It's not our doings. It's not our... No. We were there to take care of the land and to be stewards and to do our thing. And the Torah says very plainly, and this has happened several times, if you don't carry out the commandments and keep to the covenant, then you'll get all kinds of things happen to you. Eventually, it will come to a head and you'll get kicked out of the land, but you'll always be making a comeback. Even though you forsake the covenant never forsakes you. And you can always return to it, and you will always return to it. The way that it's phrased in the Torah is you will. Not you can, not you ought, not you should. It's you will return. That is biblical Zionism. Random account says, why the fuck did I get this live stream? I don't care about this shit. Also, how does this guy have a girlfriend? I have a girlfriend? I mean, sure. Why the fuck did I get this live stream? I don't care about this shit. Also, how does... Okay, so here's the thing, random account. YouTube and the YouTube algorithms and the YouTube deities have graced my channel in the last like 6 or 7 months with many, many thousands of views every single live stream from, you know, a couple of thousand to 40-something thousand. That's been for like 6 or 7 months now. It's never fallen short of a couple of thousand, which is amazing. And it has been such a wild ride, and YouTube is starting to discern more and more who is the audience and who are the people who will actually dig this chaotic dumbass and the live stream that he facilitates. So I don't know why you're here. Feel free to swipe away. You probably already have. That's all well and good. You don't care about this shit. Well, for some reason, the YouTube algorithm said, maybe you care about some other shit, because there's all kinds of crap going on here in this live stream. Furthermore, I do have a girlfriend. I mean, she's my first girlfriend, and I married her, so she's technically still my girl. What's up? Did you brush your teeth?
I don't like it.
Did you brush your teeth?
No, take it up.
Good. Please go brush. Do you have to wear a kippah? No, you do not. I mean, halacha, modern day halacha will say, yes, I disagree. Can you explain why Israel uses white phosphorus on the Gaza population? That's one of the many war crimes you people committed and support. So first of all, if there is white phosphorus being used, I don't support that. Zarkhan. Ptatzat Zarkhan. You'll learn about it if you join the army. Or not.
I hope I won't have a reason to.
Okay, you might want to know, though. Keep yourself informed. If white phosphorus is being used, as far as I know, that's still against the Geneva Convention, and I don't know why they are using it. I don't know if it's proper doctrine. I know it's used very, very seldom, but that's beside the point. If they are using it, then it's because of things that I don't know. And maybe there was a need, or maybe it's an actual war crime, uncalled for completely, and those who gave the order and those who carried it out should be brought to justice and stand trial. I don't know the circumstances. I do know that I'm pretty sure it's still against the Geneva Convention and other things that Israel has signed. But you know what? So is the 5.56 millimeter round, and we use those all the... Well, I'm not in the army anymore, but we use those all the time. So I can't explain why, because I don't know the ins and outs of the particular circumstances, right, and what exactly happened and when and who was involved and why. But I think it might be that Tzahal doesn't always play by the rules because Hamas doesn't always play by the rules, or never plays by the rules. Now, this is not an excuse, but sometimes I suppose you need to fight fire with fire. I'm not legitimizing using white phosphorus against innocent civilians. Let's make that very clear right now. I'm not legitimizing or condoning use of white phosphorus against actual innocent civilians, but Hamas are experts at embedding themselves into the civilian population. And if the situation called for white phosphorus, I'm just a lowly dumbass. I don't know what the considerations are. I, at the time, knew what the doctrine was, though I've never been in a situation where white phosphorus was used through my entire time in the army. And in the reserve and mandatory service, I never had to use that. I was never in a situation where I could even think of using it. So I really can't explain it in the sense of something. Did this happen recently, or are you talking about in general? Shut up with this pilpul. It's not moro-woro. It's not a pilpul. It's me literally being as forthcoming and honest as I can. And I literally said that it may constitute a war crime, and those people who did it and carried it out and ordered it should be, put to trial and brought to justice. How is that pilpul? Are you foolish? I mean, as a fool, I sympathize completely. But don't be a fool when you can afford not to be. You know what I'm saying? And what you said is just foolish. To call this pilpul means you don't know what pilpul actually is. It's Shabbat for you right now. No, it's not. It's 10:34 p.m. And Shabbat left our midst about 2 hours ago. Hang on a second. I got to get the tea bag out of here. I didn't bring anywhere to put it. So, I got to throw this away. Give me 10 seconds. Yeah, less than 10 seconds. Okay. So no, it's not Shabbat right now. It was a lovely Shabbos, 25 hours. 25 hours. Dennis says, why are you live? Was it you who asked it earlier? Because I already addressed that. I'm live to have conversations with people. That's why I'm live. So what do you want to talk about, Dennis? Dare I call you Dennis the Menace? Scrolling down. You're trying to justify it by saying Hamas can blend in with the civilians. I literally said I'm not justifying it. Are you stupid? Don't be stupid. Don't put words in my mouth. I literally said I don't condone it. I don't justify it. I literally said those words. I literally said I'm not making excuses. So you're just putting words in my mouth, which makes you look like an idiot. Don't do that. Are you a Mossad agent? No, Dennis. Mossad are international. I'm local. People just can't seem to understand the idea of Mossad being an international intelligence agency, not local. But, what are you going to do? What do you think about the Iran war? That it needs to end, riffraff, and we need to have peace and prosperity across all the multiverse of multiverses. That's what I think. Pilpul as fuck. Really, Moro? By all means. Where was the pilpul? Where? Show me. Tell me. You were obviously listening, although I think not, because you put words in my mouth and maybe you weren't paying attention. But if you're going to claim pilpul, first of all, thank you for the vote of confidence in thinking that I can lepalpel. Second of all, show me where. And what is your definition of pilpul? Because I don't think we have the same definition. You're a very cute Jew, brother. Thanks, Kizar, or Chizar, I appreciate that. He uses a used car salesman voice. El Monhe or Monje says, really? A used car salesman voice. I'll try to keep that I'll keep that in mind. I've never sold a car. Isaac and Ishmael were brothers. Yes, they were. The sons of Hagar and Sarah, respectively. Or Sarah and Hagar, respectively. Yes. Israel is the ancestor to Jews. Yes, he is. John Scott. Hey, John. John H8J2P. Is that you, or are you talking to someone named John Scott? Key says Jesus was a Jewish rabbi. Yes, it makes perfect sense that he was. L says, we're not to return to Israel until the Messiah. That is false. That is not true even a little bit. By being in Israel, they're going against God's word. No, it never says that ever. There are two opinions. Either the physical move comes first and then the spiritual content is added, or the spiritual call is set out and the physical move accordingly. Both are just as valid as the other, right? Either one is just as valid as the other. But people love to invalidate the modern day state of Israel with this dumbass claim that Israel were not to return until the Messiah. According to most people who enumerate the commandments, anointing a king is not even one of the commandments. The only thing is, if you do anoint a king, there are commandments for the king of Israel. But it's not even a commandment according to some of the halachic rulers and scholars. And when Israel wanted a king, Shmuel told them, no, don't do that. Adonai is your king. Meaning, you're full of crap. Are there prophecies that speak of a final king, a leader, a redeemer? Yes. Is it a necessity and a prerequisite? No, it is not. So, you're wrong. You're simply wrong. What's the difference between pizza and a Jew, says Channel 6 NUS? Pizza tastes good with pineapple, and a Jew does not? I don't know. What is the difference between pizza and a Jew? Something to do with the oven. Something to do with an oven? Hang on a second. Something to do with the oven. All right, hit me. What is it? What's the difference? Come on. Can you explain how come Isaac and Ishmael were brothers? Yes, they had the same father, so they were paternal brothers, but not maternal brothers. That's how. A pizza doesn't scream. Oh, there you go. Sam Majami says, do you think biblical Zionism would support a state of Israel where all faiths are respected and represented in government, or support a Jewish ethno-state? Well, if we're talking about biblical Zionism and the Torah, it would mean going by the rules of the Torah, meaning that the law of the land would be the Torah, the Sanhedrin would be in place, maybe a king. So I think it would support a Jewish majority. Incidentally, population-wise, population versus religion, the state of Israel is like number 15 in the ranking of ethno-states. People love to make this big stink about Israel as if we are singled out as the only ethno-state in the... No, we're like ranked number 15 in the world ethno-states, yet nobody has a problem with... Basically, nobody has a problem with all those other countries before us that are ethno-states. When they arrive at number 15, it's the Jews! You know. So I think that biblical Zionism, by and large, would support the Jewish ethno-state, as you put it, but there are also foreigners and sojourners and others who exist in the land. There are residents, and so you can have that as well. What biblically is prohibited is idolatry, and ritual worship of foreign deities. That is not allowed according to Torah. But if you have that Torah as the law of the land, but no temple or Sanhedrin, then or no Sanhedrin, not the temple, but no courts to put people to death, then you could sort of have your cake and eat it too, in some indirect kind of way, simply because there is no current proper court. But as for the Bible as such and the Torah as such, I think it would be more for the Torah is the law of the land, which is why Israel, being a Jewish democratic state, like I always say, in some things it's more Jewish, in some things it's more democratic. And there's always a push and pull between those two things. You look like the missing link between insanity and genius, no offense. No, Christian, it's all good. 3698, it's all good. Truly. Show us your pomegranates in your yard. I'm not going to take it out now, but they're there, they're growing, they're maturing, they're becoming red. Can everyone pause while I make coffee? Ooh, that reminds me, I'll take a swig from my tea. I actually did have the other mug, but I chose this one. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, melech haolam, she'akol niyeh b'dvaro. Forest fruit. Okay. Are you a Jew? Yes, I am, Dixie Man. Are you? How are you doing over there in Texas? Assuming you are in Texas. Why did the Zionists call the country Israel and not Judea? Because Judea is a region, and Judah is a tribe and a kingdom. Israel is all-encompassing, while Judea is only part of it. This was very evident when the kingdoms split into the kingdom of Judah, right? And Judea and Jerusalem was the capital, and the kingdom of Israel and Samaria was the capital, the southern and northern kingdoms. No war criminals in Sudan, Algeria, Congo, apparently, right, Neve? Apparently. Will you do another video from your porch at nighttime so peaceful? Yes, it was. Was it last week, right? Last week, Saturday night, last week. What is supposed to happen when the red heifer is sacrificed? You are supposed to burn the red heifer and into the fire throw hyssop, cedar, and a crimson string, right? And you take the ashes, you put them in water. You take a branch of hyssop and you sprinkle and spray the person who is being cleansed from defilement of death, human death, on the 3rd and 7th day. And then, with a few other things, they are pure. They are ritually clean, ritually pure, which is significant. Sarah Silverman is dreamy. The comedian? Is she the comedian, Sarah Silverman? Or am I confusing her with a different Silverman? I'm not sure. Let me know. But what is supposed to happen, some people think that the purification of the people will usher in this great new age of ritual worship, building of an altar, a temple, whatnot. Some people think, no, it'll just be ritual purity and nothing else will happen, though that can still be significant in different ways, but not necessarily related as a precursor to the temple. All right, here we are. Here we are. Okay. I know it's not a red heifer, but... And I'm reminding you, if within the hour... How much time has passed? How much time has passed? Oh, it's 28 minutes. If, by some miracle, within the hour we reach 10 super chats, I put on my cow onesie. Ding! Hope you're well, my friend. Yes, Todd Pemper, I hope you are well indeed as well. How are you doing? How's your weekend coming along? Why you waffling? Hamza Khan, that's what I do. I waffle. My tribe is far different, your tribe. Not sure what you mean, I'm here, shush. What was the plan if COVID hadn't happened and the heifers had been tagged? Well, the Temple Institute and others are always looking for a new red heifer. She needs to be pristine, without even 2 brown, gray, black hairs. It needs to be reddish brown, red-brown. Anything else disqualifies it. There are 2 hairs that are not the reddish-brown, then it's the, hey, we have one. Oh, wait, was that a super chat or? Yes, I think it was. Hang on a second. Yes. Hey, JP is here. Good to see you. It's good to be seen, and it's good to see you. Boop. Now, wait, why hasn't the goal moved? Oh, because it's not, because it isn't a minimum of 50. The minimum, the YouTube default is 10, a minimum of 15 shekel. That's why. Johnny Ups says, so clean and pure that it cancels out the deodorant. Hey, just maybe. Just maybe. Michael says, Moses was high on psychedelic plants and communed with demons. No, he may have been high on psychedelic plants at times, but he definitely did commune not with the demonic element. I mean, definitely. I don't know what's definite, but it is the Hebrew tradition that no, it was not the demons. Exactly, you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Typical. Yeah, I'm not. How am I supposed to know if all I read is this one thing? You need to, you need to walk me into it, man. Or you're not talking to me. Maybe you're not talking to me. Hey, is my woman here? Yes, hello. Hi, woman. How you doing? I hope you had a good, hope you're having a good night. Okay. The Jewish red heifer is ready to welcome their master, their false god. Okay, Dama, whatever you say, that's literally in the Torah, but okay. Checkmate, says I'm here. Really? How exactly is this checkmate? Jesus said your people were synagogue of Satan. Uh-oh, Robert Harrison. Jen thinks that the Jews are synagogue of Satan. What are you going to do about that? Zions worship demons, says Tushan. No, we really, really don't, but you go ahead and think whatever makes you feel good about yourself. Jesus said he was for Israel first, says Key. Stephanie says, good evening, good to see you. Great to see you, and great to see you too, Steph. You might know if I call you Steph, do you? I'm a Mormon, we stand with the Jews, says Art. Really? I mean, the Mormon community as such? Mormons are the Church of Latter-day Saints? Is that the same one, or am I confusing my churches? Are you Zionist? Yes, Molemo. I'm a biblical Zionist and a modern-day Zionist, but I do not excuse what anybody does in the name of Zionism. So, Jesus is a dead false prophet and nothing more, says Seamain. Yeah, I mean, he's a dead man. A righteous dead man, perhaps, but a dead man nonetheless. Robert says that's wrong, that verse where people saying Jews and are not. Yeah, that's what Robert says. There's a big debate among Christians. I'm not a Christian, but there's a very big debate among Christians on who this synagogue of Satan is. I mean, look, the way I see it is this, and this is also true to the Torah and everything. I keep my eye on the prize, and I'm thinking, why busy yourself with who the synagogue of Satan is, instead of doing your best to be the synagogue of not Satan? It's like, focus on the good, try to do good. What good will it do, possibly? What possible good could it do to focus intently on who the synagogue of Satan are? Really? Isn't it better to simply try and make an attempt, right, and focus on the righteous and on the good, on the benevolent, on the kind and graceful elements? Why is it that people feel the need to, oh, it's them? Okay. I mean, to each his own, right? I just don't quite understand it all the way. Why do many say that Jews are a destructive people? Dharma asks, because some people hate Jews. It's simply part of the world. There are Jews in the world, there are Buddhists. No, that's Monty Python. But yeah, there are Jews in the world, and there are Jew haters in the world. Are you a comedian? No, I am not, Hank, although I'm not ruling it out, and I did have my time on stage where I told a gag or two. So do they worship Antichrist? No, Antichrist means somebody who is against the anointed one. We currently have no anointed one, nor do we worship anybody who would come against the anointed one. So no, the Hebrews worship the one Hebrew God. That is it. That's the whole thing. Are there individual people who might worship false deities? Yes, but the Hebrew people at large, the tribes of Israel, do not worship false deities and have not done so in about 2,000 years. Jews have always had it hard. I mean, humanity has it hard. Everybody has it hard in different ways, Chess Smith. But, I mean, minorities have been persecuted and so many wars and so many conflicts and so many pogroms and so many things, Jews as well as others. You look like Jesus Christ, says Resha. Really? You know the dude? What did he look like? Do I believe in comb? I don't know, XL Deplin, do you believe in a comb? I believe in combs, I simply don't use them because I'm a Nazarite. Born Joker says, I've never hated Jews, but I find it hard to understand what's going on nowadays. I think you and everybody else. I mean, some people might say, oh, I know exactly what's going on. Okay, good for you. A Nazarite Hamas is a man or woman of the Hebrews who have taken on the vow of the Nazarite. Nothing is truly separate from God, says Chase Smith. Yes, indeed. In Aramaic. There is no place that's devoid of him. Do you like to invite the wrath of God? No, I do my best not to invite the wrath of God, and I do my best to extricate myself from those revelations of judgment, constraints, and narrowness. So I do not like inviting the wrath of God, though I don't doubt that at times I have because of my sinful ways, because of the ways in which I'm fallen, because of my dealings and doings that did not align with Torah and commandments whenever they do happen. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Overrepresentation in positions of influence and power, says Brain Hearts. Yes, some people do think that. The thing is that they are also represented in the subversive and revolutionary elements that seek to overthrow that influence and power. So wherever you turn, there will be a reason to hate a Jew. Wherever you turn, whatever the circumstances, whatever, by your own definition, right, of what would constitute something worthy of being hated, there's some Jew that will fit the bill, or a group of Jews. Can you speak Arabic? La, ana mish Arabi. I am not an Arab. And I have actually, years ago, I started learning Rabbi Amir, spoken Arabic here, but, ana kunt talib min zaman. Bas ana, what's the word? Hala ana mish talib. I am not a student any longer. Hebrew is a noun. Yes, it's a noun. It's also a people. It's a mindset. Yes, it's also. Haters gonna hate. That is correct. Mormons feel the BS of liars and haters too. Hey, you know what that sage Taylor Swift says? I'm just gonna shake it off. Shake it off. That's what I'm gonna do. Habibi, my darling. Yes, that's correct. No one is superior. I agree, MK. It's easy, MK. Yes, that's true. Do you think Jews are superior to non-Jews? No, I don't. I think we are all together earthlings made in the image of God, human beings, right? How much would it take for you to chat naked? I never considered it, and I don't think I will. But thank you for that visual. I'm talking for all the people who are right now going... Do y'all still beef with Samaria? Witchy, the Samaritan Jews, as far as I know, are still Samaritan Jews, and I don't think we have a beef with Samaria. I think that eventually it will be a unified kingdom once again if a king is crowned. We'll have to wait and see. Hey, E-Dog is here. 949 says, go wipe. No, E-Dog, I only wipe on the first of the month. So, no. As I've said before, I only wipe once a month, and it's how I develop my signature scent. Hello, Hebrew, says P-Boy. Hey, P-Boy. I have read that ultra-Orthodox Jews get subsidized by the Israeli government. What do you think about that? I think it's wrong. I think a very small group should be set aside and given a stipend and being subsidized, and the rest should go work and serve in the army as well. Why don't other sectors of the Jewish church get the same treatment? Well, there's no such thing as a Jewish church because in the beginning, when Ben-Gurion was the first prime minister, even though he was highly secular, he understood the need for Torah study. He understood the significance and importance of the Torah in the Hebrew people. So he said there are a group of people studying Torah. We will make them exempt from military service and perhaps even give them a stipend for them to learn. And then from a few hundred or a few thousand people, nowadays, it's tens of thousands of them every year that don't go to the army, get many benefits and all kinds of different parts of the budget that go specifically to them because they are good politicians, right? Their leaders are good politicians, let's put it that way. Other sectors of the Jewish people would get the same treatment. However, again, the politics thing, first of all, and second of all, they don't want it. They don't want it. They want to work for a living. They do want to join the army. They do want to live a life of significance that has to do with Torah and with mainstream society, still with keeping mainstream halacha. But some ultra-Orthodox Jews consider themselves to be the tribe of Levi, which is preposterous because this is now a war, and even the tribe of Levi during times of war like we have now would go out into battle. So that is completely asinine. But like I said, Torah is an amazing thing. We should definitely designate a group of people in every town or village or city or just across the state of Israel. Designate, 1,000 people, I don't know how many, in proportion to the population, that will be given a stipend and will sit down. Tens of thousands of them every year? No. No, 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 no. I think that's an abhorrent thing that is not right in the eyes of the Torah and not right in the eyes of people who do actually pay the taxes that afford them this sort of lifestyle. And it's not an extravagant lifestyle, mind you. Many of the ultra-Orthodox people are below poverty line insofar as it's decreed and written out by the law of the land, right? The State of Israel, the Statistics Bureau, whoever does that, whoever says, oh, this is what it is this year, depending on the different factors financially and whatnot, I don't know the calculation, but many ultra-Orthodox people are below the poverty line or just right above it, not living amazing lives, but they are content with the life of Torah that they live. Again, they are basically putting into practice what it says in the Mishnah, right? That you live a simple life and study Torah. I'm paraphrasing. And on the other hand, there are those who say it's a question. What, that is that what you do? No, 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 no. You live a good life and you study Torah. But I digress. So I don't feel good about it at all. Did I serve in the IDF? Yes, Kiki Connolly, I did. Up until 5 years ago. What does friars mean in Yiddish? So a friar is basically somebody who's gullible, but not just gullible, because that would be petty or... So friar is somebody who... What would be the greatest way to, off the cuff, explain it? Not somebody gullible. What would it be? What would it be? Let's see. You know what? I'll look up the proper... Hang on a second. What would it be? Proper slang for sucker, pushover, someone who is naive, easily tricked. So yeah, gullible, naive and easily tricked. But it goes beyond that too. Pushover, says Credential. Yeah, that's right. But not only. Anne Frank is my favorite Jewish person. Do you like her? She was so courageous. So I never read the book, Diary of a Young Girl, Witchy. And even though I lived just outside of Amsterdam, I did not go to the Anne Frank Museum. So do I like her? I've read passages from her diary and she seemed very courageous, yes. But I don't know the whole story. They are conscripted, they must serve. Ian, people go against it. There are, of course, also pacifists who do not want to serve. And that's their prerogative, you know. Rick says, are you under the law or grace? I think I'm a little of column A, a little of column B there. What do you mean? Have you ever read the New Testament? Yes, Starling Knight. I read it once, and I enjoyed the gospel very much, but not the rest. It just didn't speak to me. So Palestinian are friars. No, they are not. I like you, says Hank. I think you would make a pretty good comedian. I'll see you next time, buddy. Hey, Hank, good to see you, man. I'll see you next time, indeed. Would you be a medic? I mean, I was. The Sadducees did not believe in resurrection. That is sad, you see. Yes, Darren, that is correct. There was, different sects around at the time, and the Sadducees, the Tzdukim, did not believe in resurrection. That's true. Arcade says, I found out I'm 1/16th Jewish Sephardic. I believe it's said. Any suggestions if I want to learn more? Can I visit a temple? I mean, you can visit a temple depending on the temple. Of course you can. If you want to learn more, talk to your local Jewish community. How would the king of Israel come to be? Well, he would be revealed to the people and they would have to crown him. That is how, Riley, Kendrick. That's how. There are many contenders for the throne walking around Israel and the diaspora even right now. The only question is, do we merit the king's revelation? Do we merit the return of the king? That's what it is. What's your name? I'm Jonathan or Jonathan. How about you? Totally not Dan. I mean, I know it's not Dan, totally not Dan, but what is the name? I'm hitting him with some good jokes. He doesn't even crack a smile, says Jen. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing him. I mean, I'm scrolling down. Hey, love from Israel as a fellow gay man. Thank you, Mega Flying Shoe. Love to you. Combs are blasphemous? Ha 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 ha. Wow, censored. Never heard that one before. No, combs are not blasphemous. They're simply not allowed for the Nazarite. Combs and brushes are outside of the allowed. Right, they are prohibited. How are you a Nazarite without a temple? Because I'm a Samson Nazarite D95. No need for offerings, and it's unbreakable and unending, hence no need for temple. Also, you can be a Nazarite for a set period of time without a temple. It's just that when your days are fulfilled, the Nazarite vow keeps going until the temple is built. That's it. Are Jews still waiting for a Messiah? Many of them are. I think that if he is crowned, great, but I'm not holding my breath. So yes, super sower -1. So yes, many Jews are still waiting for an anointed one. So the people choose the king. Choose in the sense that they must anoint him or accept his sovereignty. Right? Ein melech belo am. There is no king without a people. What about Chabad Jews? Opinion? I'm a fan of Chabad, not the entirety of Chabad, but definitely I'm a fan. Chabad rabbis from Admor HaZaken, Baal HaTanya, until Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of the recent age. All of them had really amazing things to say. They were one of the most old school Hasidic sects in the world, and they've done a lot of good for me personally, whether in the army or whether just out and about. And I know that there are Chabad houses everywhere across the world. So my opinion is that they overall do very good things and love their fellow neighbor, give a lot of charity. They're very strict, and they have many prohibitions and different customs and traditions that make it really inclusive in the sense of, halachically speaking, not very liberal. But yeah, my opinion of them is overall 2 thumbs up. Now, the ones who think that the Messiah that they claim was the Messiah, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, right, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, that he's still alive, or that he's God, or that he's that, that's not a, hey, Dragon Fist, me again. Yes, that's true. So on that, I kind of disagree with those Chabad people, but overall, yeah, I'm very much a fan of Chabad. That's right, me again, Dragon Fist. How do you feel about that? It was fun having you the other day. If you follow them, pervy rabbi, says J5. Which pervy rabbi? If I follow whom? Hurting my mind's eye, says PW. Hey, PW, good to see you again as well. How is Minister Farrakhan viewed? Arcade Rudy says. I have no idea. Are you talking about Louis Farrakhan? I mean, he was around when, in the 70s, 80s? I don't recall. But who am I? I mean, or maybe it's a minister, because I don't follow politics. Is there a minister in the Knesset, right, in the government called Farrakhan? I don't know. I would like to debate you. Yes, Dragon Fist, I know, but I'm not a debater. That's right, I won't. I definitely won't. Keep your hair groomed, bro. Okay, what would it mean to keep your hair groomed, bro? As SAF 6QET7. What do you want me to do? I'm a Nazarite. I'm not allowed to use a comb or a brush. You're allowed to groom with your fingers, according to halacha, but I don't do that either, only occasionally. Sam Ajami says, what do you think about the idea that the Temple of Solomon was actually located in the city of David? I think that's exactly right. One major piece of evidence is that this is the lack of a mikveh on the Temple Mount. Well, first of all, there is a lot buried beneath the current Temple Mount. And since the Jordanian Waqf is in charge there, they will not let the authorities dig. I'm pretty sure that's the deal. Also, halachically speaking, it might be problematic because you might be stepping on the place of the holiest of holies or the holy, and that is allowed only for priests that are ritually clean. And so you have a halachic thing, you have a geopolitical thing that is currently preventing the excavations from going on in earnest under the Temple Mount, because there are levels, right? There are levels of construction and destruction under the Temple Mount. So a lack of a mikveh may be so far, but there definitely was a mikveh. We can see this in the Mishnah. There was indeed a mikveh. You can see this in the Mishnah in Masechet Yomah, where it details the rituals of the holiday of atonement, Yom Kippur, and Yarad v'taval alav v'nistapag. There was indeed a mikveh there. So Rasputin, says Mark Poem or Tom. No, not Rasputin, though I have been compared to him on several occasions by several people. Do you keep a kosher kitchen? That's a lot of work. No, I'm vegan, and we keep a vegan vegetarian household, so it's not a lot of work at all. I'm a gay atheist, says PW. Good for you. Keep on being gay, keep on being an atheist. Censored says, skipped my comment about fake Jews, satanic, interesting. Censored, get your head out of your ass. There are over 70 people here. You think I am actually skipping you? No. I address a comment and I scroll down and I address another comment. So I'm not intentionally skipping or ignoring. There are no mods here. There's no bans, no timeouts. The lovers and the haters and the spammers and the trolls and the Nazis and the encouragers, the supporters, all of you are welcome here. It's a free-range chat. But don't think I'm ignoring you. Don't think that I'm intentionally skipping. Don't think that I'm a coward who doesn't want to answer difficult questions. Get your head out of your ass and understand that there are many people here. The chat sometimes moves fairly rapidly, so I don't get to answer every single thing or address every single comment. As for Jews being fake Jews and satanic, yes, feel free to think that if you want. I gotta poop real bad, says Vapor Wave. All right, hey, take care of yourself. Don't put too much pressure on your anus, because then, bad things could happen. Take your time, breathe, let it come naturally. Cool. Censored said, I am a retired U.S. Air Force computer specialist with top secret clearance. Head not in my ass, but thanks. It definitely is if you think that I'm intentionally ignoring you in a chat that has over 70 or 80 people now. Definitely yes. You may be a very intelligent and skilled individual. Nobody's disputing that. I'm not gatekeeping your intelligence. But if you think that I'm intentionally ignoring you, you do have your head way up your ass. So kindly remove it. Unless you want to keep it there, it's all good. Hey, Jen gave as well, and I'll remind you, good people, that all of the money, once it ends up in my bank account after YouTube takes its cut, all the money this channel makes goes to charities here in Jerusalem that serve East and West Jerusalem alike. They don't care about your skin color, eye color, penis size, or ethnicity or religion. The pineal gland, what about it, PW? What's your opinion on the red heifers? That it needs to be done, the big dog. I think that it needs to be done. I think that the red heifer that is currently being grown by the Temple Institute and taken care of by the Temple Institute, that it needs to be, that the consensus halakhically needs to be made, the difference of opinion and the controversy needs to be worked out, and ritually cleansing the people from defilement of death can be a major, major shift. Major shift, truly. Do you think Jesus could actually heal people? Yes, I do. I mean, apparently, evidently, as people say, he was a great sage and a great rabbi at the time of the Second Temple, meaning that he was also a very great Kabbalist and could likely help to heal. Although he is not the one doing the healing. He is an instrument, like a physician, right? He is not doing the healing. He is an instrument. He is channeling divine revelation of healing through him into the individual by means of whatever it is. How do you cleanse from the death? By killing something. Because the idea is that the red heifer comes as a type of atonement for the golden calf. And the idea of the red heifer being red and symbolizing judgment is the ritualistic slaughter of death itself, right? Death is supposed to be taken out of creation eventually when we partake of the fruit of the tree of life. Death came into the picture in the account of Genesis and the story of creation after we partook of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. And when we go back to that place before that, let's say, and partake of the fruit of the tree of life, we will be then taking death and wickedness and evil out of the equation completely on the way to creation phase 2. The butchering of the red heifer symbolizes the slaughter of the angel of death itself, so to speak, because the red symbolizes the judgment, the left hand, right? The hand that pushes away, or the hand that keeps very close, as opposed to the right hand that's open and always giving, right? It represents wrath, vengeance, judgment, constraints. It represents din, right? Gvura. So that is how you are cleansed from defilement of death, by ritually slaughtering an animal that represents judgment and death. Conceptually, spiritually, esoterically speaking, that is how. That's part of the idea behind it. Although the red heifer is the only thing that even the greatest sages in all of Israel have never, including Solomon the Wise very famously, never fully understood it like into completion. The intricacies and the meanings and the esoteric, lore of that commandment of the red heifer. You put words in my mouth because you skipped my comments. Truth is a microaggression. Okay, if you say so, censored, it's all good. Do you think there are any modern rabbis who can heal like Jesus? Yes, definitely there are. Maybe not precisely like him. Things have changed. But yes, definitely. I do think so. No name says, what really makes you think atonement can be made these times are worse than the days of Saul? What makes me think atonement can be made? These times are worse than the days of Saul because each generation acts in and of itself as its own independent unit. Sure, it has things to do with the past and has things to do with the future, but be here now. Be here now. That is how we can atone. We have no temple? Great. We have prayer, charity, fasting, meditation. Oh, we have no altar, but do we still have a red heifer? Great. We can still ritually cleanse the people. Even if you are stuck with, let's say, the remnants and the crumbs of what can be done, it is still something that can be done. And simply having that tiny little opening, right? No altar, but we do have synagogues, right? No ritual worship, but we do have prayer, fasting, meditation, religious dance. You know what I'm saying? There is always a way. There's right where there is a will, there is a way. Or what was it? He who has a why can bear anyhow. It's that sort of thing, where the place where we are shooting for will make manifest the ways to get there. Something like that. Why don't Jews dismantle racism? Allison Green says. I don't know what that means. There are Jews who are racists. There are Jews who are not racists. In any civilization or society, you'll have people who think that they are superior and that others are inferior. That's it. That's the way that it goes. A certain amount of the population, nature, nurture, however you want to look at it, a certain amount of the population will have those thoughts. The question is, do they carry them out? And that's a different story. But to be racist, to have this in-group, out-group, tribal sort of thinking, that's around the world. That's not just Jews. Why do you look so messy? Because I'm a messy, messy dude, Allison. It's okay, Drex, have a cow, says Born Joker. Luke says, a rabbi said there is a hell full of semen. Is that true? No, not a hell full of semen, but it is said that there are people who are being judged in the kind of Hebrew purgatory, because there is no hell in the Hebrew faith. What we have is the Gehinnom, which is kind of like a purgatory sort of place, a place of cleansing, of purification. And there is a hall, let's say, with vats of excrement and vats of boiling semen, right? Boiling excrement and boiling semen, right? Where both of them are secreted from the body. One of them can bring life, the other one represents death, depending on how and why you are judged and for how long, or I don't know these divine calculations, but it is said that one of those halls of purification has the individual, because we're not talking about real people here, we're talking about ways in which we can convey a spiritual idea. This does not mean there's actual feces in a boiling vat in hell, or semen for that matter. But yes, there is that idea of what's called a zera rotech, boiling semen. Also a Jew from Asia, shalom brother, shalom more, busa, busan. How you doing, man? Busa means kiss in Arabic. This guy runs the world low-key. Low-key? Low-K? I don't know, 86. I don't know about that, but okay. I've never quite understood that a whole red heifer deal, Darren says. Well, do you understand it a bit better? Judaism is very interesting, says People Boy. The structure is so much more complex than the structure of Christian church. Yeah, I have no idea. Is it? I really don't know. Solid beard, sir. Thank you, Shamrock. I appreciate that. It's just my natural growth. I've never shaved it. It's the lake of fire, basically. Yes, you could say that. Only find whether the difference is that people say the lake of fire is eternal, but there is no eternal damnation nor eternal bliss in the Hebrew faith. We have waiting rooms, right? Gehinnom, Eden, these are waiting rooms on the way to creation phase 2. Again, on the way back to Eden, on the way back to the path to the fruit of the tree of life. So while you could make the comparison that it's basically a lake of fire, the difference is that it's temporary and not eternal. Walk the Dolorosa with a crucifix. Yeah, I don't see that happening, but thank you for the suggestion. I have been there. Are you allowed to play GTA 6? Is there GTA 6 already? Really? I thought it's going to come out in about 100 years, but okay. Am I allowed? According to whom? I think I would. I don't, but I think I would. I played GTA 20 years ago. Hello from Germany. Hi, Hakel Natchen or Natchen. Hi, hello. Autistic Helicopter says shalom, shalom to you, Autistic Helicopter. Are you indeed on the spectrum? How far along are you on the spectrum? What is your opinion on Kabbalah? It is a system of magic? No, Jim. My opinion on Kabbalah is that it's a beautiful, wonderful thing Kosher Kabbalah from a kosher master, that's what I say. If you're interested in it, kosher Kabbalah from a kosher master, that is the way to go. Is it a system of magic? No, it is a system of revelation. It's the 10 Sfirot, it's the study of the 10 Sfirot, the study of oneself, the study of the 10 divine revelations, emanations through which God is revealed in the world. That's all that is. And if you're a Hebrew man or woman, and in the way that it pertains to the Torah and its commandments, then you could say, sure, there's some element there that does not exist in the more universal concept, but that's still not magic. There are practical Kabbalists, right? Mekubalim ma'asiyim, Kabbalah ma'asit, of Olam ha'asiyah, of this world. I don't deal with that. I have nothing to say about that. I know a couple of practical Kabbalists. To call it magic, I don't think it's magic. No. I think it's simply, well, maybe some people would call it magic. I just disagree. More like purgatory. Yes, exactly. Temporary. Precisely. Shalom means peace. Yes, it means peace and hello and goodbye. Shalom also has to do with the word whole or complete, meaning from shalem, my music community. Indeed, do you have a music community? What music do you play or produce or like? Do share. Thoughts on Hitler? My thoughts on Hitler. That he was a great speaker to his people. He, after World War I and the defeat that Germany suffered, he really was able to pick them up off the ground and say, hey, get your shit together. You're the German people. Let's get after it. In that sense, he was one hell of a motivational speaker. However, right, and I believe he was a great leader to his people in the sense that he ushered in that Third Reich. It didn't last 1,000 years, but he did what he said, right? He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. And, I mean, slaughtering of Jews aside, and Aryan supremacy aside, he really was able to pick Germany up off the ground, remind them who they are, the great Deutsche people, right? He was, in that sense, he was really good. In many other ways, he was not good at all, and he was quite a villain and a wicked, wicked man. So those are my thoughts on Hitler, Cash Danger. Yes. Is Ben Shapiro cool? I don't know the guy. I've heard certain things he's said about Judaism that I really liked, him as an Orthodox Jew, and I grew up Orthodox in Jerusalem. Obviously, we'll have a lot in common there. As for politics, I stay away from politics, so I have no idea if he's cool or not in that sense. He is cool in the sense that the dude has a massive vocabulary, and he went to Harvard Law, right? And so the dude knows how to speak. Truly, he does. What's your opinion on Mel Gibson? He's a fine actor, but I think that he's kind of a racist, and I'm not a fan of racists. Okay. You look like you should sell me some LSD, says Thomas Johansson. Well, I don't have any to sell. I haven't done acid in a while, though, I mean, hit me up. Let's work something out. Maybe you want to sell me some. Yeah. Yeah, he was completely insane, except he knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah, fine weather. Yeah, pretty much. Jay says, if Europeans kicked the Jews out, where did your genocide happen in Europe? And you're doing it to Palestinians. First of all, there is no genocide that's going on against the Palestinians. Second of all, the word genocide had a resurgence after World War II, as did the word Holocaust. Even though they existed before that in the English lexicon, in the language, they were brought back into conversational English because of what the Jews had undergone during World War II and that final solution. So Europeans kicked Jews out, and they persecuted them, and they genocided them. It's a 3-for-1. N8 says, why does it seem like the current Jewish points of view goes against God's original teachings? I don't know why. In some things, I could see why you may make that argument, but I think in most things, the modern-day Jewish point of view does not go against God's original teachings in the Torah. Have I read Dune? No, I have not, Tristan. I would love to. I have not yet. I'm still in the middle of reading Brothers Karamazov. I am really, really enjoying it. It's so much fun. Those lengthy monologues, sometimes it's a bit much, but there's just it really is great. I'm really loving the characters. The Elder. I love the Elder. I don't know what will happen. I'm assuming he's going to die. I'm also assuming somebody's going to murder the father. No spoilers. What denomination, sect of Judaism do you identify with most, Hebrew? People boy, I grew up modern Orthodox in Jerusalem. I don't identify as any denomination or sect. I'm just a simple Hebrew man trying to do my Hebrew thing. But modern Orthodoxy has always been my home and my root. That's the one I'm most comfortable with, I suppose. A super chat came in. The denial of food entering Gaza is genocide. No, it is not paid membership. That's definitely not. But that happened for what, 2.5 months? A couple of years ago? There was that denial of food entering for a couple of months. That is hardly genocide. Definitely not. Hey, Akuma Mika Selassie is here once again. Good to see you again. Are you Zionist? What's the difference? Joel. Hi, Joel. Yes, I am Zionist, though I don't excuse what anybody does or everybody does in the name of Zionism. People do different things that I disagree with. Laila Tov, says Asaf. Laila Tov. Have a good night, Asaf. So, the difference? There is no difference. There are simply those who think that modern day Zionism goes against the Torah, and nobody would disagree that biblical Zionism does not go against the Torah. No genocide in Palestine. That's correct, Bright. Seriously, that's straightforward lie. Deny obvious facts. No, not really. Not really. Whether it's the numbers, whether it's the actions, and whether it's the intent, those are the three major pillars upon which you can decree and claim genocide, and none of those are being upheld by Israel. The only genocide that would actually occur is if Hamas had its way. That's how. That would be the genocide going on. What's the connection with Gaza now? We have to shove it into every hole, says Asaf. Yes, people need to shove it into every hole because they consider it to be a grave injustice. And what are they supposed to do? They actually think there's a genocide going on. They see the images and the photos and the footage, and I don't know what. Some of it is completely fake, but that's beside the point. They think that there's an actual genocide going on, and they cannot just idly stand by because they think that there are people dying there and that it's just Israel, the war machine, attacking relentlessly. They don't quite understand that we are fighting a defensive war, Asaf. You and I know this. I'm assuming you live here, right? Talking in Hebrew. But most people who come here and say, blah, 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 have no idea what they're talking about. They want to root for the underdog. They want to virtue signal. They want to actually help, right? They have a good heart. I'm not going against them. I'm just saying most people don't know actually what's going on. There is no genocide. But those people who do think that there is a genocide, that is why they shove it into each and every hole, because they see themselves as championing those who cannot. They see Israel as Goliath and the poor Palestinians as David, and they want there to be freedom. They want, right? So that's why. That's why they shove it into every hole. Meep says, a study on hunger has been published. Gaza's children are in a much better situation than European countries by UNICEF. Yes, the genocide thing and the famine thing, of course, it's still disputed. But there are more and more numbers going, and every single day, more evidence corroborating the Israeli point of view. Not that the Israeli government is an innocent little white lamb, or a red heifer, for that matter, that is without blemish. No, not even a little. But no famine, no genocide. That was all propaganda. Are there people dying? Yes. Are there people hungry? Yes. Can you lay that at the feet of Israel? No. You lay it at the feet of the terrorist organization that they democratically elected to lead them and bring about their own demise. You agree with baby marriage, says J5? No, I agree with, let's say, baby betrothal. But in order for an actual marriage to take place, you need consent, and you need the bride and the groom to see each other and say, yes, I will definitely, I sanctify you, you sanctify me, let's go, you and me against the world. And babies cannot do that, though they are amusing. But they cannot do that. You need to find a real job, boy. Yes, indeed, Jorge Fernandez. I actually was let go a week ago. A week ago I was let go. My company was, not my company, but the company I worked for over a decade was bought out by a larger group, and they let 50% of the office go, and I'm among them. So I am indeed looking for work now. Thank you for the good wishes. And I know for a fact I will find a good job, continue my career. Yes, I will. We will dance again and there will be no war. Amen, freaky. Amen. No more war, no more bloodshed, No more terrorism. Eventually, also no more death. ומחה אדוני דמעה מעל כל פנים, ובילע המוות לנצח. Ay, ay, ay. People Boy says, Hebrew, what do you like to do in your free time as a hobby? This is what I like to do. Do you do any sports or some other activities? I go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week. I play and roughhouse with my kids a lot, constantly. So that's what I do. Hope you find your new place. Yes, I will, Moldo. Thank you for the good wishes. If either one of you need a man of words, a wordsmith, think of me. That's what I do. A man of words. He says democratically elected, stop lying, evildoer. Yes, they literally elected Hamas democratically in 2006. Know the history if you're going to come and say that I'm an evildoer and a liar. Hamas was democratically elected, and then they eliminated the Fatah. Literally butchered them in the streets, shot them in the streets. So, yeah, that's exactly what happened. And then after the one democratic election, Hamas obviously is a dictatorship, and there hasn't been no election in Gaza for 20 years. Wonder why? Could it be that they are a disgusting death cult? Could it be that they are a warmongering terrorist regime? Could it be that they are simply using their population as cannon fodder and human shields while lining their pockets and bank accounts with hard-earned humanitarian aid and money? Nah, that couldn't be. They're a fine group of people. Okay. I know the history. 1948 Jews stole the land. Yeah, that's also false. That's also very much a lie, because you can't steal your own ancestral home. Certainly not when you bought portions of it before and paid for them in full. Certainly not when you won them justly in a war that you did not start. Certainly not when people ran away of their own accord and evicted the premises at the behest of the Arab Muslim leaders at the time, who said, leave your homes, Arab Muslims, Christians, Arabs, leave your homes, we'll slaughter the Jews, you'll be back before you know it. But wouldn't you know it, they lost the war, and they continue to lose the war repeatedly by the grace of the Most High God and by the blood and sweat and toil of the Israeli people. Stop the cap. Okay, Jigaloo. Tell me, where is my cap? Maybe I'll stop it. Prove me wrong. Fact check me. Challenge me. Push back against me. What have I said that is a lie? What have I said that is wrong? What was that? He's full of crap? Yeah, I think so too. You're full of crap. Hey, Alon had a good Shabbos. Excellent. I'm really glad you had a good Shabbos. 1948, Israel was born. Yes, the state of Israel was established and gained its independence after the mandate of the British Empire was over. Then we declared independence. That much is true. Hey, Kurs Volga is here. Good to see you. Good to be seen. It's nice to see you, man. You got terrorists big mad in here. Yes, realization. Yes, I have. By simply doing my own thing. I'm not here to debate anyone. I'm not here as a Hasbara agent. I'm not here as a propagandist for the Israeli government. I'm here to talk about, faith, spirituality, religion, self-development, and such things, or whatever. But people simply want to spew all over the chat, so I'm going to spew as well. Do you hate brushes? No, I'm simply not allowed to use one because I am a Nazarite, the unholy posel. What's a posel? I don't know what a posel is. Bright says, how can defend yourself in foreign land? It's like going and take half of Europe, and when there is a resistance, I call them terrorist and claim that I am fighting defensive war. What a joke. No, it literally is a defensive war because Israel has done many, many concessions, agreements, deals that were unequivocally rejected by the Palestinian leadership because they don't want a state. They simply want the state of Israel not to exist. They don't care about their own people. They piss all over their own people. As for foreign land, it's not. It's the historical, ancestral home of the Jews, of the Hebrews, and has been so for about 3,500 years in an unbroken presence of Jews in these lands. So once again, sorry, full of crap you are. It definitely is a defensive war by all accounts. Stop the Palestinians' lie, says Tugan Kohan. Indeed, it's not the Palestinians, it's their leadership. It's their leadership. Bathory says, what do you think of black Hebrew Israelites in Israel? Well, in Israel, I'm sure that they are much more civil-minded than the ones I've encountered online. So I can't tell you. I know that I love the vegan products they make, the Hakushim Ivrim Dimona, the black Israelites in Dimona. I love their stuff. So yeah. Stop and rest, says Dama. All right, let's take a swig of tea here. Incidentally, as long as I'm taking the quick aside, I thank you for your time, your kind and gentle attention. I don't take it for granted that you're here with me live from Jerusalem. It's wonderful to have this energy. It's wonderful. All of you are welcome here, the lovers and the haters, the spammers and the trolls and the Nazis and the well-wishers and the supporters. I dig it. I love it. The likes, the subs, the views, the DMs. If you want to hit me up in the DMs, Hebrew Nazarite across the board on X, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. I don't post much, but I'm there for the DMs, which I love to do when I have the time. And now I'll take a swig of tea. Okay. I mean, if I could lay back here and take a swig of tea, I give thanks and praises to the Most High God. Truly. Thank you, Dama, for telling me to stop and rest. Okay. Thank you for doing this 6 days a week. Hey, Scott, I love doing it. It's, I go live almost every day because I love it. I spent 7 months in Israel in 1982. What a beautiful country back down. Lovely people. Where were you, Numi? Numi's Maniac, Canada? Where were you in Israel? I'm curious. Why does the CIA, KGB kill journalists? Well, I'm assuming... Oh, and someone said, why does the IDF kill journalists? Well, first of all, many times these are terrorists with journalistic credentials, hardly making them actual journalists, more like fake journalists. Some, I'm sure, were also killed who were actual journalists, and that happens in war. Furthermore, the CIA, the KGB, I don't know. I don't know why. Did they do it in order to keep things on the down low and hush-hush? I don't know. I'm a Reformed Jew, says Bathory, but thinking of becoming more religious because I'm lacking direction and need faith to help me overcome drug addiction. Oh, I wish you luck. It's a tough road. Should I become conservative or Orthodox? Well, again, I don't know conservative Judaism too well. I know Orthodox Judaism very well, and I would be biased. I would have to tell you to go with what you think is best for you. You can always, I suppose, as they say, ma'alin b'kodesh ve'in moridin, right? You go up in holiness and not down. And holiness in the sense of set apart, right? Consecrated, separated. So you could start and do it step by step as you see fit. I mean, but definitely go talk to a conservative rabbi, an Orthodox rabbi. It's Walter White. Hey, Heisenberg. The DNA tests prove that it's the Palestinians are the original Israelites. Yeah, they might just be one of the lost 10 tribes. They might just be, because there were people here living who were non-Jews at the time, right? But as for the real Israelites, no, there's nothing to do with anything. That does not prove that they are the real Israelites. It proves that they might definitely have a connection to this region and maybe to the ancient Canaanite tribes, if people want to take it that way. But no, the Canaanites were from Ham, and that's a whole other thing. The real Israelites, according to DNA, it proves absolutely nothing because you are allowed to convert. So people who convert to the Hebrew faith and who cling to the Israeli tribes, the Israelite tribes, the Hebrew tribes, are 100% part of those tribes. Is that with 97 purity, Walter? Haha! How many lost tribes are there? 10, traditionally, right? The lost kingdom of Israel that was exiled by the king of Assyria. Average Jew live stream, says Soul of Cinder. Yeah, you think this is an average Jew live stream? How do you figure that? I mean, I don't mind if it is, but how do you figure? There were people on earth before Adam and Eve were banished from Eden? I think so. I think that Adam and Eve, whether you think of it as practical or allegorical, archetypal, whatever it is, they were the humans that received that breath of life. But I am also a believer of evolution and of linear progress, right, over the years, meaning that there were other human-like, right, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and others, those, right, that may have been more animal in nature and not with that breath of life. That's where I see the split. So you believe you are saved under the Old Testament? No, Ohio Roofing. Are you indeed a roofer? I don't believe I'm saved. I believe that Torah and commandments and good deeds are what atone and are what save, for all intents and purposes. Canaanites are from Ham. Yes, Alon, exactly. Can you wash your hair? Yes, I can, and I do. I never know about the brush thing. Yes, brushes and combs. Any drug or apparatus that you apply to the hair that is designed to rip hair out of the root or separate it from the scalp or have it shed is prohibited for the Nazarite man or woman. What do you do for work? I'm a writer, a EI3Z. I'm a writer. That's what I do. You're Jewish? Yes, Ziad, I am. Don't listen to the haters, says the memester. Thanks, man. I mean, I listen to them. I don't particularly let them get to me, but I don't mind the hate. This live stream is elite, not average. Thank you, Fluff. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Shavua Tov, Mr. Yonatan. How was your Shabbat? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. A little tense, but overall very good. Overall very good. Did you live in the USA? No, my parents taught me English. They lived in the USA. They were from New York, Jim Smithicus, and they taught me and my brothers English. Can you eat bread or just bagels? Bread, bagels, challah, pita. Thought there were 12 tribes, maybe not Levi. No, Levi was split between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, the majority of them being in the kingdom of Judah. But there are certain instances where Levi is not counted, like inheritance in the actual land, and there are times when Levi is counted among the 12 tribes. So it depends on how you view it. You're a criminal dirtbag. Yes, I am, Johnny Thunders. I am indeed a criminal dirtbag. That's me. Nazarong, says Surf TV. Hey! How about bacon? No, I've never eaten bacon. I've always eaten kosher. So I've never eaten unclean, unkosher animals. So you may admit that Cain may have non-Adam and Eve children as wife. Well, it depends. First of all, maybe. Second of all, it's said in the external teachings that sisters were born with those two, and that they married them and had that from them. Luke says, why did animals suffer before the fall? Animals suffered before the fall? Luke Reynolds, really? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. Come on, bro, take a rest. Your body needs sufficient energy. No, I'm not taking a rest. I'm broadcasting until the battery runs out. That's what I said I'm going to do today. I'm broadcasting until the battery runs out. Look, I mean, if I'm already falling asleep, in front of the camera, then I'll just have to call it quits. But my aim with this live stream right now, other than discussing whatever you good people want to discuss, is to keep going until I run out of battery. Let's see if I can make it happen. It's Walter White says, DNA testing proves that Palestinians are descendants of the Canaanites who later became Arabized. What is your point? So are the Jews. The Jews come from Judea. If you want to claim that Palestinians are the original Israelites, by all means, so is the Jewish people. So? They were Arabized and Islamized, and now they are, enemies, the leadership, that is, are enemies of the Hebrew people. So, what are you going to do? Or of the Israeli people. Oh, Daniel says, what do you think about German nationalists saying that Germany doesn't need to pay reparations to Poland because they gave us back Western Poland, but then they ask for Western Poland back? I don't know. This whole thing with reparations, I don't quite get. But as for to give Western Poland back, didn't they do that? And didn't they then have to displace many Germans at the time after World War II? So do they need reparations? I don't know. What are the calculations? What do you need to take into account when understanding whether or not reparations are necessary or desired even or welcomed? Bathory says, I want to make aliyah, but my girlfriend is a goy. Would she have to officially convert to gain citizenship? I think so, but I do not know. A grown-ass man talking about enemies, that speaks volumes about you. Jean Edu, that speaks volumes about you as well. You probably don't live life if you don't think that such a thing as enemies exists. And mind you, I said the Palestinian leadership, they are unequivocally 100% enemies of the state of Israel. This has been proven for the last 80 years, and even before that, before there was a Palestinian thing at all. So, yes, I am a grown-ass man. I do have a grown ass. And there is such a thing as enemies. Are you so incomprehensibly naive as to think that you, and if not you, others in life do not have enemies? I don't understand your comment. Unless you're mind-bogglingly naive, and I have some sympathy for that, right, towards you for that. Talk about the sixth commandment, thou shalt not murder, lo tirtzach, right? Yes, I think that's the sixth one. What about it? I've spoken about it many times before. It is not thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder. Big difference. You're allowed to kill in a war, you're allowed to kill in self-defense, you're allowed to kill, Sanhedrin is allowed to execute people, but murder is you, unprovoked, with intent, that's murder, and you will be put to death. And if you are found guilty by the Sanhedrin. So, yeah. J. Smith, Goy are living in Israel, DW, a lot of fake as F. Yes, many Goys do, but if she wants to make Aliyah and be considered a citizen and not a resident, then she might need to convert. If she is interested in converting, that's one thing. She could definitely come here. In relation to them later on maybe being married or whatnot, and what it means for the kids, then if she wants the kids to be Jewish, she'll need to convert. If she wants to use Israeli law in order to be a citizen, originally she will have to convert. There are other ways to do it, I'm sure. I don't know the procedure. You are a comedian, says Robert. Well, sometimes. Sometimes I am. All media, says Brandon, exists to invest our lives with artificial perceptions and arbitrary values. Arbitrary, maybe sometimes really arbitrary, maybe not. But I think media is there for the investors and the shareholders and the advertisers. That's what media is there for, really. It's a business. It's a business. I think that's why I take everything with a grain of salt, basically. ABZ says, can I ask you a logical question? Sure, ask away. Because some people hate me, I should lower myself to their level. Got it. No, Jean, don't be an idiot. Or is it Jean? It's Jean or Jean. No, that's not what I said. What I said was, there may be enemies, okay, and that's something you're going to have to deal with. Now, you can choose to deal with it however you want, but make no mistake, maybe not you. Maybe you're living a very sheltered life in a bubble. Maybe. Other people in life, individuals, and communities, nations, and countries have enemies. Yes, there is such a thing. As for lowering yourself to their level, that really does make you seem so ignorant and so naive. Lower yourself to their level. You think that the instinct of self-preservation, survival, and self-defense, you think that's lowering yourself? Yes, it is one of the most common things across everything that's alive, to want to stay alive. Yes. That is a thing. So really, either you're living really sheltered in a bubble, and I hope your bubble doesn't burst, because, maybe you're living a great life, and I don't know. So maybe your bubble will never burst. Maybe it will. But you're putting words in my mouth, so, Can I ask how you stay so calm all the time, Graham says. Yes, you can. I'm calm because these are mainly conversations I'm having with people, and they're saying their opinion, and I'm saying mine. And I have a lot of love and admiration for those who come here and engage and stick around. Some of them do it more civilly, some of them less so, but I love it. I love it. I love the fact that there are people here engaging in the chat and with me. So that's how I stay calm, because I understand that it's just people expressing their opinions, and I take everything, in context. You're full of shit, says John. Anyone with an iota of insight can see it. Okay, people in the chat, there are over 70 people here right now. Do you think there is such a thing as enemies in life? Yes or no? Give me a yes or no in the chat right now. Is there such a thing as enemies in life, be it individually or as a collective? Is there such a thing? I'd love to know. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. A lot of yeses here. Meaning yes, yes, yes. Sadly, yes. I agree. Yes. I haven't heard a no yet. I don't want to say enemies, but I have them, okay? From a spiritual perspective, no. No, no, I'm talking physically. When I mentioned enemies in the Palestinian leadership being an enemy of Israel and wanting to eradicate it, annihilate it, and slaughter everyone in Israel, then yes, that's how I meant it, physically. Would you say there's Levites today? Yes, I am one of them. Wait, I'm sorry, who said that? Ah, the chat jumped. I didn't see who said it. But yes, yes, there are. So more yes, more yes. Yes, Jean, says Fluff. So, Jean, definitely, definitely yes. We're all Hebrew Nazarite bot accounts, says So-So. Yes, indeed. You were born in Parashat Chukat. Look at that, Shai Milman. Lovely. Good evening. I really like how you answer. Thank you, AA. I have my moments. Walter White continues, doubling down on a stupid DNA argument. Let's read this. If you take a DNA test, you will discover that you are Eastern European origin and not from the Levant. Really? Maybe. Or maybe I have a tradition, a tribal affiliation with Levi going back thousands of years, which you cannot convert into. So, could be you're right. Even so, I'm 100% a convert by any measure. Orthodox would agree, the conservatives, the Reconstructionists, the Reforms, the Karaites would agree that I'm a convert, which makes me 100% part of the Hebrew people. So you have a big, big issue with DNA. Good for you. I don't. I don't. So, Cryptic says he is not a Jew, he is Hebrew. No, I am a Jew, indeed, of the kingdom of Judah. There is a difference. Hebrew is not just a language, you dork. It's true, but I'm both. Apparently the three main tribes are Levi, Judah, and Benjamin. The rest are other tribes. Yes, that's right. That makes up the kingdom of Judah. I am religiously Jewish, but only 25% ethnically Jewish. Through my father's mother, will I still be able to make Aliyah? I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you about making Aliyah as a Jew. There are different laws and regulations, and I would not know. I really don't know. Fad says, the personal enemies I have spent a lot of time to make sure they are my enemies. If they didn't, I would ignore them and have none. Good for you. You should aspire to have no enemies, of course. But the fact is that in this life, usually you will piss a few people off for whatever reason, because they're psychos or because you actually did something. I'm just a Hebe, yes indeed. Bro, you're from Poland, says MB. Really? I did not know that. Thank you for enlightening me. Yo, Rabbi, I'm not a rabbi, orbital cube. What's the weather tomorrow? It's going to be sunny and awesome. That's what I say. But no, I'm not a rabbi. Hey, James Bong is here. Is it possible to become Jewish and remain Catholic at the same time, AA says? I mean, if you convert, but then keep practicing Catholicism, you would be, I suppose, some sort of a idolatrous Jew. If Catholics are considered idolaters, and I don't know if they are or aren't, presumably they would be, right? So you would be an idolatrous Jew, but a Jew nonetheless, because this covenant is for life. Once you convert, you are a Jew for life. So you would be a sinful Jew, an idolatrous Jew, but a Jew nonetheless. That's what I think halachically you would be. Can I be a rabbi if I'm a Muslim, says Luke. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not, no. Dirty begging Jew, says Simac. Really? I've begged? Okay, I'll beg you. Simac17, please, please, please. Chat, what should I beg him for? Whatever it is. Dirty, okay. Please make me clean. Please, I'm begging you. This dirty begging Jew is begging you. There. Shai Milman says, It's not I'm a Jew and there is all ethnicity. Here you dum-dum. What? I'm not sure what you mean or who you're talking to, but okay. The comment section ranges from insightful to hateful to funny to such low IQ, I wonder how they typed it. Yes, yes, all sorts, all shapes and sizes, all walks of life, all faiths, cultures, religions. Beg him for more. Oh, whoops. Beg him for more what? Ah. Damn it, the chat jumped again. Are all religions real and logical? Carol Liam asks. Real in the sense that they are in reality. If it is a religion, yes, it's part of reality. As for logical, no, I don't think it has to do with logic. Are there logical elements to certain religions? Yes. Is it a prerequisite of religions? Maybe of some, not of all. So no, not all religions are logical. All religions are real in the sense that they might exist in reality that you and I share. This man is what a first-century Jew would look like for all you dumb people in the chat. Thanks, Gabriel. I think so too. It's just a natural hair and natural beard. That's all that this is. But people have a huge, huge problem with the way that I look. It's unbelievable. Is there one God, Sir? A cappella Davida says, according to the Hebrew faith, yes, and I'm a Hebrew man who worships the one Hebrew God. Other people have polytheistic views and a multiplicity of gods. That's cool, but if you're a Hebrew, it's one God. Born Joker says, don't you think what's happening will create more enemies? Yes, but there will always be enemies of the Jews. There will always be Jew hatred. Are we supposed to simply bend over and and be assaulted by Hamas and the other bloodthirsty terrorist regimes? Are we supposed to simply lay back and go as lambs to slaughter? What is it that you want Israel to do? Only one God, many gods, with a lowercase g, says so. You Israeli? Yes, I am, Yazid. What about you? Who is swimming in feces? Lindsey Graham? I don't know who Lindsey Graham is. Are Nazarites allowed to shave the beard? Yes, they are. The only hair that the Nazarites are commanded to grow is the hair of the scalp, the hair on top of the head, the crown, right? The beard represents a different divine revelation. The hair of the Nazarite represents the crown. That's why it's called Nazir. Nezer also means crown. I love my Jewish friends. Fuck Hamas, says director. Indeed. May they be eradicated. May they lay down their arms and surrender and accept their inevitable defeat. And they can save their own people by actually giving a shit. I am a Palestinian from the West Bank. Okay. Walter White still doubling down, tripling, quadrupling down on the DNA test. Dude, listen, Walter White, I don't give a crap what your DNA is. I want to have peace with you. I want to find common ground with you. All you are doing is accentuating the differences between us. All you are doing is showing the, militant side of racism. That's all you're doing here. I don't think anybody gives a crap where you come from, what your DNA is. Seriously. I mean, where you come from in the sense that you're right in a war right now against Israel. But in the sense of the DNA, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Thank you for the information. I'll read it through. I am a Palestinian from the West Bank and I underwent the DNA test. The results were as follows. 65% Levantine, 14 Arabian, 11 Egyptian, 5,000 Southern Italian, 3% Nigerian, 2% German. Awesome. And? Exactly. Luke says, scalp tightness might cause hair loss. Keep your scalp loose by massaging. Yes, indeed. I mean, the hair seems to be pretty okay. I took my vow 16 years ago. Keith says, do you feel safe in Israel? Yes, I do feel safe, Keith. He said, I don't give a crap about your DNA. I don't give a crap about his DNA. Is he a good person? Does he support terrorism? If given the chance, would he slaughter all the Jews? Does he consider himself a supremacist and, supposed to dominate the Jews? Does he consider me somebody who is a non-believer and a heretic who deserves to die according to Allah and the Quran? This I do care about. His DNA, could not care any less about his DNA. Seriously. Connor says, please don't bully me, please don't. I don't bully people. Took your vow for hair? No, the Nazarite vow also is the hair, but it's the, yes, I am thinning a little bit up top over here, but my hairline, it's not as if my hairline was here and it receded. It's always been here. I've always had these deep, sort of trenches. No, I took the vow for my own reasons, right? This is a physical manifestation of a spiritual covenant, a personal covenant between me and the Most High God that I took over 16 years ago. And I took the Nazarite vow for life as a symbol, an external symbol of my dedication to that path and to that covenant. Connor says, yeah, I'm real. All right then. Israel doesn't commit terror acts, says Gabriel. I disagree. They don't usually, but they definitely might. They definitely might. How long does a Nazarite vow typically last? Well, nowadays without the temple, it's for life. There is no typical. Halachically speaking, when there is a temple, you can take it from 30 days onward. And it usually was something people did for a temporarily for a set period of time. There are 4 types of Nazarites, and one of them is a Nazarite for a set period of time. So there is no typical. But nowadays, without a temple, all 4 Nazariteships are for life. So what happens if you go bald naturally? The Torah says that then, whether you're a Nazarite or not, if you go bald naturally, you are called pure and clean. Tahohu. That's the verse. For keeping your vow, do you get super strength? Let's put it this way. I don't think so, but I just might. Ata menuval, says Moshe Cohen. Here we have a priest in the chat. Shalom Adon Cohen. Why am I a bastard? Madua ani menuval? Ani asmach ladat. Moshe, lama ani menuval? Ani asmach ladat. Do you think Hamas is likely to surrender and apologize? I really doubt it. I hope there will be peace. I doubt it too, and I hope there will be peace. But I have no idea. You aren't allowed to shave your head. No, you're not allowed to shave your head. You're not allowed to cut the hair. You're supposed to let it grow wild. You're not allowed to use a comb. You're not allowed to use a brush. You're allowed to use fingers and fingertips in order to separate, cleanse, pick, whatever. Lefaspes, it's called in halacha. Imagine if Hebrew Nazarite gets Samson-level strength and wins World's Strongest Man. Thanks, Daniel. Imagine that indeed. Are you a warlock? No, Ryan. I am a wizard's apprentice, not a warlock. I respect and I leave you with a prayer and love from my heart, whatever's left of it. Thank you, a cappella. I appreciate the good sentiments and the positive vibrations. I appreciate you being here and commenting and participating in the chat, all of you out there. It's been a blast. You never trim the hair? No, I don't. This man can never cut his hair. That is true. They shave their head at the beginning of the vow. No, they shave it at the end of the vow. Not at the beginning. Saeed says, and they were not allowed to return those lands until Messiah comes back. False. That is not true at all. Never, ever does it say that. Would you prefer a one or two state solution? Oh, I was all about the 2-state solution. I was all about, sure, they're over here, we're over here, a proper border, and that's it. Each do their own thing. A 1-state solution, God willing, eventually will come to pass, where it will be no Israelis or, it will all be one unified human race. That's the 1-state solution. Would you, I'm sorry, Gabriel says, if God gives me strength like Samson, I would destroy Dome of the Rock. Voila. It's Walter White says, stop ignoring my comments. Walter, for the past however long you've been here, all you have done is talk about DNA. I don't care about DNA. Do you want me to talk about my DNA? I block the spammers, says Robert. Well, spammers are welcome here. By all means, keep spamming. It appears Walter feels ignored. That's a shame. That's a shame. Why can't you cut hair? Because the Torah says that you are commanded to grow it wild and free. That's why. Now, there are Nazarites who may cut the hair once every 12 months, like Absalom, son of David, but then there's the halachic dispute on whether or not they need to shave it off completely or simply trim it, and whether or not they need to give offerings as if they were ending the vow, but the vow keeps going, sort of restarting it once a year. And because, once again, there is no temple nowadays, then it is for life and no cutting of the hair, not even once every 12 months. If I'm not mistaken, that is the mainstream halacha. It could be that a Nazarite who is a Nazarite for life, who can, by his vow, his or her vow, have a haircut or a shave every 12 months, may do that without bringing the offerings on the idea, right, that after the temple is built, they will make good on all the offerings they missed over the years. But I don't know. Since my vow is a Samson vow, it's for life, I do not cut the hair, not even once every 12 months, as other Nazarites may be able to do. But nowadays, everybody who takes a Nazarite vow does not cut their hair, as far as I know, and it is for life. Why let an ancient book control you, says Satirical Stocks. I don't let an ancient book control me. I welcome the ancient book wholeheartedly and embrace its wisdom and its teachings, and I don't see it as control. I see it as discipline that brings freedom. I see it as a set of rules, regulations, and a way of life that brings with it great liberty, great creativity as well. But that's my name. But that's my view. Your name is Jonathan, yes? Yes, it is, Shai. What's the content genre of stream, says Pardew. It is just, faith, spirituality, religion, self-development, psychology, philosophy, and whatever it is you want to bring to the table. It is a chaotic Q&A, and it has always been a chaotic Q&A. Panic says, why are we talking about hair so much? Cares. Yes, many people do care for some reason or another. So you can't cut your hair ever? No, I cannot. Why did David take Goliath's head to Jerusalem after he cut it? I would think it was there to be presented to King Saul, along with the sword, but I don't remember precisely. People Boy says, what are the temples Jewish people talk about? The first temple was built by Solomon and Hiram of Tzor with his workers, and it was constructed about 3,000 years ago. It stood for close to 500 years, and then there was an exile after Babylon, the Babylonian exile. Babylon burned down the temple. After 72 years, there was a return from Babylon and the beginning of a construction of a second temple, which also stood for close to 500 years, something like 450, 460 years, and it was destroyed at the 70 of the Common Era, 70 Anno Domini, 70 of the Christian calendar, by Rome. Those are the temples. If people talk about current modern day temples, those are synagogues, places of worship, places of where people congregate. Paige says, I hope Israel can redeem itself. Doubt it, though. Will be freed either way. Israel is destroying itself due to the international logic if its social system. I'm not sure what you mean. I hope Israel will be able to redeem itself as well. I hope the world will be able to be redeemed as such with our own right actions. Fluff says, oh, sorry, I missed that earlier. Amazed how angry people get by open discussion. Yeah. Oh, Paige says, oh, I missed a few things. Oh, wow, I didn't see these things come in at all. Sorry. Which way Israel, South Africa, or Rhodesia vote Hadash? I don't know what you mean. I really don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean, paid membership over there. Sorry, man. But yeah, it is amazing, Fluff, how people get offended and so up in arms with open discussion. Some people can take it, some people can't. That's the way it goes. Scrolling down in the chat. Thanks for taking the donation money to charity. Yes, indeed. Would you be okay with a one state with a Palestinian population majority? In Israel? I don't think so, because the Palestinian leadership has proven that it wants to eradicate the state of Israel and slaughter the non-believers. That's what it's there for. And so, no, I would not be okay with that, because that means that the leadership elected democratically would be Palestinian, and the Palestinian leadership has always and ever been anti-Israel, or it made believe that it was and then turned around and stabbed Israel in the back, i.e. the Oslo Accords. So I would not be okay with that. No. ABZ says, abracadabra, hubble bubble toilet and trouble, shalom. Hubble bubble toilet and trouble. I love that. ah. Can you shave your ball hair? So first of all, the shaving and grooming below the waist or even the armpit hair has nothing to do with the Nazarite vow. Just like the beard, right? Nothing to do with the Nazarite vow. The Nazarite vow is just the hair of the head. As for grooming below the equator, it depends on the halacha that you follow. Some people say, most, I think, halachic scholars say, that if women in your culture and tradition, if they groom themselves and remove hair, then it might be considered something of the more feminine thing, and so you, as a guy, cannot do that because of the prohibition against men, right, doing female women things and vice versa, because we are equal but different. And the Torah plainly says that there are certain things where there should be no overlap. You should stick to your own biological sex insofar as what you do, how you dress, things like that. And then there are halachic rulers who would say, no, it's all good. You can groom whatever you want. So it really does depend on the halacha that you follow. But if you're talking about with the Nazarite vow, then it has nothing to do with the Nazarite vow. You believe in God, says Veronica. Yes, I do. I am a fan. Wait, Jews have rules about shaving ball hair. What do you not have rules about? And there are rules for anything and everything. That is halacha. Halacha means a path. Halacha means to walk. That's what it is. Now, there are different scholars and rulers of these laws and legislators, if you will, of these laws. But yes, there are rules and laws for everything in the Hebrew faith. How exactly does not cutting hair liberate you? Because by letting nature take its course, and by letting the hair from the topmost part of you, from the crown of your being, of your physical being, grow internally from the inside out to the lowest possible point, what you're doing is basically manifesting something physically that awakens. I glitched? I'm good? Okay. So, how exactly does not cutting hair liberate you? Because it's part of the Nazarite vow. And the Nazarite vow, along with all the other commandments, right? The Nazarite vow is something of an individual vow. It's a very personal vow. It's an individual choice. You're not commanded to take the vow. You're simply commanded, if you are a Nazarite, here's what you do, right? There's no commandment to take this vow. There are commandments attached to those who take the vow. But for me, how does it liberate me? First of all, very plainly, it liberates me from having to comb it or brush it. It liberates me from having to always be messing with my hair because it is already messy. And it liberates me in the sense that the Nazarite vow and halacha, as such, is a discipline. It's a path. It's a way. It helps you to think outside of the box that you have put yourself in. It's kind of, it's like, it's that idea of know thyself, and through knowing yourself, you know those around you. Through understanding the divine revelation and the divine image in which you were created, you get to know the world. And so the mitzvahs, right, the commandments of the Torah and the Nazarite vow among them, can liberate you in the sense that you dedicate yourself to a path. You take on a yoke, right? You place a burden on yourself, and you are able, through the discipline, to gain true freedom. That's how. Liberation from vanity. Oh yeah, that too, right? So, the hair of the Nazarite, especially as I wear this hair, I've known Nazarites who are, who don't have locks, who don't have these, and who separate all the time, but some of them do. And the liberation from vanity, there is something to that. Also in the sense that this acts as a very great filter, right? People may think I'm a drug addict. People may think I'm homeless. People may think I'm, I don't know, that I don't shower. I really don't know. But people sort of, it kind of mirrors what people think insofar as what they have to say and how they feel about it. So there is that as well. Do you know what growing your hair out means in other cultures? Well, there are cultures where it meant this as well, dedicating yourself to God. There are cultures where it meant that you needed to shave your head, like Buddhist monks, to rid yourself of vanity, right? I think that's partly at least what that's about. So do I know what it's about? No, I don't. Can you tell me, people? What does growing your hair out mean in other cultures? I would love to know. I know that Nazarites are hardly the first ones to grow out their hair as a sign of dedication. Keep donging my comments, just as you keep to donging the war crimes your country commit. Oh, Walter, you have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, you were spewing your DNA talk. Did you say something else? Let's scroll. Let's scroll up. Let's scroll. I don't see it. Ah, here it is. No. Keep donging my questions, all right? My comments, I mean. We keep going. Here. Imagine someone attacked you, says Walter White, and took over your entire house. That's not the way it happened at all. Of course, you'll think that. Except for one small room he left for you, what would you do then? Okay? I would want my house back. Unfortunately for you, what you're saying is bullshit. That did not happen even a little. And, where there are actual instances of illegal occupation, illegal settlers, theft, I will stand right by you and say that is wrong, that is thievery, it's not legal, it's not kosher, it's not right, give it back. There you go. Hey, Irene Johnson. Happy Saturday from one human to another. Thank you, Irene. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's nice. Hang on. Okay, let's continue down in the chat. Let's go back and talk about the prophecies, maybe about the red heifer. If the red heifer were actually sacrificed, or was it just a practice? It wasn't sacrificed as an offering. It was burnt completely into ash. Into the fire, while it was being burned, they threw in hyssop and a part of a cedar tree and a crimson red yarn, right? Same. Or no, was it red? Was it blue? I don't remember. I think it was red. At any rate, yes, it was a practice. And by virtue of that practice, the defilement of death would be lifted off the individual, right? You would dip it in the water and take a branch of hyssop. Jean says, but you're still supporting the agents that do steal and violate rights. False. I do not support them. No, I don't. You are wrong. Do you think the Oslo Accords were fair on the Palestinians as they didn't receive statehood and didn't address Israeli settlement expansion? I think it was a step in the right direction, and then they turned around and used the Palestinian police force to attack with weapons that they were given by Israel. So I think that Yasser Arafat and his crew of terrorists totally brought that upon themselves. The second Intifada completely threw the Oslo Accords out the window. I think that those Oslo Accords were a great idea at the time, and I've said this many times, at the time in Israel, there was such hope in the air. Oh my God, there could be peace. Oh my God, it's a step in the right direction. Oh my God, could it actually be? Will Rabin sit with Arafat? Will they shake hands? Can it actually be? This is amazing. It's wonderful. You could taste it in the air. It was so optimistic. I remember now, I'm thinking about it now, and I'm remembering the feeling, the energy in the land of Israel at the time. It was so good. Never before have I felt that. And it was a few months that it felt like it's possible. It felt like a dream. And then the dream shattered, and the nightmare once again took over. Raviv says, hello, sir, how are you? Hi, Raviv. Or is it Raviv Erma? Because Raviv is a Hebrew name. Shalom from Cyprus. Shalom to you, I don't know. Hello, Dr. Jew. Hi, Matt Black. I'm not a doctor, but thank you. I'm not a doctor, but I can take a look. I can taste farts in the air. Hey, so can I sometimes, depending. There are some belly bombs that people drop. Whew. If you're like in a car, God, Okay. Why were sacrifices made, says Mr. Good's time. Sacrifices were made because at the time, starting with Cain and Abel, really, it signified this idea of taking something that means something to you, that has significance to you, and offering it up for the person who you could be. Meaning that you literally sacrifice something, a living animal, right? You take it, you butcher it, you bleed it, you put it on the altar, something that was alive, something and you take its life force. And in doing so, you're signifying the fact that you here now are still alive, and you will do what you can. You are willing to do what it needs to be done to make your life better and the lives of those around you. This lamb may have been slaughtered, but I am still here. Now, this is not to begin with. I believe that Eden was vegan. I believe the third temple will also be vegan. So I'm not for animal sacrifices anymore. But why were they made? They were made as the idea of something else dying instead of me, that I might live and make life better. And some people might say that's highly ironic, but that's the idea. Have you heard of the Yasin massacre? Yes, I have. There were massacres. That's why I say that Israel is not blameless, and the terrorist organizations that later became the IDF when Israel was established and declared independence, they were not blameless. I always say that. So yes, I do know about those massacres. Now, I do also know that it's disputed. There's evidence, eyewitnesses here and there. People have been caught lying about these massacres. So it's not 100% across the board, me believing the Palestinian narrative. Not at all. Did massacres take place? Yes. Interestingly enough, it was the Arab Muslims starting in the early 19th century, mind you, what was it, 1836 in Tzfat or something like that, that started with the robbing, looting, massacring, and persecuting of Jews in the land. So I'm not saying it makes it right, but I'm saying if you're going to go all the way back to Dir Yassin, go back further and see who started that shit. It's not the Jews. So I have heard of those massacres, and some of them were actually massacres, and some of them were, some of them, all of them I think are disputed. You know what? Hold on a second. Let's see just a moment here. I'm Googling, are these all in dispute? Not all of these events are in dispute to the same degree. The Taibe massacre does not correspond to a recognized major 1948 event. Dir Yassin, Tantura, and Al-Dawaima involve varying levels of documentation, debate, and contention. So all of them are contested to some degree. Like I said, all of them are disputed to some degree. But I don't doubt, nor do I ever deny, that there were terrorist organizations fighting the Arab Muslims who were oppressing and attacking them, and the British that were oppressing and attacking them. Yes, this happened. Etzel, Lehi, Haganah, right? These organizations. They were defined as terrorist organizations, grassroots terrorism. And then when the IDF was established, they became illegal. Yes, Smegret checks Google. I'm not going to go into some other encyclopedia right now. I'm here live from Jerusalem. I'll check Google. This does not mean that I believe Google 100%. It simply corroborated what I had thought already, and I have done research on several of those massacres. Maybe not all of them, but I know that they are disputed because I read eyewitness accounts from Palestinians as well as the Jews who were there. So I know there's a dispute. Historically, even by external researchers, it's still disputed. You look like you could be in Age of Empires. You know, I never played that game. I'm more of a Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness type of dude. Contested, says ABZ, and the Israeli witnesses got mugged and killed on the streets before trial end. I'm sorry, that went way over my head, ABZ. I don't know what you mean. I'm ignorant of what you just said. Could you explain it to me? I don't quite know what that means. Do you use Reddit regularly? So I use Reddit regularly in two things. I go to two subreddits. I lurk in two subreddits regularly to keep myself grounded. One is the Forever Alone subreddit, and the other one is the Dead Bedrooms subreddit. Now, I go to those two. I frequent those two just as a lurker. I don't post there. I have no need. I'm not forever alone, and I don't have a dead bedroom. But I lurk there, and I read the stories there to remind me of people who are in completely different situations than I am. Remind me of people who miss sometimes the very basic things that I consider to be so, let's say, mundane, and I, for that reason, do not consider them mundane, right? The fact that I met my wife at 16, married at 20, we have kids together. It's like there are people there who are KHHV, kissless, hugless, handholdless virgins, and they go to their grave like this, never being kissed, I mean intimately, like by a partner or a lover, never being hugged by somebody who is not family, never holding the hands of somebody in an intimate way. It's like, and marriages exist where it's just a dead bedroom, and these couples, they stay for the kids, there's a medical issue, I don't know what, and they don't have sex. And sometimes, many times, it's, somebody with a higher libido, somebody with a lower libido. I frequent those two subreddits to remind me, not to make fun of them, not to compare myself to them, but to remind me and be grounded in more in the world, and be thankful and grateful for the things that I have. Also, as sort of a cautionary, with the dead bedroom thing, more of a cautionary thing of what to do, what not to do, because these are people who have no sex life in a marriage. That's awful, or in a long-term relationship, and that's awful. So yes, I do use Reddit regularly. I also, once a year, or twice a year, I do an AMA on the Nazarite ship, usually around the time of Parashat Naso, the Torah portion Naso, where the Nazarite vow appears. So yes, I do use Reddit regularly. Forever Alone, are you a Jew cell? No, I'm not, but I frequent the subreddit. Oh, so you remember not to take things for granted. Yeah, exactly. Again, I'm not using them as a kind of, oh, look at them, blah, ha, ha, ha. No. It's very solemn. I use Reddit in a very solemn sort of way with those two subreddits, not to take things for granted. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't you expect that reaction to the Oslo Accords? How can state recognition be offered on one side but not the other? Why not come up with a fair deal in the first place if that is your goal? There were all kinds of deals on the table. The Palestinian leadership has repeatedly rejected them. Twice, maybe thrice, the Palestinian leadership was offered Gaza, Judea and Samaria, and East Jerusalem as their capital, and they said, no, we don't want that, even though earlier they said they did. No, we don't want that. We want all of it. We want you out. We want you dead. We want you gone. We want you killed. Get out. Sorry, not happening. Sexless marriage, awful. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It is awful. I'm an incel. God hates me. I'm sorry that you're an involuntary celibate, Matt Black, if indeed you are, and not just saying it. I really, really hope you're able to get yourself out of that situation. It sounds really terrible to be involuntary celibate. I don't know if God hates you or not. I don't know God, right? All I know is how God reveals himself to me. But yeah, it's like it must be really difficult. Really difficult. God doesn't hate anyone, says I read Jobson. What music or art do you prefer? Well, I mean, Pink Floyd and Radiohead are my go-to with music. As for art, I mean, books, I suppose, but music as well is just is awesome. There's no particular art. Stand-up comedy, there's an art. Yasser Arafat messed that up. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm really incel. God doesn't love everyone the same. I mean, again, God, I don't know God, but the revelation of love truly does not hit everyone the same. That is true. Please talk us through your beliefs, says Johnny. All right, that's very vague and very broad. Ask a question and I will address it, Johnny. I love your response, says HN. Thanks, James Bong. What is your age? Matt Black asks Toda Salam. 48. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Shalom, who do you think Isaiah 53 refers to, says JM, to the people of Israel, the state. Not the state, the people of Israel. ABZ says, why do Jews kill innocents among themselves under the excuse of saving the world? What is this? What are you talking about? When do Jews kill innocents claiming to save the world? I'd love to know. What are you talking about? Because I really don't. Answer, if you can, what are you talking about? What Jews kill innocent among themselves under the excuse of saving the world? What is this? I have no idea what you're saying. What religion or God do you believe in? I am a Hebrew man who worships the Hebrew God. Do you believe God could hate? So again, I don't know God. All I know is how God reveals himself to me. There is a revelation of what can be constituted as hate, insofar as love and hate are like duality, right? Good and evil, love and hate, peace and war. I know it says he detests things, but I can see him hating. People are full of mistakes and sin. So again, the revelation of hatred does exist. That it says hate in the Bible itself, right? The word sin'ah, which is hatred, does appear in the prophets. Now again, that's a revelation of God that appeared in revelation to the prophet through the spirit of prophecy. This does not mean that God hates. God doesn't love or hate. There is a revelation of hate, a revelation of love. Walter says, you are the ones who came and settled and started attacking us on our land. False! There's been a Jewish presence in this land for over 3,500 years or so. So that's not true. You cannot claim that we started it. I definitely can, and I am, and that is history. If you want to claim that I don't know the history, by all means, prove it. If you want to claim that it's not the way it happened, by all means, fact check me. But to say that that's not how it happened is just wrong. That's like saying the Native Americans started the war, not the American colonies. Big difference. We are not a colony. In order for a colony to be, you need to have a mother state. But this Israel is the mother state of the people of Israel. So there's no comparing whatsoever between the American colonies, right, the British colonies, and between the state of Israel and Israel, that the British had a mandate over Transjordan and Palestine, but they did not annex the land or make it part of the British Empire. So on all of those counts, you are mistaken. The Jews left the land. No, Sonder. There were Jews here, even if they were a minority, for thousands of years. Unbroken presence of Jews here for over 3,000 years. All researchers, all historians, all academics, I think it's indisputed that the Jews were here for over 3,000 years at this point. So you're wrong. The Jews were exiled, and some likely left of their own accord. The Jews were exiled from the land several times and always came back. And some of them remain here. Did you forget that you guys came from Eastern Europe? Yes, there were Jews in Eastern Europe. Jews from Judea kicked out to Eastern Europe. Yes, that happened. And then we came back to Judea. Oh. You seem to not really be paying attention to what I'm saying. Ma kore? Hey, Rachum v'chanun, shavua tov. What's going on? Oh, things are good. Things are very, very good. Ace King says, are you Jewish? Yes, Ace King, I am. How about you? Hashem help this guy, says Ace King. Indeed. Indeed. May Hashem help us all. Hey, Mr. Harry Potter is here. You got this. Hello, Harry Potter. Mr. Harry Potter. Saunders says that doesn't mean you can take land from other people. Yes, I agree. But if you buy the land and people sell it to you, yes, you can. If you win it in a war you did not start, yes, you can. If people leave of their own accord at the behest of the leaders who they follow, yes, you can. And those are the three major ways that Jews got the land. So, there you go. What if all borders were removed across the world and we were all free? Would that bring peace? Eventually, I think that's what's going to happen. But for now, there's still a lot of differentiation and many, many borders. And I think that they are needed, at least for a time. But they will be done with, God willing, it will all be done with. No more, Jews and Gentiles, no more states and countries, one unified human race on its way to Eden. May it be so. I don't know how it will happen. I mean, I really don't know. But we will have earned it. I'll tell you that. We will have earned it. Hebrew Nazarite, your Instagram is cool. I barely ever post there. Barely ever post there. But I have a few photos up there, yeah. If you want to hit me up, I'm on the gram, Hebrew Nazarite across the board. On X, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. But they are continuously expanding Israel, or isn't that the case? No, it's not. Israel gave back, or wanted to give Gaza back to Egypt. They gave back Sinai, the Temple Mount. There was a withdrawing from Gaza 20 years ago, unilaterally. Southern Lebanon, again, withdrew from there. So no, we're not always expanding. Are there people who want to expand Israel? Yes. Are there people who take over things illegally? Yes. And I think that should not be the case. Did you say Proverbs for the revelation of hate? No, not Proverbs. I said, here, hold on, I'll give you the verses. Is in Isaiah 1:14, and ve'et esav saneti, hang on a sec, ve'et esav saneti is Malachi 1:3. So Isaiah 1:14, Malachi 1:3, hate is actually mentioned according to the prophets. The Greater Israel Project, moron, yes, the Greater Israel Project has never actually been implemented in reality. That was never a thing. Also, the Greater Israel has nothing to do with territory. Greatness comes from the inside. Greatness comes from virtue. Greatness comes from being righteous and doing the right thing, right? And being simple and humble and walking before God. And if you're a Hebrew man, right, keeping the Torah and the commandments. That is what makes a person great. Not occupying, not taking anything over, not territory, not land, I don't know what. But Greater Israel also as a concept is disputed, right? The different borders, because different borders are mentioned in relation to that Greater Israel. What would it take to convince you to switch sides? To what? Switch sides in what are the sides? Paid membership. What does that mean to switch sides? From what to what? Do you believe that Jesus was the Messiah? No, nomad, I do not. I believe he was a contender for the throne, but he was not anointed by the people, nor was he anointed by a prophet, nor was he accepted as the king, ergo he is not the Messiah. But definitely he could have been, but he died, and when he died, even if he later resurrected and ascended, his reign ends right then and there. So do you follow Talmud? So I follow halacha, but not strictly so. I haven't kept strict rabbinic law in some time, but I did in the past for many, many years. Brooke speaks truth. So I don't follow every single thing the Talmud says, but generally speaking, I grew up an Orthodox Jew. I no longer consider myself Orthodox, but I definitely still do keep plenty of commandments, also with relation to the Talmud. But I also believe the Talmud said many things that on the surface physically seem batshit crazy, and because right, there's a spiritual and esoteric root to these things, and on the surface level it seems completely asinine and crazy. Newman says that's not true. The PLO did accept the Oslo Accords. If anything, Hamas didn't, but that was because Israeli settlements in the West Bank continued to expand during and after the Oslo process. I don't know if you're answering me or someone else. Yes, the PLO did accept the Oslo Accords, and then the Second Intifada broke out. How is that accepting and implementing the Oslo Accords? The people fighting then was not Hamas. Sure, they went in on it, but it was the PLO and the Palestinian police force. If I'm not mistaken, it has been many years since I looked into the aftermath, but if I'm not mistaken, because I lived through it, that's how it went down. Hello, Newman, says Robert Harrison. We Palestinians are descendants of the Canaanites who inhabited this land before you, and you know that. No, you could also make the valid argument, and some researchers do, that the Israeli tribes, the tribes of Israel, were also part of the Canaanite tribes, and that the exodus from Egypt is not what made us into a people. We were part of the tribes of Canaan, and then we took ourselves apart, and instead of worshiping the Canaanite pantheon and the polytheistic Canaanite way, right? Instead of continuing that, we took on the yoke of the one Hebrew God and became a separate kingdom later on. So either way, the Jews, the Hebes, the Israelites were here, and you're not going to make me think otherwise. I, unlike you, am willing to accept the fact that other people were here who do have a claim to the land as well. Yes, yes, they should stay here, live with us in peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, the Palestinian leadership simply wants death and destruction and to eradicate Israel. Could you read through Isaiah 53 and explain? I have many times. Listen, I've heard the Christian argument. It's Jesus, the suffering servant. It refers to him. No, it doesn't. Not in context. No, it doesn't. Not even in particular. No, it doesn't. These are prophecies that the prophet received in the spirit of prophecy for the people, talking to the people. The suffering servant is Israel. That's the tradition. You want to go against that? You want to say it's Jesus? By all means, not for Israel. You're not Jewish. You're not a Hebrew. Or if you're a Messianic Jew, you might, read it that way or not that way. But those who are not Hebrews, by all means, worship Jesus, think he's God, whatever. He was never anointed as king. There are no prophecies pertaining to Jesus as such. I know Christians see Jesus across the board from Genesis to Chronicles, from Alpha to Omega. There he is. He's here and here and here and here and here and here in the Torah and the scrolls and the writings and the prophets. Can't you see? Don't you understand? There he is. Don't you understand who is it that compiled the Bible? We were never commanded to write these things down. They were canonized by the sages at the time after the destruction of the Second Temple. Do you actually think that if these were such blatant and obvious mentions of Jesus in the Hebrew Bible that they were compiling, that they would not have left them out? Are you aware of how many books and prophets and prophecies of prophets that do exist were left out of the Bible because of different reasons? And you think that they would have left that in, that according to you points to Jesus so plainly and clearly? It seems to specifically describe a man of suffering. Yes, describe a man as the Hebrew people many times are a mate or a man or a woman for that matter. Do you think it could refer to Yeshua, Lord bless you? So no, I don't think it refers to Yeshua. I've read Isaiah 53 many times. I've, again, listened to the Christian argument. For them, it might be applicable. Not for me. No, it's not the Hebrew way. Now, I know there are Messianic Jews, Jews for Jesus, but even so, they might think that because they see it from that Messianic perspective. I don't see it as such. Jews for Jesus think it's about Jesus. Yes, exactly. The Messianic Jews and the Jews for Jesus would disagree with me and agree with you. But I don't think it refers to Jesus. No. Enjoying the chat. Gotta go, and may God bless you. Thank you, Darren. Thank you for joining. It was lovely. Let's see. How am I doing with the battery? 64% and counting. Yahweh is a black trans woman. Yes, that's true. The colored, it really, really is. Hang on. Did something else come in? Did something else come in? No. Paid membership. What do you mean by switch sides? Or somebody who saw what he said. What does that mean? You are the lowest IQ guy I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank you, Walter White. I take that as a compliment. Thank you. How many Palestinian children did you kill while serving in the IDF? 0. There is still missing text to the many books of the Bibles. Plural? Jam? Plural Bibles? Make peace with Palestine on Grindr, says Upstate. Hey, you know what? If that's what it takes, maybe we will. But I don't know about that. Can you show evidence of modern rabbis healing people? Nothing that I can link you to, because I don't really run with that crowd. But I do know of a couple of practical Kabbalists, right, who deal with practical Kabbalah, Things to do with invoking names, things to do with exorcism, as it were. If you consider that a type of healing, then maybe yes. I like this guy, but his religion lacks logic. Of course, Stinky Farter. Of course it lacks logic. Of course it does. I never claimed otherwise. Walter White seems to have it out for you. My kid's middle name is Walter. Well, Irene, what are you going to do? Many people have it out for me here in the chat. It comes with the territory. You're a saint putting up with these demons. No, I'm not a saint, not even close. But thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, who said that? Gary. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate that. But no, definitely not a saint. Brooke says, I really appreciate your humor on the attacks. There are many things I think we will never see eye to eye on, but I respect your rights to those beliefs. I draw the line every time if children are harmed. I mean, children should not be harmed. Talk to Hamas. Talk to those freedom-fighting terrorists. Tell them to stop using children and men and women who are innocent as human shields. Tell them to stop putting their combatants, their headquarters, their weapons, caches, munitions, depots, or whatever, in mosques and homes and schools and hospitals or underground where all these establishments are. Places that should be under the protection of the Geneva Convention lose their protection because Hamas decides, yeah, this is a good idea, let's do that. Good evening, have a lovely night. Hey, Milosh, good to see you again. Luke Miller is here. How are you? How are you? I'm doing pretty well. I think I want to have a bite to eat. We do have leftovers from Shabbat. Should I have a bowl of soup? I had a big bowl of soup earlier. Should I have another bowl of soup? We will see. Jazil says, end the Israeli occupation of... Oh, I'm sorry, the chat jumped. Ah, what happened? Where is it? Oh, retracted. Okay. Hello, can you say hello to Mark? Hi, Mark. Tony Ellis. Hi, Tony Ellis. And hi, Mark. Hello. Yes, eat the soup. Joseph says, Judaism treats God as an idiot who will treat a city block as your home if a ribbon is tied around it. No, that is not God is an idiot. That is the idea of a halacha, right, of eruv, that has to do with what constitutes a communal space. So Judaism doesn't treat God as an idiot. It's not about God, it's about halacha. Halacha, rabbinic law, is by people for people. Now, we can disagree about that, but certainly it doesn't seem that God is an idiot. It means that halacha was given, the sages and rabbis were given authority to rule on matters of the law. You don't agree with that? That's fine. It's all good. Do you listen to heavy metal music, Dr. Jew? No, Matt Black, not really. I mean, Pantera's earlier work, someone asked me a couple of days ago, someone asked me this, right? Metallica's early work, Sepultura's earlier work as well. I'm a Korn, again, their earlier stuff. I don't listen to a lot of metal, though. Let's continue scrolling down. Douglas says, is true from the river to the sea, trans women stand to pee? I've never heard that one before. Might be that's true. When did Weird Al start YouTubing? Oh, thank you for the compliment, Coots. No, I'm not Weird Al, but man, I love Weird Al Yankovic. I really do. Or Yankovic, however you want to pronounce it. System of a Down. So you know what? I heard a couple of their singles. I really like the vocalist, but I'm not a fan in the sense that I've never listened to an entire record by System of a Down. When was the last time you showered, Butterfly says? Yesterday. Oh, he retracted it. Yesterday, Butterfly. Trans Wizard says imported baby. Yep, that's me. Am Yisrael Chai says epic MS-DOS. I liked MS-DOS. Second Intifada started after Israeli security forces killed Palestinian and demonstrated protesting Ariel Sharon's visit to the temple. No, that was the final catalyst. On that we can agree. There was like a final thing, right? The straw that broke the Palestinian camel's back, as it were. But no, there was always the Intifada on a pilot light on the back burner, just waiting to overflow, just waiting to, and because that's what these terrorist organizations do. And then they incited the people. So people want to say, oh, it was Ariel Sharon going to the Temple Mount. Bullshit. No, that may have been the final straw for them, but no, it wasn't that at all. Do you have chemtrails in Israel? So you know what? The whole chemtrails thing, the whole Monsanto thing, I never really got into that. I don't quite understand it. So I don't really look for chemtrails. I enjoy the clouds, but I don't look for chemtrails. I'm assuming that yes, there are chemtrails in Israel if you do subscribe to that hypothesis. MS-DOS was the best OS in history. I mean, I don't know. When Windows 3.11 came out, I was a fan. I really was. And I also was a fan of using MS-DOS on Windows. But, yeah. Yeah. Is it true the people of Palestine chose Hamas? Oh, wait, sorry, the chat jumped again. Hang on a second. Oh, chose Hamas as their leaders. The Gazans elected Hamas democratically in 2006, Richard. That is correct, and they have stayed in power because they are a warmongering dictatorship with so much blood on their hands and so much money in their pockets. Their leaders are literal billionaires. Do you know why? Give you a guess. You live in Israel. Yes, I do, Connor. And where are you at? I've added you all on MySpace. Thanks, James Bong. Cornbread Diabetic says, Shalom, brother. Shalom to you. It's good to see you, Cornbread. Monsanto headquarters, I am Viet Cong. Now Bayer is close to me. They wrote messages on the sky and chemtrails over the campus. Yeah, Viet Cong. I don't know. I've never really... I only was made aware of this chemtrails thing, I don't know, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I don't know. I really don't know what to think. I definitely don't deny that there probably are companies and string pullers that are experimenting, and intelligence agencies that are experimenting on the population, but I don't know. I really don't. Would you agree that both sides committed war crimes in this war? Yes, I would. The difference is that I think, KNCK, that on Hamas's side, it is from the onset, they are war criminals and a terrorist organization, whereas Israel is not blameless, but the war crimes are few and far between and are not doctrine. Military doctrine, I mean. Are there people in power who would genocide the Palestinians? Yes. Is there a genocide going on? No. Are there soldiers who want to shoot everybody? Yes. Do they do it? No. Are there individual soldiers, psychopaths, who kill innocent people? Yes, they deserve to be brought to justice and put on trial. They deserve to be in a grave or in prison for life. So that's a major difference. But no, I don't deny that there's a very good chance that in this bloody, bloody war, both sides have committed war crimes and atrocities. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. The doctrine is genocide. Gaza is flat now. No, it isn't, Soup Finder. The doctrine is not genocide. I know. I served in the IDF for many years. As for Gaza being flat, once again, that can be laid entirely at the feet of Hamas. Israel withdrew from Gaza 21 years ago. Hamas could have just laid down its arms, focused on raising the quality of life of its own population that elected them democratically in 2006, and they could have said, all right, cool, let's establish a Palestinian state, let's make it a seaside paradise. But no, they stole the money, invested it in terrorism, continued to attack Israel, and reap what they sow. Unfortunately, because they embed themselves into the civilian population intentionally for martyrdom and ideology and propaganda and money, a lot of people are dying that are innocent. But that is the nature of war, and that also can be laid at the feet of Hamas entirely and squarely. Other than the individual soldier here and there that is a psychopath who guns down somebody innocent with no provocation whatsoever, no mistaken identity, simply doing it for the sake of killing, that person should be put to death or thrown in prison for life. MM says, I don't disagree with much of what you say about things being gray. What's your thoughts on the settlers? My thoughts on the settlers are that if it's a legitimate settlement, then it should be let go of. It shouldn't be contested. If it is illegitimate, or if it's illegitimate and then the law is passed to make it legitimate, that is not kosher and that should not be, despite there being, I'm sure, a tactical and strategic advantage, like a security reason for doing it. They seem to keep stoking tensions, but I don't know all the details, nor do I. I don't listen to news. I don't involve myself with politics. I don't live in the West Bank. I know that there are people who are doing things illegally that are not okay, and that's not moral and not ethical and is little more than theft, if not outright theft. And that's not cool. I'm against that. Joseph says 75% of the structures in Gaza have been destroyed. Yes, and once again, do you think Israel is to blame for that, or do you think Hamas is to blame for that, who intentionally place themselves within the population in order for this to happen, so they have more propaganda, more martyrs, more money? What is it? JJ says, God bless Israel. We evangelical Christian Zionists support Israel and the Jewish people globally. Thank you. Support humanity. Forget Israel right now. That's cool, and I deeply appreciate it, but support peace and support humanity. May it be so. May we be able to overcome our differences. Shower and shave, please. I'm not going to shave, but I do shower regularly. 777XXVV. What makes it legitimate? So this has to do with the law, and I'm not versed in the law. Not at all. I do know that there is such a thing as a legitimate settlement and such a thing as an illegitimate settlement. These are definitions in the law. And once again, there are those that were illegitimate and then they passed the law to make it legitimate, and I don't like that either. I don't think that's cool. It doesn't seem right to me. Though exceptions may be, it just doesn't seem, my gut feeling is that that's not cool and it's not okay. Do you believe in aliens? Yes, I do. I do believe there's life outside of Earth. Yep. The one says, why don't you guys leave the region to Europe and the US and give the land to Arabs, as most of them live in that region? Well, because it is the Hebrews' ancestral home and has been the Jews' ancestral home for over 3,000 years. That's why. Furthermore, there are certain commandments that can only be carried out in the land of Israel, and most of the commandments pertain to ritual worship, which can be done with a tabernacle or a temple, again, in the land of Israel. That's why. Also, we have been persecuted throughout the generations in Europe and in the US. To put ourselves in that position voluntarily, I don't see that happening. Shamiman says, do you feel that we never knew peace? It's either war or tension that building to war. No, we never knew peace. There was only a few months at the time of the Oslo Accords where it was in the air, and I loved it, but no. Patricia says, I like your wild look. Thank you, I appreciate that. How can occupation ever be called peace? Because it's not occupation. You cannot be an occupier of your own ancestral home. And again, the few places that are considered occupied and that are actually illegal, I'm with you. That is not something that can be called peace. However, peace can be made through war. Look at Egypt. Look at Jordan. Do you know why we have peace with these countries? Because there was a decisive Israeli victory. That's why. Because there was an unconditional surrender by their leadership. That's why we now have peace. Sometimes you need to wage war to make peace. It sounds like a paradox, and to some people it sounds like fucking for virginity, as I've been told, but that's not the case at all, because there are instances of war leading to a long peace, and there are no instances of fucking leading to virginity. Connor the Destroyer says, I am a caring person and can help you with your problems and comfort you. Well, that's good. That's good. Hit me up in the DMs. Maybe you'll be able to help me out with some stuff. Hey, the Great Noticer is here. All right, so I think I've been on for 2 hours and 38 minutes. The battery is at 61%. All right, this is going to be long. I wonder if I'll make it until the end. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to make some food. A bowl of soup? Yes, bowl of soup? Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll make a bowl of soup. I'm just going to put it in the microwave. Hang on a second. I need to make some room here. I need to put this back and this over here. Okay. Is this enough? No, a bit further back. And we'll do this. Yes, over here. Yes, okay. I'll be back. I mean, the microwave's right here, so I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Lentils. We have a lentil soup. Okay, so here we have, I hope you can see it, not enough light. Okay, here we have lentils and onions and carrots and potatoes and a vegan kube. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's put that in for a few minutes to heat up. Okay. I live in Tel Aviv, says man 70 man. Shalom, Shavua Tov b'Tel Aviv. Ma kore? How you doing? Hello, my brothers and sisters. Hey, Danny, how you doing? How can you demand security while denying it to the Palestinians? I am not denying it to the Palestinians, but their idea of security, of the leadership anyway, the leadership's idea of security is killing all the Jews and taking the land of Israel for themselves entirely, 100%. That is not security, for us, and so I'm afraid that won't be. Nope, can't do that. I love you, this man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I had a nasty storm yesterday in Delaware. Really? The Gentleman's Club says, can you explain the Bible in a nutshell? Explain the Bible? Explain the Bible. Yes, the Bible was codified and canonized in order for the Jewish people to have a reference that they could all work with together. That's why. The Bible was never commanded to be written down. The only thing that was commanded to be written down is the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. The rest of it, right, the prophets, the writings, the scrolls, they were all added and canonized by our sages at the time after the destruction of the Second Temple. That's the explanation for the Bible. As for what the Bible says, I go with love thy neighbor, love thy God. And that's the go-to, as far as I can tell. Is your food kosher? Yes, Lenora, it is indeed kosher. Thank you for the shout out. For sure, man. Ohm says you will never get to Medina. I'm not planning on getting to Medina. I would not want to do that. Graham says, do you put much belief in the numerology of Kabbalah? No, the Gematria is something I don't put much belief in. I do believe it's a thing, but I believe Gematria should be either to start off a teaching or round out a teaching, but not be the actual meat and potatoes of the teaching. Because as Ramak says in Pardes Rimonim, right, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, he says if you manipulate the letters and the numbers enough, you could arrive at any sort of solution to fit any kind of agenda. And then you could say, oh, but the Gematria says this, and I have spoken about Hebrew numerology in the past several times because this question comes up. So I believe Gematria is true. There are 9 different ways to derive Gematria. Again, according to Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, in Pardes Rimonim, traditionally 9 different ways to derive Gematria. And so, truly, it needs to be grounded in truth. It needs to be anchored in something that already has a foundation, you see. And then you can add a Gematria to it, or you can introduce it with the help of a Gematria. Like our sages say in the lore of our fathers, in the ethics of our fathers in Pirkei Avot, that the Hebrew astrology and Hebrew numerology are the dessert of wisdom. So that's what I'm thinking. He's in Jerusalem. Yes, I am. Ohm says, we know you more than any other people. You explain too much. You want too much. Huh? Say what? What are you talking about? Have you ever visited Jerusalem? What do you mean, man 70 man? You talking to me or someone else? Because I'm literally in Jerusalem right now. How the most advanced special force like Mossad Again, Mossad is international, not local. People. Mossad is international. Shin Bet, IDF, and Border Patrol, right, are local. How can I let someone enter on a paraglider? You'll have to ask Mossad. I have no idea. A lot of father talk, any mother talk. What do you mean mother-father talk? Not sure what you mean. TKR, it's good to see you again. What do you think about Christians, says Dilo, and Jews trying to bring about the eschaton, right, the end of days? So first of all, we are commanded basically, or advised, not to bring about the end of days in a calculating manner, but just to do our own thing, keep the Torah, keep the covenant, keep the commandments, and let things unfold of their own accord. Second of all, what do I think about Christians and Jews trying to bring it about? That each one will do their own thing. I have no idea what to think. I understand why people might want to do it. But it's not something that you're supposed to actively be doing in the sense of, oh, I know and I'm going to bring it about. No, you're supposed to just let it, happen of its own accord. Ooh, should I bring soup almonds? I have no croutons, do I? No, I don't think I do. Oh, that's okay. Oh, all right, this is boiling hot. Okay, hang on a second. Ooh. Oh, man. Okay. I don't want to drop it. Okay, I love soup. Okay, I'll get a spoon. Okay. Oh, so good. All right, where were we? Let us continue scrolling down. I don't think he's ever banned anyone. No, I've never banned anyone. There was one person who I banned from leaving comments because it was one person pretending to be two different people. And I found out because he screwed up and posted something from the other username, and I banned those two usernames, that guy, from commenting because I think that's really disingenuous. So yeah. Let's continue. What specific actions by Jewish communities in Europe contributed to the hostility they faced? I don't know. I think that Jews will face hostility no matter what they do. I really do think that. But you can make an argument, at least in some cases, that they were, let's say, a subversive and rebellious element, or perhaps that they were trying to overthrow, right, the government or go against the mainstream. I don't know. Because people will hate Jews for any and every reason, and they have, and they probably will continue. If you found Queen on the ground, would you take it? You mean the band? What Queen are we talking about here? Hebrew is the holy language of creation. Yes, Danny, so they say. So they say. I thought you never ban anyone. No, I've never banned anyone. They're not banned from participating in the chat. They're banned from making comments because that's dishonest and disingenuous, and I will not, we were only on for like a day or two. We were going back and forth in a thread or a couple of threads in the comments, and then I found out that they were the same person, and they were just trying to, for whatever reason, I don't know. Okay, wow, this is really hot. Oh my God, so good. Okay, I'll let it do that now. I'll let it cool down a bit. Will the giraffe ever return? Yes, John Archer. The giraffe will return. I actually had my cow suit over here, ready to go in case we reached the goal, but we did not reach the goal. So that's okay. The Great Noticer says, no, Hebrew is the holy language. Why is English the worldwide language? It's both, really. Both of those things are true. Hebrew is holy in the sense that it's set apart, right? If you're a Jew, the Hebrew language is set apart. Wait, hang on. No, you know what? We're good. Let's leave it like this. Throughout the Torah, says Joseph, the importance of covering sin with blood is everywhere. What is covering your sin? So once again, atonement is doable even without sacrifice, despite that idea of blood atoning. Yes, It's true. But there was atonement even before the blood, and there will be atonement after the blood. That has not to do with blood. If you found a coin on the ground, would you pick it up? Depending on the coin. But yes, I think I would. Coin, says Kuro Sasori. Twist. Twist. Parashat Onez Ash. What's that now? Onez Ash? I'm not sure what you mean. Rabbi Alon Anaval, says Noah Hyde, was the closest rabbi to wanting to expose the mud flood and also conspiracy of the jab. What? He was silenced. Now I know why he even questioned Hashem on certain things. I'm sorry, what is the mud flood and conspiracy of the jab? What is that? I'm actually asking, I have no idea. What's he eating? So this is soup. This is lentil soup with carrots and onions and a mushroom kube, a vegan mushroom kube. So yeah. I love Sophia the most, says Josh. Hi, Josh. Jews gotta have drums, says PW. Yep, gotta have drums. It's true. Aisha says, hello there, nice to find a Jew online, although I am a Muslim, but I won't spam any political comments here. Thank you. Feel free to do so if you want. I am interested to learn about Israel and Judaism. Any intro, sir? No intro. Just hit me up with a question or anything, and I'll try to address it as best I can. Israel is a terrorist state. No, not really, but it's okay if you think that, El Sayo, or El Sejo. You are a vegetarian. I am vegan. Gentle soup, yummy, very good for you, brother. Yes, indeed. I've got black, that is red, not red, the brown lentils here, and yeah. Oh, and is there broccoli here too? I don't know. My woman made the soup. My woman makes the soup every Shabbos. It's part of what keeps me healthy throughout the entire week. We usually finish the soup by Tuesday. Whatever's left on Wednesday is usually not good anymore, depending on the soup she makes. But yeah, she makes a soup every Shabbat or every Friday for Shabbat, and I love it. Too hot, still too hot. Okay. Mud flood, old world Greco-Roman buildings worldwide. Jab 2020 event allowing to be kosher. What? I don't understand. I still don't understand what that actually is. Bruce Lee is MAGA and a Kung Fu master. Yeah, you think so? Isn't he dead for many years already? Is it true that Judaism teaches that Jews are superior to other human beings? No, that is not true, Jazeel Jazz. There is that opinion in the Talmud and in other sort of external teachings, but that was not actually made into binding rabbinic law. So are there those who teach that? Yes. Is that Judaism that teaches it? No. What Judaism teaches is that we were selected, and we have selected in turn, to keep the Torah and the commandments. Other nations were offered it. We were the ones who said yes. In that sense, we have the capacity of, in some ways, being like a firstborn among a group of siblings. That does not necessarily mean that we are better. It does not necessarily mean that there's any kind of dominion, domination, supremacy, superiority. No. People do interpret some verses in the Torah and external teachings to mean that Jews have a soul that's divine and the others don't. That I've had people ask me, do Jews think that the Gentiles are cattle and things like this? Do you think that you are superior to other human beings? No. Unequivocally, no. Are there Jews who think this? Yes. Is it halacha? No. Can you find those verses in the Torah and back your bigoted and supremacist opinion with those verses? Yes, you probably could. Because the Torah has good and bad inside of it. It's a Torah of this world, right? Written on parchment with ink. It's a Torah that pertains to this world, and in this world you have good and evil. Still too hot. I put it on for a bit too long, but over there. But that's okay. Why are some people racist? Patricia says. I mean, Nature and nurture. It's not genetic. Hatred and racism is usually learned, right? It's learned. It's a learned behavior. רחום וחנון says, אני רוצה ללמוד ממך איך אפשר להשיג אותך. למדתי בישיבה 3 שנים מגדולי ישראל. היי, גם אני. כאילו, לפני הצבא 3 שנים. Well, he said, I want to learn from you. Unfortunately, רחום וחנון, אני לא מלמד. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not a teacher. I'm not an educator. I'm not a preacher. I'm just a simple dumbass in the Middle East. And yeah, hey, which yeshiva did you go to? I went to yeshiva for 3 years before the army and 1 year after the army. I really, really loved my yeshiva days. I hope to rejoin a yeshiva sometime. I think that will be really great. You have a good battery. Yes, yes, I do. Where are we at? We are at 57%. Yes, indeed. Your mind is Jew, but heart is Muslim. Come join us. Well, maybe, but only when there is peace in this region, only when there is actual justice in this region will I turn my attention to the teachings of Muhammad and the Quran. Until then, no. Yeah, this shit is passed down. Exactly, Steve. It's learned. It's a learned thing. It's passed down. And it's very, very... it's just disgusting. It really is. All modern rabbis are wormwood, says reality. You think so? How do you figure? I'm curious. Nazarong was funny. Yes, it is indeed Razarong. It is indeed funny, the Nazarong. You can't be vegan and support Israel. Yeah, well, I'm a lot of contradictions. What did Green Day say, right? I'm a walking contradiction and I ain't got no right. Shall we try? Shall we take a sip? Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei pri ha'adama. Oh, yeah. I love the lentils. See, because there are lentils here, this probably won't last until Tuesday. Okay. Let's continue. What are your thoughts on the black stone? You're talking about the Kaaba stone? My thoughts are that it's a Muslim tradition. According to them, if I'm not mistaken, it was Abraham and Ishmael that constructed it, which may very well be the case. So yeah. My thoughts on the black stone? I have no thoughts here or there. You don't understand what veganism is. It's not a diet. Yes, it's a way of life. I also don't wear fur or leather. I don't cover myself in a blanket of down. I don't put on tefillin or use a talit. I love Green Day, says Drake. Yeah, I do too. I mean, look, when I discovered them in the 90s, it was so good. I was a teenager, right? I was like, oh yes, this is what I'm talking about. Rechum V'Chanun says, it's a great shame to waste yourself on them. I find a scent of holiness in you, my son. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I appreciate it. I don't consider myself holy, but that's very nice of you to say. As for wasting myself on them, no, this is not a waste. I believe in keeping channels of communication wide open. This is what I'm doing here, keeping the channels of communication open, conversing with people, dialogue, discourse. I believe that this is the path to many good things. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm a fool. Definitely. But I still find merit in this. But Rachum V'Chanun, I'm curious. If not this, what is it you would want me to do in the sense of not wasting myself? How do you consider to be... What is it that I would have to be or do as far as you're concerned to not be wasting myself? I'm curious. Okay, let's cut open one of these vegan kubes. So a kube, hang on, I'll show it to you. A kube is a dumpling. You see the inside there with stuff? It's mushrooms and other mushrooms and something else. Yeah. Imagine his wife, says PW. Okay, hang on. Yeah. Okay. Done. Marijuana is legal where in Colorado? Yeah, I mean, so are psilocybin mushrooms, right? Jewish food is really delicious. Well, I don't know if this is Jewish food per se, but it was made by a Jew, so yes. Rachum Chanun says, teach people Torah in Hebrew, learn your way. You have beautiful Hebrew. People here don't understand you. They come to fight. Come to people who will receive wisdom from you and give you love. I mean, I think that I'm nobody that anybody should learn from because I'm not a teacher, right? I'm not a sage. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not here to educate people. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, right? I myself have no wisdom. I myself have no truth or knowledge of any kind. I am attempting to stand and not fall off, right? And balance myself on the shoulders of these amazing giants who do indeed have wisdom and knowledge and holiness. As for people not accepting me here, what did you say? People here won't understand you. No, but it's been my experience that many people, even here in Israel, whenever I do speak to people, would not really understand where I'm coming from. A few people have, to their credit, and to my pleasure and surprise. Okay. Take a shower, says LCO. See, here's the thing. These people can't actually marshal or muster a proper argument, so they go with the ad hominems. And they go with the lowest form of ad hominem. Take a shower! Why? Because I have a wild hair and beard. We'll strike that, reverse it. And this is what they lean on. This is what they have to say. They're not here to make any kind of actual argument. Some people are. A person like this, take a shower. That's a great argument, bud. Great. And I did yesterday, before the Sabbath. It has nothing to do with being a rabbi or a teacher. You have the opportunity to teach. Get up and teach. Get up and teach others. Maybe someday, if I'm ever called to do so, I won't say no to that call. Because I've been told I would have made a good rabbi. I've been told I would have made a good teacher. I've been told different people have reached out to me and said they want to learn from me. And I've always said, I'm not here to teach you anything. If you want to talk, I can talk. We can have a discussion. We can have a conversation. But I'm not here to teach. Because that means that there's a hierarchy of teacher, student, master, apprentice, rabbi, disciple. No, none of that. I'm here along with you guys. I'm a fellow student. I'm a fellow learner. I'm a fellow traveler. I am a sojourner, right? That's what I am. That's what I always will be. And once you put yourself in a position of teaching and imparting as a teacher, that puts me in a place that I simply don't want to be. KY says, the most Jewish man alive. Thanks, man. You aren't vegan because you don't reject exploitation. I'm sorry, what? I don't reject exploitation. Could you be a little bit more precise? What is it that I don't reject? What and who is being exploited? And what is it that I'm not rejecting? Yes. Okay. He eats bullshit, says Septimus. No, actually, I have never eaten bullshit. I have seen bull testicles on the menu every now and then when I sat down at a restaurant when I was a kid. I actually saw that on the menu. Never actually crossed my mind to order and consume it. And now, of course, I don't partake of animal products, so I wouldn't do it now. But yes. Eating animal feces is not on my diet. How did you come to the Nazarite ship? What is your path? So, I grew up modern Orthodox in Jerusalem, right? Dati Leumi. The Nazarite ship I felt called to for a very long time. But again, I had to make sure I did some soul searching on whether or not I'm simply shirking the responsibilities of the Torah and the commandments and unburdening myself of the yoke in order to sort of take on a false crown. Well, grew up Dati Leumi, went to yeshiva for a few years, went to the army. After that, another year of yeshiva. And Rachum Chanun, ask me something more precise and I'll be able to address it. What's it like inside the tunnels? Sudlush. Hi, Sudlush. Good to see you again. If you're talking about the tunnels in the old city, it's very great. If you're talking about the tunnels in New York City, I don't know. I've never been there. Oh, Tommy, 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 says Mask Singer. Reminds me of The Who. Tommy, can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Do you agree Zionists are land squatters? No goal ratio. I do not agree with that at all. I agree that some people who are also Zionists are actual land squatters, but not as such, no. Eze Yeshiva. So I learned in Tzfat at the Hesder Yeshiva there for 3 years, and then Tkoa after the army for a year. How old are you? I am 43, Luke Reynolds, a vegan Nazarite. Yes, I am, Robert, as you very well know. Robert has been a patron of this channel for many years. Being vegan is an ethical stance, says Elcio, that rejects exploitation. No, not necessarily. Veganism is simply, care for earthlings, do no harm. It's not a question of rejecting exploitation as such, but I suppose that also falls under the category of vegan. Israel is an exploitative, genocidal apartheid state. You aren't vegan. First of all, I don't give a fuck if you think I'm vegan or not. Second of all, Israel is as exploitative as any other modern Western country. You're watching this, no doubt, on some sort of a device with a screen. Are you that naive to think that somebody else did not pay the price, the full price, for the device that you are now watching me on? Really? Really? As for genocidal, no, the genocide is not ongoing. That is bullshit. As for apartheid, also bullshit. There are 2 million Christian and Muslim Arabs living in Israel. 2 million. 1/5 of the population. 20%, 21% of the population. So, no apartheid. The Arab Muslims and Christians are here represented across the entire gamut spectrum of society, from the lowest of the low to the highest of the high, in the Supreme Court of Israel, no less. So you don't know what you're talking about. And once again, you're not spewing classic terrorist sympathizing propaganda. I'll give you that. But that genocidal apartheid thing definitely is. And the exploitation thing, unfortunately, is something that occurs worldwide. Now, there's that idea of capitalism being the catalyst for these things. And there's the friction between when capitalism first arrives and between the society that it arrives at can benefit. And there's a lot in between there where people fall between the cracks and terrible things happen in those societies. And I don't know enough about it. But if you are so naive as to think that whatever device you're watching this on was done without some sort of somebody else in some faraway land paying the price, the full price for your device, then you are foolish. Yep, pretty much. Rachum Chanun says, you observe the monastic rules in the Bible, and in the Chumash, Ani Machon Meir. Machon Meir is a kef. Look at that. From my neck of the woods. That's nice. Wow, Machon Meir. That I haven't been there in a very long time. I was there. I never studied there regularly, but I was there. Wow, man, many. Must have been. Last time I was in Machon Meir must have been like 15 years ago. Something like that. Maybe even 20 years ago. Wow. All right. 3 שנים במכון מאיר. איזה כיף. איזה כיף. Good for you. My woman, at the time, over 20 years ago, my woman studied at Machon Ora, at the Midrasha there for a bit of time. What are your views on AI? I don't know enough about AI. I know that it's helped me in my work, but other than that, it's difficult for me to say. It's progressing so rapidly, and I think that it can be of great benefit, but I don't know. I don't have enough of a faraway view to give you my view that is sort of, right now it helps. It's a helpful tool. The question is, when will it become something else that is not merely a helpful tool? Do you know any tradition that still recalls the original pronunciation for God's name? says JM. And it seems Personal's first temple was built to ensure it was remembered. Well, it's interesting that that's what you would say, that it was built for that to be remembered. Presumably the tabernacle would have been enough for that. But a tradition that still recalls it, it depends. It's a dispute on what it was. So there are those who say that there is a tradition that's still currently alive, that's being passed down from master to apprentice, right? From rabbi to disciple. So I don't know of a tradition that still recalls it. Like I don't absolutely know of one, but there's talk. Yes, there is talk, and there's also talk of that being. There's also talk of that being not around anymore, and that the Shem HaMeforash, right, the precise name, the explicit name, will be made later manifest again. I am a Samson Nazarite. So the Nazarite ship that I took over 16 years ago is for life. I do not cut my hair. I do not partake of anything of the grape. But I am allowed to be defiled by death, right? Tum'at met does not apply to the Samson Nazarite, although I also try to adhere to that. I don't go to funerals and I stay away from cemeteries, although I am allowed, and at some point I believe I will have to go back to a cemetery or attend a funeral. So the main laws of the Samson Nazarite, which are the hair and the grapes, and that it's for life, those are the ones that I took. The Akun say, look at you, so pathetic. Yes, I am pathetic. Feel sorry for me. I am indeed pathetic. Where were your grandparents born? In the United States of America. Goal ratio. How can you avoid grapes and wine today? What do you do with food? Well, you avoid grapes and wine by simply avoiding grapes and wine and anything grape related. Pretty simple. What do I do with food? I make sure that there's no wine or wine vinegar or grapes. I look at the ingredients, or if I'm ever in a restaurant that might have wine vinegar, I ask them, is it grain vinegar or grape vinegar inside of the dish? And that's how. Your great-grandparents, says Goal. My great-grandparents, I believe, my great-grandparents, I believe, in Europe. The people going back, way back, were from Judea. Did you like America? So I never lived there, but when I was there for a few weeks here and there in my life, yes, I did. I really, really did. Though I never experienced it as an adult. Last time I was there, I was 16 years old, I think, was the last time I was there. So I haven't been there in a very long time. Have you ever used cannabis? Yes, I have, listener's path. I no longer partake, but I have. I'm a fan. And once again, as long as we mention cannabis, respect the herb, respect your body, respect your mind, set and setting, harm reduction, and integrate. That's what you need to do with psychedelic substances. Quivering lips, says Richard, yeah. I bet you're fun high. Yeah, I was the dude. I was the dude when I was younger that people were like, oh man, I'm so high. Hey, where's Jonathan? Hey, come on, let's, I would be the one to put on a show. Were you born in Israel? Yes, I was, mildly spiffy parrot. I was indeed born in Israel. I hate looking for a job. Yeah, Kraken, I understand what you mean, and I'm doing it now, but what are you going to do? You can't be vegan and Zionist, lols. Well, LCO, you can feel free to laugh out loud and Z as much as you want. You probably have no idea what you're talking about, but whatever makes you feel better about yourself, whatever makes you feel better than me, you go right ahead and believe whatever you want. Big Rabbi says, Eifo kippah shelcha? I have no kippah, since the kippah is the Rabbanan and the hair of the Nazarite is the Oraita. Furthermore, the kippah, the skull cap, the head covering, the yarmulke, over the years has become such a tool of judgment and divisive in-group, out-group thinking and action. The color, the shape, where you place it, is there a tassel or a fringe? What is it that's written on it? So no, I have no kippah, Big Rabbi. Although, hey, hi, Big Rabbi. Big Rabbi, Shavua Tov. What type of rabbi are you? I would love to know more. Opinions on illegal immigrants. That, if they are illegal, they probably should not be immigrating and they need to be deported. Probably. In some cases, not. Hey Nazarite, nice to be back. Have you ever traveled somewhere else? And what was your favorite destination? So, no, I mean, I lived in the Netherlands for 3 years. My woman was doing her master's there, so all of us moved there. And I don't have the travel bug. I'm a homebody. I don't care to go anywhere. I don't want to experience other cultures and places. I simply don't have the inclination to do it. Other people are all about traveling and seeing the world. If I'm going to travel and see the world, I'd rather travel and see the spiritual world. You know what I'm saying? That's more what I'm into. Not in a holier than thou condescending sort of way, simply in a way that I have no natural inclination to travel. I like being at home, right? I don't go out places. I don't usually go out. I don't, I just simply am not that type of a person. Connor says, I'm a drawing artist. Good for you. Could you send me some sketches? I'd love to know. Let's continue. A big rabbi, ma ha'be'aya im derabanan. No. There is no problem with derabanan per se. It's just that if you have a piece of cloth that only became halacha in the last few hundred years, and you have the nezer, that is deoraita, you don't put a piece of cloth over the crown of the Nazarite. Also, well, let's leave it at that. So there's no problem with the Rabbanan, but if it's Bari Veshema, Bari Adif, and so I go with the crown of the Nazarite. But even before that, I saw the kippah as something that's very, very, that's just taken a wrong turn as far as the people are concerned. People will judge you, and people will do all kinds of things, and I just saw it as something that is not cool, which is also why my kids don't have a kippah either. Okay, scrolling down. Where is your tunnel, Jew? Brock Sregan? My tunnel. You mean my anus and my colon? Right over here between my butt cheeks. That's my tunnel. You are plant-based, not vegan. El Ciejo or El Ciejo. I get it. You don't think I'm vegan because I'm Israeli. I really don't care what you think. Whatever you want to think, you want to feel better than me, go right ahead. Very well, I'm plant-based, not vegan. You are right. I am wrong. Better? You think God gives a damn about you? No, I don't. Oh, sorry, it just jumped. I don't know who said that. Hang on a sec. Here. Cam Del Monte. No, I don't think God gives a damn about me because I don't know God. All I know is how God reveals himself to me in the world, right? And through creation. So, no, I don't think God gives anything. I don't know what God gives or gets. Because I don't know God. Opinion on genocide, user says that it is not ongoing and there is no genocide. You can be born in Israel and not support them. You aren't vegan, crude, plant-based because you support them, not because you are from. You are being intentionally ignorant. No, I literally said that those who are actually murderers, I'm against that, and they should be put to death or be in prison. I literally said that those who are actually thieving and occupying and illegally settling, that is not okay or ethical or moral in my opinion. So you are intentionally twisting my words or intentionally yourself being ignorant so you can take all of your high and mighty words and turn them against yourself because you are seriously projecting. Also, in case you didn't get it, I don't give a crap what you think about me being vegan or not. really means nothing to me what you think of me or of how I live my life. We're here to have conversations, and if you want to have conversations, that's well and good. But you've spent the last, I don't know how long you've been here, simply attacking, and not listening to what I was saying, which makes it kind of futile. Because if you were listening to what I was saying, you may have been able to sort of progress a little bit, but alas, head up your ass. No, you don't have your head up your ass. That's okay. Hasatan people, says Gabriel, with your accusation, God will save Israel. Indeed. Indeed. It might just be the case. We need to work in order to save ourselves, man. Keep the Torah, keep the commandments, keep on going, do good things, try and be good people. Yeah, get you, homely type of person myself. What are your hobbies? This. I like doing this. This is what I like to do. I mean, maybe other things as well. But this is indeed a hobby that I do regularly. Hey, Black Sheep is here. Shalom, shalom. How you doing? Shavua tov. You're so cool, says Patricia. Thank you. I have my moments. When did you last shower? Yesterday, Chris Brown, before the Sabbath. When did you last shower? Read fucking comments, Jews. I am. I definitely am. This is a strange chat room. Yes, it is, Lisa, but that's what I love about it. It's chaotic, it's weird, and it's free range, free-for-all chat. Lisa, you will believe what I get, says Connor. Say what now? Kelly says, Kusema Sharmut. I think maybe you meant to type Kusemek Sharmuta. Could that be it? But either way, Kusema Sharmut to you as well. Get a fucking job. I'm working on it. Hey, I was just let go last week. Would you give me a few weeks to find a job? I worked at that place for over 11 years. Give me a bit of a break. Great chat, says Richard. Thank you. I think so too. Stop the Jew hate. Jeez, says Richard. No. People will never stop. That's the way of the world. If you want to hate on Jews, hate on Jews. What am I going to do about it? People hate Jews. Some people love Jews. That's the way it is. You know. Kelly Strongman says, free for all? Well, thank you, Rabbi. I'm not a rabbi. But we do have or had a rabbi here in the chat. Clad says, love you, bro. Keep doing you, brother. Thank you, Clad. I appreciate it. What do you do as work? I am a writer. That's what I do. I'm a man of words. I worked at a marketing agency as a copywriter and later head of a team for over 11 years now. I am also a screenwriter, though I only did that for a year freelancing after I left film school, or finished film school. Shabbat Shalom, and to you as well, although it's not Shabbat here now, but yes, Shabbat Shalom to you as well. Please get a haircut before job hunting. I don't think so, Lisa. I'm a Nazarite. I will not be getting a haircut. The Great Notice says, maybe this is a chance to go full-time online. Maybe, if I get... Look, the money that the channel raises from viewers, the ad revenue, super chats, super thanks, super stickers, that all goes to charity after YouTube takes its cut. But the other, if I get a brand deal or a sponsorship, I'll give a tithe from that and keep the rest. So if that actually does happen, sure. Do you think you were fired because of your live stream? So no, I was not fired. I was let go because the company was bought out by a different group and many people were let go before me. Many will be let go after me. And, or actually, I may have been one of the last ones. And no, my bosses actually really enjoyed my live streams. And when I walked into the office about a month and a half ago or 2 months ago to ask for a raise, only to find out that they are being bought out, in the process of being bought out, and that I might be let go of in the next couple of months, which is what happened. So I wasn't fired, I was let go, and they actually really loved my live streams. They said that they caught me a few times at random and that it was a lot of fun. Would you cut your hair if you had lice or something? No, I've had lice twice. If you have little kids, and I did, and I do, so you're gonna get lice at some point, likely. So no, I simply put my hair up like this, right? And I douse myself with rubbing alcohol, right? 70% alcohol. And I put it all in a bag, put everything in a bag, and I tie it over here, and it suffocates the lice. And then they fall out when I shower. That's how I took care of that. I had it twice in my life with the dreads. Okay. Pro-Palestinians here, bring receipts, not claims. Yes, please do that. Saying what about X without proof isn't smart. Agreed. Include a wiki article name or search term, we will win. So says you, and that's all well and good. I am also pro-Palestine in the sense that I believe there are innocent people in Gaza, in the West Bank, innocent men and women and children, right, stuck between a rock and a hard place, between the IDF and the Palestinian terrorist regimes. And I don't want that. I would love it if they would be able to raise their quality of life, if their leadership gave a shit, and they were able to raise their quality of life, and they were able to actually live out their lives in dignity, peace, and prosperity. But the leadership of these Palestinian people is just dooming them to poverty and squalor and war, unfortunately. This is a paying job too. Yes, it is, Celia, but all of the money that arrives in my bank account goes to charity. So I'm not the one being paid. Hang on a sec. Hang on. Yeah, somebody texted me. Okay. Would you support a Palestinian country? Yes, I did support it in the past. Yes, I did. Do you love your kids equally? Yes, I do, Adilov. Yes, I do. Screenwriter sounds cool. I do it too as a hobby. What type of films did you gravitate towards watching and writing respectively? Comedies. I love comedies. Charlie Kaufman is my favorite screenwriter, I think. Hold on a moment. Hang on. Nope, not gonna happen. Okay. Go do some child care for your children. Why is a father of young children live streaming? Because they're asleep, you idiot. It is 1:42 a.m. Now maybe you didn't know that, so you're not an idiot. But if you think that the little kids right now are... So, yeah, I mean, there have been many times... Oi, no. You may share as much as you please. It's your money. No. I wanted to give it all to charity. Where were we? Right, child care. Go be a parent. Believe me, LCO. I'm a pretty good parent. Are you Jew? Yes, AK187. Yes, I am. Israelis are allergic to olive trees, but yeah, that's their land. We are allergic to olive trees? Where do you people get your opinions from? Where do you get these absolutely asinine talking points? Unbelievable. French Mapper says, Bonjour, messieurs. Good morning, gentlemen. Indeed. Good evening and good morning. Michael says, what do you do for a living? I'm a writer. And what do you do? Charlie Kaufman. Yeah, Synecdoche, New York was weird. I mean, everything he does is weird. But, I mean, adaptation, it just touches me like deep in every part of my being. It really does. But yes, Synecdoche is great. Being John Malkovich is very good. Everything that he writes Really, really good stuff. Patricia says, why are you so worried about his children? Where are your children? Yes, indeed. JM says, thanks for answering some of my questions. I have to go now. Bye, JM. Go in peace. Please consider Yeshua HaMashiach. I don't think I will. I think he's a dead man, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't know much, but because I believe in the Lord, I had an obligation to share with you. Understood. Shalom to you. Evening, my dear friend. Hi, Pato Sherry. How are you? Would ever visit the West Bank for fun? Is that a question or a statement? Because I'm not allowed. It's Area A. I'm not allowed to go there. Favorite writer, Stingray Pancake says. I mean, again, writer or screenwriter? Because I don't read much in the way of that. I like recycling books. I like some of Stephen King's earlier work. I like Lewis Carroll. Right now, as I said, I'm reading The Brothers Karamazov, right? Dostoevsky. He's amazing. I said it before, I love those long monologues. Sometimes it's just. So yeah. But I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't know if I have a favorite because I'm not versed enough. That's why. They can't fire the weapons next to a neighboring country because of how toxic nuclear weapons are, says Mr. Black. Indeed, that would probably cause some blowback to Israel as well, if you're talking about Israel. Tenebris says, hey Tenebris, Shavua Tov, I'm Jewish and Italian. I consume copious quantities of olive oil. Yeah, as do I. I love olive oil. It's our go-to oil. We don't usually use canola or sunflower or others. Usually we use olive oil. I'll give adaptation a try. I haven't seen it yet. Dude's goated. Also reading Brothers Karamazov. Would you? Oh, you're also reading it now, or did you say you're also reading it? I mean that I'm also reading it. What would you give as some parenting advice? My girlfriend and I recently discussed it, both secular. Parenting advice? Give your children as much freedom as you can afford to give them, as early as possible. I mean, be there to guide them, be there to instruct them, but give them as much freedom as you possibly can. Have like as minimal amount of parental rules, because if you're both secular, I'm assuming the commandments will not apply to the degree that it would in a religious home. If it's a secular household, as minimal amount of rules, right? And make sure that your kids know that they can come to you with anything, and live life in such a way that will actually bring that into being and facilitate that sort of relationship. Pato Sherry says, very interesting person. I enjoy watching and listening. Thank you. I enjoy that you're here. Have you ever washed your hair? Yes, I have, Conqueror Fair. Many, many times. Ben Gvir for next prime minister. Yeah, I don't know anything that he's done, really. I've heard good things and I've heard bad things, depends on who you ask. I don't think he will be the next prime minister. Is he even running? Hey, Quad Game is here. My favorite Jew, he says. Are you a supporter of Bibi? No, I'm not. I'm not going to be voting for him. I haven't voted in 20 years, and I'm going to vote in the next election, I think. But if he's the candidate that I decide to go with, maybe I won't vote. I support some of the things he does and some of the things he says, and other things I'm definitely not a supporter. What's your opinion of Trump, says KNCK. I don't know enough about him. I don't know enough about him to actually have a proper, well-rounded opinion of Donald Trump. I enjoy the fact that he is not a politician, but a businessman. That, I think, is a major advantage. Hermes78 says, how do you cope with the sheer level of hatred, suspicion aimed at you? Just joined for the first time and you seem very normal, but some of these chats are unhinged. I mean, I have my moments of being unhinged too, I suppose, but how do I cope with it? I simply understand that most of the people here are simply projecting their own sad, evil, malevolent selves and their sad and pathetic being to the degree that they are sad and pathetic. that they're just projecting all of their insecurities and all of their bile, all of the toxicity, all of the ways in which they hate themselves, they are projecting onto, and also it's digital projections of zeros and ones. I'm supposed to feel something about this, all these keyboard warriors who are coming up and all up in arms against me. I'm just a simple dumbass in the Middle East. That's it. That's all I am. And they seem to think that I represent Judaism and Israel and every Jew that's ever lived, and they ascribe all kinds of things to me and hurl their accusations and allegations, and I'm just like, okay. To quote the dude, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man. That's literally how I cope with it. Reading Brothers Kazimar right now, actually. So yeah, you are doing that too. That's great. Thanks for the parenting advice, was what we both said. And yes, both left relatively conservative Christian and Muslim environments, respectively, so secular. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's very cool. How is the weather, says Amber. Y'all okay there? Yes. Do they spray like they do here? Spray what? Spray what? I'm not sure what you mean. Agreed, and you're not a dumbass, you're educating the masses. Ha! Thanks, Radi Rule. Pardon me. No, I'm not, I mean, maybe, but I'm not an educator. That's not the point here. The point is to have a conversation, right? That's what it is. Celia says, I begged my father to stay home while I was around 9 years old. I cried and begged. He gave me a kiss and went back to the airport. Often he would come to that airport and not visit me at all. What is the context, Celia? What is the context there? Did you say something before in some other comment that would go ahead with? I mean, I don't see. I don't see. Do you meditate, Stingray Pancake? Yes, I do. I do meditate. I also engage regularly in hitbodedut, seclusion, which is the spontaneous meditative prayer. So yes, I do. What country are you from? I just joined the stream. Hey, Protrix, I'm in Israel. Where are you at? Let me know. My ninja says, coming as a thief in the night. Hi, good to see you again, coming as a thief in the night. I'm in Palestine. Good for you, Protrix. Good for you. Where are you at? West Bank? Please define what a Zion is. Zion is a mountain upon which the temple stood. Zion is also a name of Jerusalem. Zion is also the name of Israel at large. Sons and daughters of Zion are the Hebrew people. Near that, okay. Are you a fan of Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi? So I don't know enough about Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi, the listener's path. So am I a fan? I can't say I'm a fan because I haven't listened to enough of his shtick. But I do know that he is an Orthodox rabbi that has ties in Israel, or was born in Israel, but now he's in the States. And because he's in the States, he might be thinking things a little differently. I usually have a different mindset than those people who are in the States. So, Scion is a car radio, is a car also. Oh, really? Thanks, Naj. That's good to know. Mentioned Big Lebowski. What's your 3 or 5 must-see comedies? I mean, look, Spaceballs. Look, Mel Brooks and Woody Allen, their earlier stuff. Spaceballs, I'd say maybe Woody Allen's Sleeper, and a comedy. I mean, God, there's so many. It's difficult to choose. It's really difficult to choose. I'll have to think. Glad to see that you finished your soup. You are much calmer now, not dropping the F-bombs as much anymore. No, I should probably stop doing that altogether. And I'm not finished yet. Zion National Park is beautiful, says John. Voila. A Zionist is a place? No. A Zionist is somebody who believes that the people of Zion belong in Zion. That is a Zionist. Spaceballs is about self-esteem. Really, is it, Celia? How do you figure that? Monty Python, Holy Grail. Ooh, okay, so yeah, Monty Python. I would go with Life of Brian, though, before Holy Grail. Yeah. Life of Brian, right? Big Mac Orange. Indeed, indeed. Larasa says, why do you believe that the Jews are God's chosen people? I don't believe that. I believe that we were selected to keep the Torah and the commandments, and other nations were selected to keep their own shtick, and do their own thing. So I don't go with that God's chosen rhetoric. Did UFOs build the pyramids? Well, I don't think that the unidentified flying objects themselves did it. So no, I'd have to say no. Do you play video games? No, I do not, K and CK. I do not. Brian says, what exactly is a Hebrew Nazarite? It is a Hebrew man or woman who have taken a Nazarite vow. Super chat came in. I got a new above-paying job. Should I be grateful? Probably. Should you not? Are you grateful? Coming as a thief in the night? I think that's really great. Good for you. Why should you not be grateful? I guess that's the question. I think slaves built the pyramids. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Hello from Russia. God bless you. Hey, Nikki. Nikki17. How you doing, Nikki? You can remember the message from Yogurt. Yes, you don't need the ring. The ring is bubkus. I found it in a Cracker Jack box. Amber says, Kabbalah, what do you think of these reptilian CERN and suck are doing? Also, do you believe in the demiurge? All right, what about Kabbalah? I believe Kabbalah should be kosher Kabbalah with a kosher master. That's what it should be. I have no idea what to think of reptilians, kern, and suck. I don't know what that means. And the demiurge? The demiurge? I'm not sure what that means. Googling that. The demiurge is an artisan-like creature from ancient philosophy and religion. Okay. It means craftsman or public worker. So, okay, so no, I believe in the creator, not in the demiurge. But I'm fine with other people believing whatever they want. Kenny Pirate is here. Yay, I'm back. Hello. It's good to see you again, Kenny. I think that a pretzel maker is very good at tying his shoes. Indeed. Is magic real? Khalid asks. I would think so, depending on how you define magic. Really. Oh, wow, so good. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? I know people that have reptilian traits. It is normal. So, what do you mean by reptilian traits? What is a reptilian trait? That they are... The Hebrews built this as coming in the thief. No, I don't think it's been... First of all, there's no concrete archaeological evidence for the Hebrews being in Egypt. Second of all, the pyramids were there way before that. So I don't think that's the case. I think that historians and people who actually research these things, I don't think that there's not even that hypothesis, let alone a consensus, that the Hebrews did build the pyramids in bondage. So no. Hey, Midnight Blue is here. Hello, bro. How you doing? As a kid, I saw 7-8 green, 1.5 meter tall jinn fighting at night. We threw rocks and they ran. Oh man, Yusuf. Green jinn fighting at night. That must have been really, really weird. God wants you to avoid grapes in this life. Yes, and I do. I haven't had a grape in over 16 years. I thought the demiurge was an entity whom thinks it's God, says Pato Sherry. Well, maybe it is. I just read the quickie Google definition. Doesn't mean that it's actually it. Are you a member of a metal band? No, Silverback Dungeon Gorilla, I am not. I do play guitar, but I don't shred, so no. I would not be a good metal. I would not be a good metal, band member. What's wrong with grapes? Nothing is wrong with them, Robert. The Nazarite is simply commanded to abstain from eating them.
Hello, I have a question. How do you think creation began? Likely, well, what do you mean? Creation, you mean the physical part of creation? I believe the Big Bang is the best bet here, right? But I believe that there's an intelligent design and a spiritual creation that preceded the physical one. Hebrews don't build, says Michael. Hebrews don't build. That's funny. Jews don't build, they take. No, you are wrong, but okay, if you say so. Do you think the helper is here right now, Space Your Jace? What do you mean the helper? Do you mean the creator? No, I believe there's divine revelation. I don't think the creator is here. I believe God is revealed in all things. Yet, oh, wait, I glitched? I glitched. Okay. So, do I think the helper is here? By helper, what do you mean? Do you mean the creator? Or do you mean a different kind of helper? How old are the seven Noahide laws? So, Sadlush, those who are the proponents of the law say that they existed after the sons of Noah exited the ark. That's their origin. No grapes, doors, that means no wine, even though people drank within scripture. Yes, that is correct. No grapes, no wine vinegar, right? Balsamic vinegar, also, no raisins. So, yep. You live in Palestine, says Hades. Hey, Hades, I live in Jerusalem. You could call it Israel, you could call it Palestine. I glitch too, says Patricia. Okay, cool. The majority of the construction work is done by Palestinians, says Mr. Black. That is, I think, correct nowadays, but that wasn't always the case. Kenny says they built the banking system. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Jews? Or are you talking about a specific set of Jews or someone else? Chris says a king is returning to Israel. Be prepared. Yep, that's pretty much what we're going for. That's what we're going for. I find Woody Allen hard nowadays, says Spiffy Parrot, due to hindsight, kind of like Chinatown and Polanski. So I've given his work a sidestep when watching more retro comedy. Thoughts on separating art from artist. So with some I'm able to do it, with some I'm not able to do it. So I understand I understand the issues that you have. I do. And what do you think, people, about separating the art from the artist? Do you do it? Can you do it? Should it be done all the time? Okay. What are Jews' ideas about Israeli government, says Akolom. I mean, we'll see. There's elections coming up in a couple of months, and we'll see exactly what the people of Israel... Second. Hang on, I need to text my kid. Um, okay, there we go. There. Of course, he'll text me back, but okay. Do you think the helper and Mashiach are the same? I don't know what helper you're talking about. Mashiach means anointed one. That's all that that means. Mashiach is a king, or you have an anointed prophet and an anointed priest as well. Hang on. You sound like you were born in the US, correct? Negative. Born and raised in Israel. The helper is from the evangelical. Oh, that's why I don't know it. Thank you, Celia. No, I don't know what the helper is. What is the helper? Enlighten me. Yes, I am typing hard, Stony. I am indeed typing hard. Parrot says, I personally think art from artist is not only possible, is only not possible when the art exists as a manifestation of the same issue as the artist's controversy, or they're still benefiting financially. Well, I guess I know what you're talking about. The financial benefit definitely will be there. As for the art manifesting the controversy or expressing it in some way, super chat came in. Aaron says, what is your favorite part of doing these lives? This, conversing with people. That's literally what it is. That's what I'm doing here, and that's what I love about this. I love it that it's a free-range chat. I love it that there are people who hate, and I love it that there are people who love, people who come here from all over the world, all walks of life. And I think that is my favorite part, just literally the chat itself. I take great pleasure in conversing with people. So thank you, incidentally. And I'll remind you that all of the money that you donate, anything that ends up in my bank account, goes to charity here in Jerusalem, to organizations that serve East and West Jerusalem alike. Enjoy rockets from Iran, says Bart. Bart? Hi, Bart. I don't quite enjoy them, no, but okay. Cool. Why would you say that? I'm curious. West Bank or Judea and Samaria, says Slim Cartman. What do you mean? Jerusalem is not the West Bank. Jerusalem is not Samaria. I said that I give to organizations here in Jerusalem. Crazy that you don't have an accent. My parents raised me with an American accent. Like a Hebrew speaker, I guess. I mean, I can talk like this. If you want me to talk like this, like a Hebrew speaker, I can do it, and I can talk like an Israeli, and it's all good. But I could do that. But I won't. Are you Jews? No, SCB. I'm only one Jew. I'm not a plurality of Jews. Is it your duty to oppose and fight Jesus? ABZ, I think you've been here long enough to know that the answer is no. No, not at all. Norm Kirschberg says, morning, what does it mean to be Levite? To be Levite? I don't know what that means. What does it mean to be Levite? I don't know what you mean, Norm. Norm! You seem fun. Thanks, Tony. I have my moments. Was God a plurality? No, God in the Hebrew faith is one God that is manifested in many, many, many different ways, right? Through different emanations and revelations, but none of them are God. Yet God is manifested through them all. Khalid said, is it that rabbi from New York that was hailed as Messiah? Who are you talking about? I mean, you're talking presumably about Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe of Chabad. But what are you talking about? He was hailed as Messiah by his own sect, not by anyone else. That may have been why he was not anointed and crowned as king. Is it your duty to oppose and fight claimants of Christhood? Once again, ABZ, I think you've been here long enough to know that the answer is no. I don't think that way at all. Thoughts on people calling Joseph Gordon-Levitt Jogor the Levy? I have no idea that they were calling him that. I enjoyed him. I've been enjoying his work ever since Third Rock from the Sun. He was there, right? Are you a rabbi? No, Space your Jace, I'm not. Nor do I want to be. What about when he ate with Abraham? Yes, those were three divine messengers coming in human form. That was not God. That was an angelic revelation of God donning human-like garments. Richard says, could you explain what the discussion about the red heifer was about and why is it considered important? It's considered important because the red heifer, the ashes of the red heifer are used in the purification ceremony, cleansing people from defilement of death, of human death. That's why it's important. There are many things that you cannot do so long as you are ritually unclean and defiled by human death. That's why it's important. The discussion was and still is on whether or not the ceremony can take place. There's a difference of opinion among the sages and the scholars in Israel right now on whether or not, because logistically, practically, everything is there. They have the heifer, they have the people, they have the altar, they have the vessels, they have the ingredients, they have everything except for rabbinic consensus on the idea of the ritual purity being reinstated as such. So that's the discussion, and that's why it's important. Do you think Mashiach ben Yosef points to Jesus? No, I don't. I don't think that Jesus was any kind of Mashiach because I don't think he was anointed or crowned as king. So, no. I do believe that they say Mashiach ben Yosef represents the more physical infrastructure, right? The material precursor to the son of David, right? Being son of Joseph, and Joseph was the one who was ruler, and Joseph was the one who had food and gave it, in the time of famine. So he was the benefactor, and he was the sustainer, and he was the physical nourisher. And then afterwards, right, comes Mashiach ben David. So I don't think either one of them points towards Jesus. Leonard Cohen is the king of the Jews. The end. I'm inclined to agree. What a man he was. What a man. That's something. I love Leonard Cohen. I love his work. I really do. He fulfilled every prophecy of Psalm 22. See, that's just the thing. No matter how many prophecies he fulfilled, it doesn't make him a god or a Messiah or a son of God. It really doesn't. So it could very well be that the dude fulfilled all kinds of prophecies and still he does not need to be an anointed one or a king. And I've said this before differently, although I'm fulfilling a prophecy right now. I'm fulfilling the prophecy of Zechariah, right? Sitting in Jerusalem, raising a family in Jerusalem. I'm fulfilling a prophecy right here, right now. Of course, he fulfilled other ones, they say, more to do with the kingship and more to do with the Mashiach. But the point still stands. Habibi, what does it mean to see God in a dream, but to see one in a shock to see one? Okay, wait. What does it mean to see God in a dream, but to see one in a shock to see one? So I don't understand what the latter part of that comment or question is. What does it mean? I'll tell you what someone told me when I had the same question. First of all, it's very, very personal and idiosyncratic. Second of all, it depends. Does he show up as a raven-haired youth? Does he show up as an old man? Does he show up as something that's not human in the dream? Is there speech? Is there a wave of information being conveyed? And what I was told when I said something, along the lines of, what do you think it means? And the guy said, sometimes the Creator just drops by to say hello. I always like that answer. Do you believe he's a descendant of the Davidic line? If you're talking about Jesus, I believe it could very well be. Could not be. What are your thoughts on Satmar and their theology? I am not versed enough in Satmar, but what I do know about them I disagree with. Let's put it that way. It's not that I'm anti-Hasidism. I'm a fan of Hasidism, Breslev, Chabad, and others. Satmar, no, not a fan. Not a fan of their ideology. Not theology, but ideology. Their theology, presumably, is the same as mine overall, the Orthodox view of the Creator and of the Torah and of Halacha and of the Hebrew covenants. Theologically, we may have a lot in common. Ideologically, we may not. Can we do more, says So, religious learning from other faiths? So, I pretty much go with what our sages said about learning from other faiths and cultures and people. You can gain wisdom from them, but don't learn faith from them. If somebody teaches you something, that's all well and good. A skill, a wisdom, a craft, great. If it's faith, stick to the Torah. So is it possible? Can we do more religious learning? Yes, you could. For the Hebrew person, it's a bit of a sticky situation because you ought to, or you could, stick to the Hebrew faith and the Hebrew traditions. How do we say dear in Hebrew, Ashkenazis, and Yiddish? So Ashkenazis is just Hebrew with an Ashkenazi accent. So dear would be yakiri, or yakirati for the feminine. And Yiddish, I'm not sure. I don't speak Yiddish. Do you take any vitamins? Yes, I do. I take B12 twice a week and vitamin D occasionally if I need to supplement. רציתי לשאול אותך שאלה רוחנית, עייפתי מלימוד ותפילה. יש שיטות עבודה עם התודעה, שניתן לעשות לפעמים הראש לא יכול ללמוד תורה ועייף מזה ואין מילים לדבר אחרי שהתפללתי שעות. יש שיטות עבודה. Well, I'll read it in English. I wanted to ask you a spiritual question. I am tired of studying and praying. There are methods of working with the mind that can be done. Sometimes the mind can't learn Torah and I'm tired of it, and there are no words to speak after I prayed. So, yes, there are different meditations, right? There are different meditations, and I think that the best thing for you would be to investigate that, let's say Aryeh Kaplan, Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan's Meditatia Yehudit, Jewish meditation. That's a great book, if you want. But if your mind and your mouth are tired, it could be that it's time to take a break, right? It could be that it's time to take a break and let things be. But if you want to work with your consciousness, then meditation, even without specific invoking or thinking of names, right? Simple observation meditation, right? The simple zazen, let's say, meditation. Very pure, clean, simple, unadorned type of meditation. Have you ever smoked weed before? Yes, I have, E-Dog. I no longer partake, but oh yes, I have. I'm a fan. What is a Nazarite? Enzo asks. A man or woman of the Hebrews who have taken on a Nazarite vow. That's it. Celia says, I have many types of Jewish groups in my ancestry, but I'm mostly Mediterranean as a body and culture. Makes sense. That makes sense. Any book recommendations on Ariel Sharon or Jabotinsky? No, because I haven't read any. I have read books that had Ariel Sharon in them back when he was a military leader, not as a prime minister or a politician. So I can't, I don't know, no. Harry James says, hello, hello. What are the differences you see between secular people from each of the Abrahamic religions, if any of interest? Thanks, mate, love from Australia. Thank you. And I don't know enough about the other Abrahamic religions, so I can't tell you the differences between them, unfortunately. Is Epstein considered a martyr in Israel? I don't think so, but you'll have to ask somebody who is more knowledgeable on what other people think of Epstein, because I don't know anything about Epstein. I really don't. What do you think? Are there methods to investigate consciousness? Yes, there are, but it mainly, as far as I'm concerned, has to do with Torah and with prayer and meditation. That's how I explore my consciousness. That's how I do it, right? Torah and prayer and meditation. Hitbodedut, right? For me, my go-to is hitbodedut, and always was, really. I mean specifically, says Spiffy Parrot, Woody Allen's Manhattan, which has an inappropriate age relationship like he did IRL, or for example, old work where the financial benefit doesn't go to them. Example, Gary Glitter. I don't know who Gary Glitter is, but if you gave that as an example, I suppose I know what you mean. איזה שיטה כדי לחקור את התודעה, התבודדות. כן. I mean, that's been most beneficial to me. It may be different for you, it may very well be different, but for me, hitbodedut is the go-to. Definitely is, and always has been. right? What did Rabbi Nachman say, right? ההתבודדות היא מעלה עליונה וגדולה מן הכל. Rabbi Nachman said that it's the greatest virtue, hitbodedut. And if he had known the power of hitbodedut in his earlier years, he would not have spent as much time on all of the self-flagellation and all of the fasting, right? Ta'aniyot v'sigufim. So definitely, hitbodedut is the key. For me, it is and was and hopefully will remain the key to many, many doors. Yes, that's what I would say. What is your theology? Nara says. I'm a Hebrew man. I go with the Hebrew theology. Do you think it is possible to reach a high spiritual level without studying Torah? Or after several years of studying, my mind is closed. I'm unable to sit in front of the text. I am looking for other ways to connect. Well, let's put it this way. Abraham, right? Avraham. What does Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai said? He said, his own kidneys became like his rabbis and taught him Torah from the inside out. There was no Torah. He did not receive the Torah. He was Avram HaIvri, Abram the Hebrew. He had to figure these things out on his own. And so we must say that in order to do that, he had to facilitate that connection and connect with his mind, his spirit, his body. And I believe that he did that, could very well be, without the Torah, but by living a righteous life. So if you're not able to sit in front of text, if you're not able to, how do you say it? You said lehitchabrut, drachim acherot lehitchabrut. So again, these it's simply my go-to, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, right? It's Torah and prayer and meditation. So I think that if you are looking, you know what? Let's put it this way. For me, for instance, there was the Nazariteship, right? The Nezirut, the Nazarite vow for me is something that I'm not saying that I'm at a high spiritual level. I'm the lowest of the low. But the Nazarite vow does indeed facilitate that connection to the crown of being that can lead you down a path of a higher spiritual level. So, is it possible without studying Torah? Yes, we know this from history. But the Hebrew man, the Hebrew woman, Torah, right? It's the Torah is oraita. The Torah is the guide, right, on this gesher tzar meod, on this small and narrow path, bridge. So, but it really is so personal and so idiosyncratic, and I'm reluctant to sort of give this all-encompassing advice, right? Because who am I? And I don't know who you are, Lachum v'Chanun, so it's difficult. But there are ways, I would say yes. I would say definitely there are ways. Force yourself to read more Torah, says so-so. The monk told the man to push the pea up the hill with his nose. When he got to the top, the monk asked, if you're enlightened yet? No? Then do it again. Spiffy Parrot says, you said, Dear Yakiri Yakirati. Learning Arabic for aforementioned girlfriend, not religion, and their dear Habibi Habibti. That's right, Habibi and Habibti. I should have remembered that. Do you find basic Arabic intelligible in some way, English and Dutch? No, not really, because I know this because I did start learning spoken Arabic a few years ago, and I couldn't continue, but I hopefully will in the future. So I know that even though there are similarities, it is largely unintelligible. That's what I would say. Your level doesn't matter. I'm asking your opinion only as another human in life right now. Well, no, with the level, I was responding to Rachum v'Chanun. I don't know what you said, Space Your Jace. Hang on, I'll try and see. Scrolling up. How did Jesus turn the Middle East majority Christian? Then Islam emerged to take that influence's strength. So does influence, deeds, and impact make a Mashiach more than a ceremony? Well, first of all, Mashiach actually is a messenger. That's an actual job, right? It's a king, a messenger, an anointed one. So influence, deeds, and impact aside, you actually literally might need to be anointed to be an anointed one, or you would need to be a leader, right? So a king, the king does not necessarily need to be anointed. A king of Judah, for instance, was only anointed in cases of a controversy over who is to sit on the throne. But for all intents and purposes, the king will be anointed. So how did Jesus turn the Middle East majority Christian? I don't think it was him. I think it's those who came after him. If you mean how did Christianity get so big and how did Islam get so big, I don't know Islam or Christianity in depth enough to answer that question. I really don't know. But they must have brought something to the table that people are attracted to and that people will go for. That's what I would say. How can I become a king? Catchy electro music says. Well, first, if you want to be the king of Israel, you'll need to be anointed, likely, by the people. And you would have to be accepted by the people. They would have to actually endorse, like, your sovereignty. So I don't know how you can become a king. I don't know. Or a king, any king. I mean, a king of Israel is one thing. You can be king of many other things. So it doesn't take much. At some point, I was looking like a bird's eye view on this channel using ChatGPT. And I asked him, tell me about this channel, right? Just to get like a broad idea of what AI knows about the channel. They got a few things wrong. They said that this channel is run by a Hebrew roots, Hebrew Israelite creator, and that was wrong. Point is, they said eventually when I said, well, I'm the creator, they were like, oh, you are. At some point, it came up and ChatGPT, I think it was GPT, said, you are the king of a very small mountain. Something like that. So you can be king of a small mountain. Mike says you mustn't have a real job. So no, I got let go of a week ago, but I do have a real job. I am a writer, Mike. What about you? What do you do for a living? GRX says, may Hashem clear my path to Israel. I want to see Jewish people in the IDF. Voila, are you actually making aliyah? GRX, are you indeed? May Hashem clear your path. Indeed. I hope you're able to do it. If you want to come to Israel and serve in the IDF, may you be able to do it. It's a very lofty and noble goal and thing to do. And I think that's awesome. I want to serve in the IDF too, says Catchy Electro Music. Yeah. A lot of people don't, a lot of people do. CM Bell says, what's your feelings on the country of Israel? Well, as an Israeli living in Jerusalem, I am very fond of Israel, but I don't go 100% with the Israeli narrative, let's say. Spiffy Parrot says, how do you personally reconcile stories like Noah's Ark, creation at Hebrews of Egypt, with the objective science behind them? You seem rational enough to incorporate the secular points like the Big Bang. Yes, I don't consider the Bible to be a book of history or science. I don't consider the Bible, or the Torah for that matter, to be a historically accurate, scientifically accurate book. It's my understanding that it is a physical book that has a spiritual root. In other words, the physicality is mirroring something spiritual, not mirroring the physicality of the world. The physical essence, right, which is the letters, the Hebrew letters, they themselves also have a spiritual root. So how do I reconcile history and science with the accounts of, let's say, Genesis, Noah's Ark, the Tower of Babel? I simply say it may have happened, it may have not happened. The question is, what is the wisdom that I glean from it? What is it that I'm learning from it? What is it that I can take from these stories? So that's how I approach it, basically. Now, are there things that I have been indoctrinated into, part of my tradition and so on? Yes, but by and large, I don't think that the Bible needs to be real in order for me to discern and glean wisdom from it. It's more of what not to do than what to do, right? And there are rivers of blood flowing all along the Torah and the rest of the Bible. And so I think it's a lot more about what not to do. And it's also why my go-to is the account of creation and Genesis. It's my favorite Torah portion. So I do incorporate secular points. But I also understand that the secular sciences do have their limits and always will. And I do understand that what I consider to be, right, the Bible, the 5 books of Moses, right, the Torah, is the last stop, right, in this chain of revelation, where here, when it's revealed in tablets of stone, parchments of animal skin, or a book, it's something that is the last stop, right? The final stop, and something that began long ago, much higher, so to speak, in the spiritual realms or worlds, right? And the idea of the physical mirroring the spiritual opens things way up, because then you understand, oh, when it says this and this and that in the physical, it doesn't mean it may have actually happened that way, in the very same way that it says that there was light and there was land and there was water before the sun and the moon were created, which scientifically makes no sense, but esoterically makes plenty of sense. Are there different ways to interpret it and different commentators that would give you a non-Kabbalistic, non-esoteric explanation and so on? Yes, that also does appear and that also does exist. But if you go to the spiritual root, then it's like, of course, the physical won't necessarily match the physical world because it's based on something spiritual. אני לא כופר בתורה, he says, פשוט לפעמים יש תקופות שקשה לי ללמוד ואני אחפש דרך אחרת שתיתן לי רוחמה, רוחניות ותפילה, לפעמים קשה עליי נפשית הדיבור. I understand what you mean. I really, really do. I understand that you're not against the Torah. It didn't even cross my mind. And I do understand times when it's difficult to learn. That's why I really try to keep it simple. I try to learn Parshat HaShavua, right, the weekly Torah portion throughout the week. I learn Pardes Rimonim and maybe some Zohar on Shabbos, right? And I keep it very simple. If you're looking for another path that will give you, how did you put it, spiritual wisdom and spirituality, then I would say, first of all, I can't say, to each his own. I think, right, what does it say, right? Yagata umatzata ta'amin. If you seek after it and you toil for it, then you can believe it, right, once you obtain it. So if you're looking and if you're seeking, you shall find, right? What does the New Testament says, knock and the door will open, seek and you shall find, ask and you shall receive. It's that sort of thing. I understand that sometimes mentally it's difficult for you to speak. It's exactly in those times that Rabbi Nachman says that the mantra should be Ribono shel Olam. He said, when you turn to talk to the Most High God, and you are so tired, you're so overwhelmed or overcome with sin and regret, I don't know what, that you can't even open your mouth to speak those three words, Ribono shel Olam, to keep repeating them like a mantra. That's something that he said to do in these types of situations. And I've done that myself in times when I felt like I could not, properly open up my mouth. Oy vey, says Kangaroo Jacked. Hi, Kangaroo. Hello. How's the battery doing? 39%. Am I going to make it? I don't know. It's 2:32 in the morning. It's 2:32 in the morning. I want to stream until the battery runs out. That's what I wanted to do now, as a challenge, to stream until the battery runs out. Little bit faster says, what do you think about Noahides? I don't know if it's binding or not halachically. That's a dispute among the halachic rulers. What do I think of them? I think they're awesome. They have found a path. They're keeping the Noahide laws. Good for them. Jace says, I agree that those who came after spread it. It was Jesus' influence, deeds, etc. that inspired them to grow it. Moses did not do the same thing, and the Hebrew people spread it. Well, spread it, though not as actively. And we were just commanded to do our own thing. And that's a little bit different. Ricky says, aren't you the lead seeker from System of a Down? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But, no, I'm not. Agreed on the limits of science, actually an allegorical value of Torah, Bible, Quran. Just have issues believing in it, even if it's allegorical. What within you makes Judaism seem like the deeper truth? I don't think it's the deeper truth. I don't think that it's deeper than other truths. I simply think that it really, really, really resonates with me. And that's why I still go with it. Hey, Z022 gave $5 for charity here in Jerusalem after YouTube takes their cut. I thank you very much for your generous contribution. I give to charities here in Jerusalem that serve the entire population, doesn't matter the religion, eye color, skin color. NFT says, this gonna sound messed up. All right, can't wait for this. Sound low key, you're the only Jew that I would listen to when they give their opinion on stuff because you're respectful. The other Jews I have met are very disrespectful. Well, thank you. The thing is that depends where they come from, right? It depends. I don't know what they went through. I don't know what they are. I don't know what their thoughts are. If they are disrespectful, then there's nothing. I guess there's nothing to be done. Sometimes people will be disrespectful. I don't know what to do about it, huh? Okay. Dr. Spoo says, my name is Aaron. What can you tell me about my name? Well, Moses' brother, of course, Aaron, right? The elder brother, the priest, the high priest Aaron. As for Aharon as a name, I do not know what else to tell you. Unfortunately, you can look up the gematria of the name if you want a little tidbit of information there. But, hold on a second. I want to look something up quickly so I don't say the wrong thing. Okay. So, yes, I was just checking. There is no actual interpretation of the name. There are different scholars who think that it's connected to this or that. But as I thought, and that's why I couldn't say, there is no actual interpretation of the name, of the meaning of the name. It is connected with the different Hebrew letters, right? Aleph, Hey, Resh, Nun. It is connected to different things and different revelations, let's say, that correspond to those letters, but it has no actual meaning in that classic sense. Metaphysics is an interpretation of an establishment. Physics is a study of matter substances. Interpretation of an establishment. I'm not sure if I know what you mean, Celia. That's interesting. Noor says, whoa, why are people donating to the terrorist scum? Hello, because it's not for me. I give it all to, after YouTube takes its cut, I give it all to charities here in Jerusalem. So they're not donating money to me, nor am I a terrorist, but I am scum, Noor. I'll give you that. So says, tree of knowledge, you dumbass scientists. Quantum 2 Chin says, liar scumbag. Again, yes, I am a liar scumbag. That much is true. What are your takes on marijuana? My take, Grant Vela, is that you should be a high-functioning stoner, not a low-functioning pothead, and that most of your psychedelic experiences should come from the inside and not from the outside. But definitely, I'm a fan of the herb. I no longer partake, but I did for many years, and I am a fan of marijuana. Also, as a medicinal thing or a recreational thing, just, respect the herb, respect your body, respect your mind. Are you a real Jew or a Zionist, says FB. I'm a real Zionist Jew. No, I said that I do not put on tefillin. I put on tefillin for the first 7 years into my Nazarite vow. Ever since I was before Bar Mitzvah, right? Before 13. I put on tefillin, not 100%, but almost every day. 90-something% of the days, definitely I put on tefillin. And then I got the call to stop putting on tefillin because the tefillin is the crown, let's say, is the lower crown, right, made of animals, and the hair of the Nazarite is the higher crown, right? Nezer Elohav al Rosho. That's what it says in Bamidbar Vav. And then later on, when I spoke to Harav Nazir Yehoshua Friedman, and he told me some Nazarites don't wear tefillin, some Nazarites wear tefillin all day. As for tzitzit, I would put on tzitzit if I wear a four-cornered garment, but I do not wear a four-cornered garment, right? A beged im arba knafot. I do not put on such a clothing. I do not put on such a garment, such clothing, so as not to necessitate putting tzitzis, tassels, fringes on them, because it's not vegan. So that's what I said about it at the time. But definitely, tefillin and tzitzit are mitzvot deoraita. and they should be carried out, right? If you wear a four-cornered garment and you're a Hebrew, put your tassels on it. If you are not a Nazarite, put on your tefillin. Or if you want to put it on, then put it on all day. באמת, אבל זו תקנה מימי משה להניח תפילין, איך זה מתבטל? זה מתבטל, hey, רחום וחנון, do you know פתח אליהו? I'm assuming you do. Right? At the point where he says, יוד ה' ו' ה' איור אורך אצילות ואיור כפתא דלמה נח תפילה. Right? If you look at the פתח אליהו, some people say כפתא דתפילה, some people say כפתא דלמה נח תפילה. In other words, there are two ways to look at it. יש את הקרקפת, right? There's the head that puts on tefillin, that's Ze'er Anpin, the sun. And then there's the hair, or the head, that does not put on tefillin, and that's ketel. And because the Nazarite is corresponding with ketel, you do not put on the lower crown on top of the higher crown. So, indeed, it is a takana miyimei Moshe. Indeed, it is a mitzvah deoraita. It's not that it's mitbatel. It's that there's something that is above it. Now, you're not supposed to rule halacha according to the Zohar. This is also correct. And Patach Eliyahu is in the beginning of the Tikkunei Zohar. But in this specific instance, I felt called inside to stop wearing tefillin. After 7 years into my vow, wearing them, I took my vow and I continued putting on tefillin every day. And then about 7 years into it, I understood that I was supposed to not do it. And I thought about it, and I continued putting on tefillin until I arrived at the conclusion, based on the research that I did, that I'm not supposed to be putting on tefillin, and that what I was feeling was something correct. And then later on, when I met Rabbi Yehoshua Friedman 5 or 6 years ago, he told me, yes, that is correct, and he corroborated the way that I was feeling, and kivanti leda'at gdolim, as they say. But yes, it is indeed a mitzvah deoraita, and it is indeed something that people should be doing, men and women, if they are so inclined. Rachum v'chanun says, Hashem yevarech otka ashrei yoladetcha. Thank you. Baal Kabbalah. Lo, I mean, look, I'm not a Kabbalist. I've been learning Kabbalah ever since I'm 16 years old. But I still consider myself only learning introductions to introductions of introductions. That's what I always say. That's what I always think. And I'm not a Kabbalist. And I don't think I'll ever be a Kabbalist. Have you ever lived or worked at a kibbutz? Not for more than a few days. So no. Never really made a life there in the kibbutz, Chris. No. Hey, no fucking way is here. What's up, man? Shalom. R123. What sect of Judaism is your tradition rooted in? In Orthodoxy. In Orthodoxy, for sure. But more modern Orthodox, but yes. Could you have animal-friendly tefillin? Yes, Toda Salam. You could. You could have a more vegan tefillin, if you will. But I was called to let the tefillin go from the, basically to just let it go. And to embrace the higher crown without putting the lower crown above it. Because that's sort of turning things upside down. As for animal-friendly tefillin, yes, there are animal-friendly tefillin where the animal died of natural causes and that skin was used to make the tefillin, right, and turn it into leather. That is the most animal-friendly tefillin, and it does exist. I'm Noahide, says Latumur. Hello. It's good to see you, Ellie, too. What is sunrise in the west? What is the significance of Esau's red hair in Genesis? I'm a redhead, and it's always been a puzzling issue for me. Any light you can shed on this would be much appreciated. God bless. Well, the red represents judgment, right? Just like the red heifer that we were talking about earlier. Red represents judgment. Red represents the left side, right? You have the hand that's always giving, and you have the hand that pushes away or that keeps near. So it represents the left hand, the dark side of the force, if you will. Now, it's not necessarily the dark side of the force. It can represent certain elements of judgment and of wrath, of vengeance, or of very fierce love. For instance, something that is connected to the left side is the rain. The rain are called gvura, gvurot, plural. The raindrops are called are called to be part of the left side. Why is it, if it's rain and it's water, why does it then correspond to the left side of wrath, which corresponds to the element of fire? If it's water, you would think that rain coming down from heaven would be totally on the side, on the right side, the hand that's always giving. But it's because that there is that idea of the gvura, of the red hair, right, of the left side, sometimes being very fierce for the best reasons. And so much like rain is corresponded to the left side, even though it's water, the hair of, let's say, a righteous individual, even if it's red, it could mean that red hair corresponds traditionally to that left side, which is why he was a hunter, right? Esau was very famously an outdoorsman, right? A hunter, that sort of thing. Has to do with blood. It also depends, I think, on if you're a Hebrew or a non-Hebrew, because there are certain people who say that if you're more connected to the left side and to Mars, for instance, that is also red, it will be, right, you'll either be a kosher butcher or you will be a moil who performs circumcision, something to do with blood, right? But I can't shed much light other than to tell you that the hair might incline you in certain ways, right? And have some sort of right? It could shed some light, but don't let it necessarily dictate who you are and what it is you should be doing. It can simply shed some light on any proclivities you might have. So yeah. A little bit faster says, do you know any Aramaic, Syriac? Would you learn it? So I read fairly well Eretz Yisrael or Syrian Aramaic. I can't speak it or write it, but I can read it fairly well. I could read, for instance, the Zohar, right? The Zohar that was written in Eretz Yisrael Aramaic. I can read it and understand most of it, like a great deal of it. Understand, I mean the physical words, not necessarily get to the depths of understanding of the Zohar, but read the text and understand what I'm reading. Let's scroll down. The nose, the eyes, the ears, says Kangaroo Jacked. What do you mean? What do you mean? Spiffy Parrot says, cheers, man. We'll watch Adaptation with my girlfriend tomorrow. Health to your family. Enjoy the rest of your stream till the battery dies. Gotta be at least 33% left. Let's see, how much time, how much battery is left here? 36%. I don't know if I'll make it. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. R1 says it'll be cool if Nazarite made Kabbalah teaching videos. I enjoy learning from his interpretation of things. So, look, it's not my interpretation. I've been studying Pardes Rimonim for over 10 years. And before that, the Lurianic teachings and Ramchal, always I consider it to be surface level things. Sefer Yetzirah as well. But even those things at the surface are so yeah. But no, there are many Kabbalists and many people teaching Kabbalah, and I'm not a teacher. So no, I don't think I will be. But again, I really appreciate the vote of confidence in my ability. Do you think, as life goes on and becomes more technical, would it not be logical, Space Your Jace asks, that the word must evolve and be added to? What I mean by that is fitting the setting essentially. Yes, that's what the oral traditions were supposed to be. The Mishnah, the Talmud, the oral Torah that was written down was never meant to be written down. We had to have a written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and an oral Torah that progresses and that evolves and that goes along with society and civilization in the time and place and has to do with, what did you call it? The setting, to fit the setting. Yes, that was the idea, that you have the written Torah and you have the oral Torah that is always progressing and moving forward. But alas, things happened because of tragedy and exile and destruction, and the oral Torah also became written, what we know now as the Mishnah and the Talmud. And that's a problem, but it was the lesser of the different evils that were around at the time. Like Sfirot, for instance, says VineTube. What about the Sfirot? What, something that I should teach on? Again, I'm not going to do it, but yes, definitely. Look, what do I say? I say you should study kosher Kabbalah from a kosher master. Well, kosher Kabbalah, that I could do, but I am not a kosher master. Right? I'm just a learner. I'm just a student. Definitely not a master. Ergo, if I were to teach others Kabbalah, it would be me going against the very thing that I'm telling people to do. Bro looks like a Hebrew Rastafarian. Yes, I do, because the Rastas, the religious Rastas also take the Nazarite vow, hence the similarity in appearance. This guy's the ultimate troll. He's owning y'all so hard right now, says Titus Brutus. Hi, Titus Brutus. Is that for Hebrew only or for all the oral traditions? No, no. The oral Torah is the Torah for the Hebrews. It's halacha, right? It's the different debates and arguments and the controversies and the conversations regarding halacha. Some halachas are put forth in the Talmud. I think most halachas were only arrived at after the Talmud by those who came afterwards. What is the Jewish view on slavery? Hades says that it's not encouraged, but if you are going to own slaves, if it's a Hebrew slave or Hebrew handmaid, it's one set of rules. If it's a foreigner, it's a different set of rules. So I think the Jewish view is that humankind was meant to be free. But if you're living in a time and place where slavery is a thing, go according to the Torah, if you're a Hebrew man, right? And work with what halacha says regarding slaves. That would be it. But generally speaking, I think the Torah is not for slavery, right? In the sense that human beings were made in the image of God and we were made to be free. Now, whether or not you take on a different master, whether you take on Adonai as your master, I suppose that's a different issue, but essentially there is this idea of us having dominion of all creation, right? Over all creation, like it says in the account of creation in Genesis. And for you to take on a human master as a slave, that's an issue. That might be a problem. Go sleep, Hebrew. I might, PW, I just might. What is the Nazareth vow? There is no such vow. Nazareth is a town in Israel. There is no such vow. There is a Nazarite vow. And that's, in Numbers 6 and in the story of Samson, Moot 9180. Trump is our slave, said Celia. You think so? Maybe. I have no idea. I really don't. Jesus is king, says Kangaroo Jacked. Yeah, many Christians do think that. That's all well and good. You can keep spamming. Sean C. says, God can't control free will, but the devil is very good at manipulating it. Yeah, there is something to that. I mean, I don't know what God can or cannot do. I don't know God, right? All I know is how God reveals himself to me. But definitely true. Is that slavery bit Torah or your opinion interpretation? No, it's Torah in the sense that in the account of creation, it says that mankind should have dominion over all creation. So that's that. As for the Hebrew slave and Hebrew handmaid, there are different laws for both of them, separately as well. And there are different laws for the foreigner as well, right? So all of that appears in Torah. Love yourself well. Love yourself well. I agree, Celia. I agree. You ever been to Diddy party? No, I'm not a party person. No, I'm not. How did you become a Nazarite and why? I felt called to the Nazariteship. I felt called towards the Nazirut. And so what I wanted to do, I'd felt the call for a while. And what I wanted to do was make a covenant, a personal, spiritual covenant between me and Adonai. And I wanted something to externalize that. I wanted something to sort of be a mark of that. And I decided that since I've been called to the Nazariteship as such, that it should be something that I take on for life, which is why I'm a Nazir Shimshon. Allegoraby, but איך הגעתי לנזירות? קיבלתי את הקריאה. I just got the call. That's what it is. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I've always thought. Why is Judaism so complex, says Aligorby? It's very mystical, ritualistic, and hard to grasp in totality. What can a Christian read to learn more about Judaism? I mean, it depends. There are so many different, as you said, so many different levels. It is complex. And I don't know what it is that you are being, what is it that shines before you and calls to you from the Torah? Go with that. But how can you learn more? It depends. Are you talking about the esoteric teachings? Are you talking about halacha? Are you talking about the oral Torah and the different and the disagreements or the controversies? What is it that shines before you? What is it that you would want to explore? Because Judaism is like so many other cultures and faiths and religions. It's a wellspring of, just a very vast thing. Was your grandfather a lampshade or soap? Love the vids, by the way. No, my grandfather was neither. Zufi says, ungoonable, but I will try. Thank you. If there's anything I can do to facilitate your gooning, you just let me know. I don't know if I'll do it, but let me know. Adonis was asked, which is most beautiful, love, purity, or justice? Celia says, well, don't keep me in suspense. What did he say? What did Adonis say? Glad you're still on, Adi says. You say so much without saying anything. Ha! That's funny. I'd like to know more about the Levite priests. What about them, XF? What about the priests? Basically, you had the priests that were regular, everyday ones, and you had the high priest. You had those who were the heads of house. The priests, along with the Levites and the Israelites, would change shifts every Shabbos. And they were not allowed to be defiled by death, but the everyday mundane priests, the regular ordinary priests, were allowed to be defiled by death of one of the 7 close family members, which is mother, father, son, daughter, sister, brother, wife. Those are the 7. Also, they could not, if they were actually serving at the temple, they could not partake of any grape, like wine, right, or intoxicating drink. Can a Christian become Jewish? According to Jewish halacha, yes, dude, but I don't know what Christianity has to say. But yes, according to the Hebrew faith, everybody can convert. The only ones who may not convert to Judaism are men from Moab and men from Ammon. And since we do not know who the Moabites and Ammonites are these days, anybody can convert. עצה להתבודדות, לא שמעתי. כי הלכתי רגע, ארוסתי החליטה לתת לי סטירה. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, whether it's an actual physical slap or whether it's a metaphorical slap. First of all, hey, you're going to get married? That is awesome. Really awesome. עצה להתבודדות, מה שרבי נחמן אמר. Right? If you cannot even open your mouth, just say ריבונו של עולם. That's the mantra. ריבונו של עולם. Ribono shel olam. And usually you will find, as you continue to say it, that you're able to convey emotions and you're able to convey what you want to say through those 3 words. But again, it's such a personal thing. It's such an idiosyncratic thing. It's such an individual thing that I really can't tell you. XF says, thank you, so interesting. I hail from that tribe via my mother, but never learned anything about it, lost opportunity. Well, the tribal affiliation is through the father. It's the faith that's through the mother, right? The affiliation with Judaism as such is through the mother. The tribal affiliation is through the father. But yeah, I mean, I suppose if your mother is a bat Kohen, a son of a Kohen, then yeah. Goza says, can you give me developer advice? I don't know what you mean. What is a developer? Do you mean developer? I'm not sure what you mean. What I meant, says Space Jace, the notion you mentioned about freedom as a goal, yet if you live in a time of societal acceptance of slavery, those rules become activated. Yes, freedom is the goal, and this is evident from the law of the 7th year, right? The Sabbath of slavery, where the slave is released. And if they want to keep if they want to stay a slave, they may only stay a slave until the coming of the Jubilee of the 50th year. Not the 50th year of their slavehood, but the 50th year within the calendar of 7 times 7 plus 1 that is independent of their years of servitude. But the goal is indeed that freedom that is manifested in that Jubilee. In the Jubilee, in the 50th year, on the Holiday of Atonements, all slaves would be let go, even if they did want to stay on board. They must be let go. All lands go back to their original owners, like 99% of them, under certain circumstances. You keep it. Mostly lands go back to their original owners. People go back to their own original inheritance in relation to whatever tribe they are from. It's like everything resets at the Jubilee. And that has also to do with freedom. That also has to do with the fact that the Jubilee corresponds to the higher feminine, the great mother known as Bina. Right? The divine emanation known as Bina has what's called its 50 gates. That idea of freedom of the world to come, of a higher being corresponding to the great mother, corresponding to Bina, also corresponding to the Holiday of Atonements. Right? Geula titnu la'aretz. Redemption you will give to the land, or salvation you will give to the land and its people. Are you Rasta? No, hi CK, I'm not a Rasta. Titus says, I love you, Hebrew Nazarite. Thank you. I appreciate the love. It's fun. It's very much fun to receive the love. Let's continue. Some people are born to be slaves, said Socrates. Hades said. Some people are born to be slaves. Well, you know what? There are still places in the world where you have like the caste system. There are places in the world where even if you're not actually a slave like in days of old, you are a slave to a job that you hate, a landlord you can't stand. I mean, you're going to have to serve somebody, as Bob Dylan said. What Rabbi Yehuda Levi said, what was it, the 12th century? When did he live? I think 12th, the 13th century. Rabbi Yehuda Levi said that the slaves of time are the slaves of slaves, but the slaves of Adonai alone are free. And so when a person is asked, what is it that you want? I'm paraphrasing, right? Let my lot be with God, said my soul, right? That's what he says. He says basically, if you take on the yoke of the Torah and the commandments and the discipline, and if you take on that burden, that is indeed what will set you free. If you take on the discipline, you find freedom. I mentioned this last week, that one of the things I listen to when I'm at the gym is Akira the Dawn. He has this bit from Dune, which I haven't read or seen, but it's seek freedom and become a slave to your own desires. Seek discipline and find your liberty. Right? If you seek freedom, then you'll find the freedom to do whatever you want on a whim, and that's no good. But if you seek discipline, there you will find true freedom. Have a beer, bro. Chemical gases. I have not had a beer in about over 16 years. About 16 years. So no. Even though I love beer, I have not partaken of it in a very long time, nor will I. But yeah, beer is very good. Now, the Nazarite is allowed to drink beer, but I abstain from all alcohol as well. Dia says, Shalom, brother. Much love to Israel and you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well done. A can't stop. Say what now? Alex asks, what theological significance should Judaism attribute to the suffering of people who suffer partly through the actions of a Jewish state? Should there be a theological significance here? Some people say yes, some people say no. The theological significance, I don't know if there's actions of a Jewish state. Depends. If you're talking about right here, right? If you're talking about the war that's going on now, this is Israel fighting a defensive war against terrorist organizations that want to slaughter all of us and occupy our share of the Holy Land. So there's no the theological significance there. No, you're talking specifically about the suffering of people who suffer partly through the actions of a Jewish state. I don't know if there is a theological significance in this specific instance that I can speak of. I know that this is in part the way of the world. People suffer. There is war. People suffer directly and indirectly, right? If there are actions of the Jewish state, and if it's actions that are meant to cause suffering, not something that's indirect, not something that's inadvertent, then there is a theological significance there. If you have somebody, right, who is intentionally harming someone and causing them to suffer, then there is theological significance to it in the sense of that is not the right thing to do. The Torah would tell you, don't do that. It's like if you got to fight, then fight. If you got to go to war, then go to war. If you need to defend yourself, defend yourself. But to intentionally cause harm and suffering, that's not something that the Torah ordinarily would promote. Were there times when where hurt and suffering and war facilitated the divine will as it was brought down in the Torah? Yes. But if you're talking about here nowadays when such things can by and large be avoided, then I think that causing harm intentionally and causing suffering intentionally for the sake of causing suffering does have theological significance in the sense that the divine revelation and the Torah, right, would be against that. I guess that's what the significance would be in that case. But I don't know if that's what you meant, honestly. Adilab says, YouTube seems to have unlimited slaves for hire, but I advise you to get a real job. Of course I will get a real good job. Thank you for that. Yes, I really will. God willing. I mean, look, I'm sending out resumes and time will tell. It's only the first week. I'm in it for the long run. I want to get a good job. I mean, look, I think nothing will compare with the job that I had now for over 11 years. I was their first hire. They gave me such creative freedom. I could work from home whenever I wanted. They were really good to me. Even though they were a company, I was an employee, right? And there was no special loyalty going on in that sense. At least it was never put to the test. But I definitely did feel like they were very, very good to me, and I did my best to be very good to them. And that is, I know from experience, rare. Very, very rare. How is invading Lebanon a defensive action? Hunter says, because if you have in southern Lebanon a terrorist group known as Hezbollah that sits in the Lebanese parliament and which is endorsed by some of the people in southern Lebanon, and if you have this terrorist organization called Hezbollah firing rockets and enacting terrorism on the northern border of Israel and the civilian and military population there, well, civilian population and military targets, that is the epitome of defensive action. Obviously, we asked Lebanon to take care of Hezbollah. They didn't do it, so Israel had to get in there. That's how that's defensive. Are you a fool? Do you not understand that Hezbollah is right there firing rockets for decades? I'm Zoe. I'm also scum, staying until dead phone. Thanks, Z0. Appreciate that. Discount Ray says, do you feel more connected to Muslim or Christian? So I get this question a lot, and I think that I've heard others say the same thing. Theologically, I think we're more connected to Islam in the sense of one God, right, and not a trinity. But as far as values are concerned, we are connected more with Christianity, hence the term Judeo-Christian values. I know people take issue with that, and they say Abrahamic values, that includes the Muslim faith, but some say, no. It's precisely Judeo-Christian values excluding Muslim values because they see a shift there. They see a difference there. So in some ways, yes, it's more like Islam. In other ways, it's more Christian. Where do I feel more connected? I don't know enough about either one of those to feel connected to either one. That's it. God ain't real, says Bard Clay. I agree. God is not real. Because if God was real, there would also be the option of non-real, right? Of unreal. So I agree, God, that would be a duality, and God is not a duality, hence God is not real. In the very same way that God does not exist, because existence denotes non-existence. And that cannot be either. That is a duality. The defilement of death isn't a sin. Let's put it this way: not for the Nazarite, there's no breaking of the Nazarite-ship. So in that sense, no. But defilement of death is not a sin. Defilement of death is a situation that brings about ritual impurity. It's not a sin to be defiled by death. No, it isn't. What is a sin is if you are defiled by death to engage in certain things that you're not allowed to do, if you're not ritually clean. Then that's a sin. For God, there's always a workaround with you, how you justify killing women and children. Again, I do not justify killing women and children. That is the nature of war. But do you know who is getting those women and children killed? It's not Israel. It's Hamas, who embed themselves into the civilian population because they want women and children and men who are innocent to die for the purposes of martyrdom and propaganda and lining their pockets with money. So that can be laid at the feet of Hamas, not Israel. And for those individual people who are indeed psychopathic, homicidal people who shoot people, innocent people, unprovoked, they need to be brought to justice and sent to prison or killed. Am I a rabbi? Stephen Sutton asks. No, I am not. Not even a little bit. There is the option of not real, though, as space expands, says Dia. Possibly, but I see that, again, I don't know God. All I know is how God reveals himself to me. So when people say God isn't real, I'm like, it's true, because if I can say that it's real, it means that it's a revelation. People say God doesn't exist, and I say, I agree. If God exists, it means that I can perceive it. And if I can perceive it, if I can relate to it, if I can speak of it, if I can sense it, if I can listen or touch or smell, it's immediately not God. Right? If I can understand it in any capacity, it's already not God by definition, but a revelation of God, right? A piece of clothing through which God is revealed. It's so sad that you don't believe in God. He loves you very much, my dear brother. Well, Dia, again, I do. I simply understand that the way that I view the divine revelation, it's revelation. It doesn't mean I don't believe in God. I do believe there is a creator, but I believe that I will never know God. I will never truly know God in the very same way that I'm here right now broadcasting. You're seeing me presumably on some sort of a screen, and you can see the zeros and ones and the pixels, right? And you can hear the audio, but it's not actually me. These are all digital projections of me. So you can discern a lot, understand a lot, draw your conclusions, but what you can't say is that this is me, right? On the screen, what you're seeing right now, that's not me. That is a digital projection of me. It can be truly one-to-one, but it's still not truly me. It has no life of its own. It doesn't act of its own accord, right? The camera over there is filming me, and it's being projected onto your screen. But that's not me. Let's continue. Danielle says, what do you think about philosophical, metaphysical interpretations of myths, such as Proclus concluding that Zeus is a cosmic demiurge due to swallowing Phanes in an Orphic creation myth? So that went way over my head because the Greek mythology is not something I'm well versed in. But what do I think about philosophical, metaphysical interpretation of myth? That is partly what they are there to do, right? They are there as myths, as allegories, as archetypal stories, in order for us to get the philosophical, metaphysical interpretation going and glean wisdom and discern and learn about what to do and what not to do from these stories. That's exactly what that's about. To me, it doesn't matter if it happened or didn't happen. What happened is, what matters is, what is it that I can learn, right? I'm a Hebrew. I received the Hebrew texts as tradition, was raised religious in Jerusalem with doctrine. But what is it that I'm truly seeking? How is it that these books and texts and pieces of lore and teachings will help me live? What is it that they can actually do for me? Where is the wisdom that can be gleaned, and where is the life that can be led through the lens of these teachings, right? Through the lens of the Torah, for instance, right? So what do I think about that specific interpretation? I don't know. What do I think about philosophical, metaphysical interpretation of myth as such? That is the way to go about it, and it can bring you a lot of wisdom. DCO says Dr. Dre has lots of wisdom. I am inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree. The sun is good. God is in the sun too, says Celia. Yes, the sun represents the divine revelation corresponding to the lower masculine, corresponding to the name Yod He Vav He. Very much. We are little specks observing this world. Yes, little specks with a lot of influence. Right? The Rebbe of Kotsk, very famously, I've mentioned this before, he said that each individual in their pockets, left and right, should have 2 notes. The first one says, the world was created for me. And the other one says, and I am dust and ashes. Right? Keep your head in the clouds and your feet firmly on the ground. Alex says, if the Dibuk is the dead other inhabiting the living self, what happens when the other is instead our own digital double on the screen? I'm not sure of what the question, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Let me read it again. If the Dibuk means like possession. If the Dibuk is the dead other inhabiting the living self, what happens when the other is instead our own digital double on the screen? I don't know what happens in that case. I guess it's not a real Dibuk. I don't know. Baruch Hashem, says Rick Davis. Derek says Kabbalah is dark magic. No, it isn't, though there are probably non-kosher forms of Kabbalah that are or can be perceived as dark magic. No, Kabbalah as such is not dark magic. But if you say so, it's all good. Dia says, you believe in the spoken Torah too, right? The one isn't physical, yet you believe in it. That one isn't physical. Well, it is physical in the sense that it's oral traditions that were passed down from, rabbi to disciple, and from father to son, mother to daughter, master to apprentice. These are the ways of the oral Torah, and later they did have to be written down, but that's not the way it went down originally. I've been broadcasting for 5 hours. How's the battery doing? 29%. I don't think I'm going to make it. I don't think I'm going to make it until the end. I really don't know. We'll have to see. Oral tradition, says Dia, is waves saved into you. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by waves saved into you? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Oral tradition is waves saved into you. Does anyone know what that means? You look like a fly, says Mick. Yes, I am. I am a fly. It's weird seeing the demon in this man's eyes. Yes, Alaskan Apple, I am demonic. I am a demon. Sound waves. Okay. Sound waves saved onto neurons. Okay, so now let's go back and read that one again. Oral tradition is waves saved into you, though. Yes, but it's still nonetheless physical. It's physical, right? That's what it is. In the memory bank to pass on in time, says Fineweather. Indeed. Okay. Beware of the demonic fly, says Good Malachi. Hi, good to see you again, man. Beware the demonic fly. You deny the Talmud but follow it in the same breath makes no sense. No, I never denied the Talmud. All I said was that I don't keep strict rabbinic law. That's what I said. I didn't say I deny the Talmud. What I said is that the Talmud should have never been written down. It was only written down out of necessity. It was written down because of exile and destruction, and because there was the danger of all of it being lost. That's why it was written down. Otherwise, it would have progressed, and halacha would have progressed and evolved alongside, and there is still a lot of progress and evolution in modern-day halacha, but not at all the way that it should be. It's not physical, it's electrical. Yes, but the electromagnetic force is one of the four physical powers in the universe, right? What are the forces of the universe? We have gravitational force, electromagnetic force, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force. It's literally one of the four forces in the universe. If I'm understanding you correctly, and you're saying electrical and neurons, right? The electromagnetic force includes the electro in it. Hence, it is part of the physical world. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding electromagnetic, the mechanism of the electromagnetic. I don't know. Kabbalah is selling your soul to God. I mean, is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? What do you think about Germany? Do you forgive them? I have nothing to forgive. Bill Memnea. I have nothing to forgive. Germany has never done anything to me. As far as I know, in World War II, there was the Nazi regime, and then they were de-radicalized along with Imperial Japan, and ever since then, Japan and Germany have been doing great and making lots of friends all over the world. So I don't think that I need to forgive anybody for anything in Germany. And what do I think? I think that they are Germans. I've heard good things. Space J says, so what I hear you saying is if society decide all forms of slavery abolished, Torah will uphold it. Yes, that's exactly right. Becoming greater or keep teaching slavery and or superiority, which creates slavery. Yes, I think that humankind was made to be free, not slaves. I think that humankind, or the people of Israel, right, were, let's say, meant to be the slaves of Adonai. Other nations, slaves to whatever, but not a human master. Not a human master. Not for long, anyway. It's not a desired thing, which is also why a slave is exempt from nearly all of the commandments. I don't know if you people know that. A slave is exempt of a ton of commandments because he took on a human master. So the Torah is not pro-slavery. But the Torah says if you are going to get slaves, here's how to do it. But you will persecute Palestinians. That's abominable, says Fineweather. If they are coming to slaughter me, yes, I will persecute them and defend myself. That much is true. I don't see how people don't understand that self-defense is a thing. Survival is a thing, self-preservation is a thing that they too presumably have, and that Israel is fighting a defensive war. Israel has given back land for peace that it won in wars that it did not start. Israel has made concessions, Israel has made agreements, Israel has done so much for peace. Sometimes it was achieved, usually by a decisive Israeli victory, mind you, not because of the goodness of the hearts of our neighbors around us, but because they were utterly defeated. I wish it didn't have to be that way. Love is better than hate, and peace is better than war. It's a damn shame that it needs to be this way, but it seems that that's the way it's going. Hopefully that won't be. Hopefully we will be able to arrive at peace and prosperity with our neighbors, not through war. Hopefully. Nathan, brother, I'm Jewish, and let's be frank, killing kids, it's not self-defense. I didn't say killing kids is self-defense. I said Israel is fighting a defensive war. Hamas, right, embeds itself into the civilian population in order for those kids to be killed. So no, That's not self-defense. That's people dying in a war because their leaders and their combatants, they put themselves in those homes, in those mosques, in those schools, in those hospitals to raise the death toll for purposes of propaganda, for purposes of sympathy, for purposes of religious martyrdom. That's why they do it. And I didn't say that's self-defense, but Israel is indeed fighting a war of self-defense. Hamas hides behind it. Hamas hides behind its innocent men, women, and children in order for the death toll to rise higher, for people to be more sympathetic to their cause. Israel has started every war in the region. False, laughing lion. You obviously know no history whatsoever. Jews are a race and not a religion. In fact, hey, Colin, I've heard people say the other way around as well. So people will think whatever they want to think about the Jews. Usually they will say one and not the other in order to say, see, the Jews are not the real Jews. These Jews are fake Jews. Or Jews are supremacists. Jews are racist. Jews are whatever it is. I mean, I don't know if you're saying that in the positive or the negative. Usually that would be the negative. Hindrijab was not a human shield. Yes, and also Shalhevet Pas. Again, for every baby or infant or child that is killed, I can show you a whole list of babies and children that were killed by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. This isn't a pissing contest. Seriously, you think that children have not been murdered by terrorist organization? You'd be mistaken if that's what you think. Are there people who were killed? Of course. Are there innocent people killed? Of course, that's the nature of war. And I've said this again. If there is a soldier that intentionally, to cause death, gunned down a innocent, right, man, woman, child, unprovoked completely, and they should be brought to justice, put on trial, and they should either be put to death or put in a prison cell. What is it you want me to say? What is it exactly you want me to do? You don't think people die in a war? Are you that naive? Jen says, well, you're still alive, you have real stamina. Yeah, I mean, I want to go until the battery runs out, but I don't know if I will. How much time? 27%. I don't think I'll be able to do it. I don't think I'll be able to do it. I don't know. Kolim says, do you want someone to occupy your land and settle? Will you throw roses on him? Again, you cannot be a settler or occupier in your own ancestral home, Kolim. You've got this kind of the other way around. Jews come from Judea. Arabs come from Arabia. Who's the real colonizer here? Who is the occupier? Who is the conqueror? It's not the Jews of Judea. Ah, Mr. Baby? Does he need a bottle? He might need a bottle. I'll boil water just in case. He may just have squawked. I'll be right back. Okay, well, he seems to be asleep. But if he keeps crying, maybe I'll take that as a sign and I'll get off the live. Should Gaza be cleansed? Yes, Hades, of terrorism. Should be cleansed of terrorism. I agree. Nathan says, you're a good man, my brother. Please call it as is. We are all going to meet our Creator one day. You know that Israel is paying Hamas. Look at Qatar. Yes, once again, I'm not a fan of giving Qatar money, not foreign powers or Israeli money. And the money that Israel gave to Hamas originally was at the time in the early 80s when it was first founded. I think that's when Israel was giving it money of its own accord, if I'm not mistaken, though I might be. As for the suitcases that Bibi allegedly gave Hamas, I don't know what to think of it. I don't exactly know why Israel did that. I really don't. Derek Fisher says, the land does not belong to Judah or Palestine, it belongs to the Canaanites. No, actually, the Canaanites are the sons of Ham, And Ham did not receive that as inheritance. So the Canaanites, you could very well say, were also occupying that land that wasn't theirs to begin with. Ergo, it's up for grabs. Sirius C says, I like Israel, but it feels very unsafe and everything feels very expensive compared to the USA if you want to maintain a similar lifestyle. Yes, I've been told that as well. I've been told it's very, very expensive compared to other places. I've seen that in some cases too. I mean, living in the Netherlands for 3 years definitely showed me how expensive things are. Paige says, I don't care what you do, we will give Hind justice. All right, I am all for justice. Let it rain. Let it come. Yep. Let it come. Bibi transferred the money from Qatar, says Tenebris, to a legit Palestine aid organization. Yes, much like in the beginning of Hamas, when it was just a welfare and charity organization, Israel gave them money in order to facilitate that higher quality of life for the people of Palestine, right? To the people in Gaza, the West Bank. Well, catch you later. Bye, fine weather. I'll catch you later. Ay, 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 ay. No, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it till the end. The Bible forbids mysticism, doesn't the Torah too? No, no such thing. That does not exist. The Bible does not forbid mysticism. The Torah does not forbid mysticism either. Not at all. Aren't most modern Israelis Eastern European by ethnicity? No, Jen. Most Israelis are Mizrahi Jews from the East. Not East Europe, I mean the East. I'm genuinely curious. So there are, it was for a time 50-50, but now the majority of modern Israelis are not Eastern European, they are Mizrahi Jews from countries like Yemen, Libya, Egypt, right? And well, others that are in the East, Middle East. The genome, wait, hang on a second. Albert Sholem says, how can you ignore the scholarship of Finkelstein and Pape? I don't know who Pape is, but I've read and I've listened to Finkelstein, Norman Finkelstein, I'm assuming you mean him. He might be a great scholar, but I think that he's a self-hating Jew that on general principle opposes the state of Israel, and he himself ignores everything that Israel has done in order to achieve peace in the region and try to secure peace and prosperity for those here and around us. So, how can I ignore? I don't ignore, I simply don't agree with Norman Finkelstein. As for documents, the sustained atrocities of the IDF, I'm not saying there is nothing going on. What I'm saying is that is not the IDF doctrine, and that, or at least, first of all, at least at the time when I was there. Second of all, if there are individual people who are committing atrocities, then again, they should be brought to justice, put on trial. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying that's not the agenda. The agenda is self-defense against the terrorist organizations that want us dead. And sometimes in self-defense, you take the offense. You don't wait for a situation and react to it. You dictate, right? You strive to make contact and engage with the enemy. That's part of being a combat soldier. It's 3 o'clock here. The horror chat is hard this morning. Yes, it's 3:33 a.m. All right. Eesh. I don't know, man. I really wanted to make it. 26% on the battery. I'm not going to make it. I think I'm going to say goodbye. I tried. I wanted to live stream until the battery runs out. I don't think I'll be able to do it. I don't think I'll be able to do it. Oof. I don't know what to do. Should I go? Should I not go? Get a worse battery next time. There you go. That's right. That's the way to do it. Hey, Janice. Hello. La la la. Oh, good context. Daniel says, for context, Phanes was the first being to emerge from a cosmic egg in that myth. By swallowing him, Zeus was in Proclus's interpretation, absorbing the creative powers of the cosmos, becoming the creator. But wait. In Greek mythology, there were gods and there were titans, weren't there? And does the cosmic egg, was that there after the time of the Titans? During the time of the Titans? Where do they go into it? Where do they fit into the narrative there? Why did the giants go extinct? Supposedly it was Moses who killed the last one of them, Og, the Amorite, the king of the Bashan. But I do not know. I don't know why. Now, the people say they were actual giants. People say they were metaphorical giants, meaning sort of uber-human. I don't know. The cosmic egg is just a map. What do you mean, just a map? That is from a different creation myth. Titans were in Hesiod, but this is Orphic. Okay. They had many different theogonies and myths back then. Okay, gotcha. So it's a different creation story altogether. Sababa. I understand. Thanatos is the Greek god of peaceful death. The god of peaceful death. I like that. The cosmic egg is about special knowledge. It's a map. So does that correspond to the Orphic creation story? Or are you talking about yet a different cosmic egg? I guess that's the question here. APO says, is there mythology of Christians? Moshe Rabbeinu, yes. I'm not understanding I don't understand. Derek says, don't do the Kabbalah, it's satanic. Oh, you don't do the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah does you. Yeah, no, it's not satanic in the least. Of course, there are probably, as I said, non-kosher forms of Kabbalah that are more from the dark side of the Force. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Because I want to give you guys 100%, literally, not of the battery, but I meant from me. And since I'm feeling tired right now and I won't be able to go on for much, much longer, and I do want you people to understand that when I'm here live, I want to give you everything I've got and nothing less. So I could not make it until my battery dies. Unfortunately, I'll have to change the title. I'll have to change the title of the of the live stream. But I really appreciate you being here for the time that you were. I've been on for 5 hours and over 20 minutes. This has been so lovely. A quick prayer for unity, justice, peace, and love to reign all over the world. May the knowledge of God cover us, cover all creation like water covers the seabed. And may we be able to overcome our differences. May we be able to overcome our shortcomings, our faults and frailties. May we truly be able to know each other, embrace each other as human beings made in the image of God. May warfare and bloodshed and conflict and terrorism be lifted clean out of creation, even right now as I'm speaking these words. Thank you for being here. Be blessed, be a blessing, be the light in other people's lives. I really do hope to see you on the next live stream where the wonders never cease. And if I missed you in the chat, I'm sorry. Leave a comment. I do address every comment that I get that is addressed to me, so do that. If you want to hit me up in the DMs, Hebrew Nazarite, look for my tree on X, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. This has been so much fun. Thank you for being here. I deeply appreciate everything that your contributions, your participation, your engagement, the likes and the subs and the views and the haters and the lovers and the trolls and the Nazis and the spammers and the well-wishers and all of it is wonderful. and I really appreciated that you were here with me. Sorry I couldn't make it until the battery ran out. I have failed. Maybe next time. Until then, peace and love from Jerusalem. Boop. Beep.